Fold. Fold.
Anybody else, guys? Any of those events, 10K challenges involved? Flight E, the Volt Flight F, the MS, the poker shot. Anybody else, guys? Flip in the vault. 2 spots. One way to get rid of my voice.
Check. Bets 80,000. Six calls. Check.
Left, 2 spots left in the flip, guys. Main event, fold at 150.
Attention all players in the poker shop 350. Can you please start making your way back to the table? This is your 3-minute call. All players in the poker shop 350, please start making your way back to the tables.
Big one, please.
You play the early fly or the late fly? I haven't regular yet.
Fold. 6, 7 folds.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grind. We've got a situation unfolding here with Ace King offsuit for Ryan Hom into Thang's pocket sixes. Joining me here on the commentary is Lachlan Clearly. I'm Aidan Glenn. We've got the Queenslander. Lockie, how are you?
Fantastic, mate. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad, mate. Not too bad. It's been an exciting series, and how are you running so far?
Yeah, not too bad. It's been a pretty good series. Got to bag up early in the main, which is always nice to get that out of the way because there's not too many flights because they're conflicting, and had a decent run in the Goliath too, which was, you know, pretty blessed about. So yeah.
Yeah, there's actually some questions I wanted to talk to you about during that, because I was commentating during that that Goliath run. There was a situation there, actually. Let's bring it up right now. There was a situation there where you had a set of queens, and JP, it was against JP.
Yep, I remember the hand well.
And I'm not sure if you've reviewed it already, but you were winning in that spot and you made the lay down.
Yeah.
Typically, it would have probably taken you into the final table as chip leader,
Yep.
And a man like yourself, I've just looked at your records for this year, not including this current APT, but 33 caches, mate, would have come close if you made that call to absolutely crushing this event.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just one of those spots where, I mean, in theory, I know full well it's a call. But I know JP very well, and I know he's a greedy boy, so if he does have it, I know he's going for max as well. There are a lot of combos I lose to. Obviously, in theory, I don't get the call. It's one of the best hands I'm ever going to show up with there, but yeah, it was just one of those ones where, you know, I kind of leveled myself. I thought I was getting, you know, exploited by him. He was going for max, and I made the wrong decision at the time, and that's okay. Sometimes in the game, you make a wrong decision at the time, and you got to push on and move away from it.
That's my first experience having to watch JP play, and have to say, an aggressive type player, which is always exciting to watch on stream, really. So
for someone so young, yeah, he's absolutely no fear.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely goes after it, puts you in a lot of tough spots, and he's a very, very smart kid. So he played the hand very well. Made me to make a mistake in the position. Would have been nice going in as chip leader, but also can't complain with the result in the end.
Well, look, he's a young gun. You're probably part of the new young gun crew as well, having that 33 caches. Has it been your best year?
I actually wouldn't say it's been my best year. I had a better year last year, I think. Oh, it'd be close. Probably between this year and last year, it'd be very close, I'd say. So, but yeah, very, very good first 2 years you'd say, to my career, and I'm very blessed to be in the position I'm in right now.
Are you playing full time?
Not currently, no. I got my own cleaning business at the moment, but next year probably will be playing full time and traveling.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Well, we've got a hand here, Lockie. Thang has pocket twos on a 10-8 King board.
Yep.
All right, guys. Steve in C1 has Ace King, Queen Jack for Carnley in C2, 10-6 for Justin Steinberger in 3, 7-8 Steve Burtis in 4. Ivan Tran in 5 has the Ethiopian 8-5. Steve Burtis again in Ace C6 has Ace 6, 10-3 in 7. Sorry, 10-3 in 7 for Rob Zito. And the Prince of Egypt.
Yeah, look at that, Lockie. He's just got the 2 on the river to fill up.
And I hope I pronounce his right, large A.
And he just calls.
Just calls.
Just flat.
What happened?
Yeah, there'll be a bit of shocks in that one, because he can definitely beat a
Lucky
lot
you
of
didn't
hands.
have a king.
But you know, deep in a tournament, you know, I guess he didn't want to lose a big pot just in case.
Yep.
So yeah, he'll be happy to take it in, but he'll also be disappointed if he didn't
turn, yeah?
extract some value.
He bet really small.
Ryan wouldn't have called with this hand, I don't think, but if he was to see a king, he would be very disappointed.
You're behind.
Daniel Hobson in the chat was asking,
I know,
was it a good call?
with you behind.
And,
He knew, he decked
let you
knew the
guys
deuces
decide.
coming.
Everybody plays
He
in
told
their
him on the
own
break,
manner
he
and
said,
style.
all deuces.
Look, I've had so many different people come in this week, and it's always different to talk about how people think about the game of poker. Braden Jinks, very technical guy. It was very nice to sit down with Braden and understand his more GTO theory, I would say. Speak to a lot of the older generations. They have the belief of playing the game at the table is very different, where you have to incorporate the clock and you have to incorporate the player and the rates. And it's those things into the charts of ranges is what's missing in that theory. So I love speaking to the older type players and to the new generation. It's poker right now is the way that it's analysed and studied is in a great spot. Could it be any stronger in Australia right now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what makes the game we love so good, is because we have so many minds thinking about the game in such different ways. And, you know, you got such different styles, and you got people thinking about hands so differently. And, yeah, it makes it really exciting. It makes it hard on the table because not everyone plays, you know, one way or one style. So definitely keeps you on your toes.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it enjoyable.
Yeah, and if you've just tuned in right now, I'm Aidan Glenn. I'm with Lachlan Crilly, and you guys are seeing us on a 30-minute delay live here at the National Championships. In the background, we've got the grind that is happening. There is 2 tables left remaining. We're going to jump down into the action again. But I just wanted to put Lockie on screen here for all the fans at home. He is an up-and-coming superstar on the circuit here in Australia. Keep your eye out for this guy. As I mentioned before, he has already 33 caches to his name here, and that's not including what you've pulled in this week.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good week. Very blessed to have the runs I've had, and very excited to see what can come in the rest of the week and the rest of the year as well.
Third place in the Goliath, was it?
Yeah, 3rd place.
Yeah.
So pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all, as poker players, want to win the
Yeah.
tournament, and we'll always be disappointed if we don't. But 3rd is also, very good.
And is the Goliath probably your biggest cache to date?
It is. It is now. Yeah, I had came 2nd in an APT main.
Yep.
Which was for like 44K. So this is definitely my biggest score.
And I remember that quite clearly because you come to the registration and I think I said to you, Lockie, you're my pick to win this.
Yeah, I do remember that before the tournament even started.
Yeah.
And you said, I think you might win this. I won a satellite ticket into that tournament and had a dream run and, lost a 3-outer for the win, but very blessed to have the run I did.
Yeah, one thing that I do like doing is, because I've been around on the circuit for a long time, I do like to have a look at all the young guns coming through that have potential, and I have picked a few up in my time who I've selected, and they've come the goods. Lockie, you're one of those people. Let's jump back down into the action here. And it looks like in the hijack position, Amin has Jack 10 offsuit. Sal is 9-6 off.
Yep. It looks like Sal's here is raised more, this is his board and just as protection, he's ready to raise and get it in. And
yeah, you got to protect that 9. He's put a 200K bet there.
Yeah, he started the hand with sub 20, so he's ready to take his top pair, and it's a very strong hand.
Not many redraws, backdoors for the Amin and his Jack 10, Jacks and 10s as well. Interesting if he comes, but I don't think he will. He's thrown it in the middle.
So yeah, Amin's put him all in, and we've seen the call.
Better than what you thought.
Yeah, Min definitely loves the battle. He's definitely not someone who's easy to play on the table, so I guess he's ready to run it, and pretty interesting turn.
How do you brick that? 8-10 Jack heart.
Scary 10.
Yeah, finds the double.
There's the is that an elimination too, I believe? I think it is. He's taking a photo of how he's gone from the tournament. This is the day 2 of the absolute prestige cars grind, and there is your current chip stacks. If you do have any questions, guys, we've got a chat running here. Feel free to say hello to Lachlan Crilly or any questions. We're here to read it out, and Lockie's here for 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, about an hour before I jump back in the vault, try and spin up a stack. So yeah, feel free to jump in the chat, ask us some questions, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Yeah, Lockie's already got a bag in the main. The vault. Have you seen the bracelet?
I have not seen the bracelet yet, but I'm sure it's pretty unreal.
Oh, it's unreal. It's fully encrusted. Nick Trakakis made it. It's full of diamonds and rubies, and says APTs. It's probably, in my opinion, the most prestigious prize in all of poker. It would look fantastic.
Well, the advertising on that event has been relentless, and it's been really good. So I'm not surprised that he's found something really nice and prestigious for the event. So it'd be a cool one to win.
So the last time we caught up,
I'll still swap 10.
I think we were just at our local in Brizzy.
Probably were.
Yeah, and you bought
How many big blinds
for
is
a
that?
game of poker. He doesn't go. He goes all right, doesn't he?
He does go
Yeah,
all right. He definitely loves the game.
I got 20 bigs
he tunes
as well.
into all the streams, whether I'm playing or not.
Yeah.
And he started, sending me some hand histories, and he's getting pretty good.
I'm guaranteed cash from Yeater as well.
School with old man. Did he teach you how to play poker to begin with, or has the roles reversed now?
Well, it's pretty interesting. When I was young, we grew up playing cards and board games, and he taught us how to play 5 just like 5-card stud kind of thing, and like double draw and stuff like that. And then we were just playing that, and then when I hit about 15, I saw, you know, Texas Hold'em online. I thought it was on TV, and I thought it was pretty cool. And then we started playing, and we transitioned over that. And
we got an all-in here, Lockie, with the Ace Queen from the dealer button. Looks to be maybe in a squeeze. We got Trang with pocket threes and a decision on Sal.
Yeah, I think. So yeah, he's jammed for 22. It's very interesting because positional, you know, ace-10's close, but he does find the fold, which
big blind fold
seems correct.
Comes back to Trent. Pretty hard to make this call. It is for his.
Yeah, I don't think Trang can make the call here.
Yeah. Pretty standard of all standard squeezes, and he gets the chips into his stack.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows he's either going to be dominated or very well.
Unless you can squeeze
or flipping at best, and most likely dominance.
Brian Chan has just come into the chat, Lockie. He says, I love you, Lachlan Crilly.
Shout out to Brian, absolute legend.
There needs to be a way where you can watch the cards.
He's a very, very
from
good
the rail
man.
without being able to cheat. You should have to be. Put a helmet on.
Wish he was here down in Sydney as well,
and
playing cards.
You can
but I know
see
he's
the
busy
live screen, but you
building
can't
his
speak.
business.
Something like that. Yeah, it's just a pitch black helmet, soundproof, and you can see live hands.
We got Daniel talking about special.
It'd be pretty cool.
Helmet of seeing live hands. Well, it is like virtual reality poker or something. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Embo definitely loves the chat, but it's awesome to have him on the feature because he always makes tables very entertaining.
Yeah.
For sure. There's millions on the line. Like
any particular players out in the field, Lockie, that have the experience that perhaps you might admire a little bit?
Yeah, of course. We were actually just talking about this when I was playing the Vault before. Like, are there any players that you look up to, or you kind of fear at the table? But I think there's just so many good players that you just respect and you love to play against. And yeah, like a lot of the guys in the 10 and the 25Ks playing in those, they think about the game very, very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Embo's found the queens. Pretty nice spot.
Oh, 100% small blind. All the action in front. Call. We're probably gonna
the blues.
Get a nice 3-bet here.
I wouldn't be surprised if he 3-bet jams here, being 20 effective. And I mean, it's going to be a tough spot for when it folds back to the man with the ace-queen in the cutoff.
Yep, there it is, Lockie. You've absolutely nailed it. All in. The man in the cutoff.
Man with the wicked name.
Yeah, Stalianos.
Yeah, Stalianos. Absolute wicked name. Yeah, it's going to be a very tough spot here. When you flap the ace-queen, it's going to be hard to get away, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, look, if he makes this call, he's drawing to the 3 outs, Lockie, and it's not going to take him out of the tournament, but will hurt him.
Tell you what,
hope he's good enough to make the fold for everyone here at home, but we do like fireworks. Down to 2 tables.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he takes the ace-queen out. I think when he flats, he's not allowed to fold.
And he's called.
So we're going to see all 5 here.
Fold.
Love that Sal's coming in there with the Jack 7-0. He's come to play.
Yeah.
Not 11 again.
Surely not.
Not a bad flop here for Embo.
Oh, look, the Jack 7-0. Sal, where you going?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's the 3-outer on the river.
You just find a wild Barry on the river.
Yeah. And that's poker, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we've all heard that so many times. It's better to be lucky than it is to be good. And that chucks him up all the way up to the top
You've
of
got
the
a specialty in the 3-outer.
Yeah, it's a massive pot.
I've seen you the 3-outer.
It's a very good spot for a lot of chips deep in the tournament. But
I mean, it's a call.
yeah, nice. Always nice to win those ones when you're behind. So those ones are worth a bit of money.
Looks like we're in the bubble. 10 players remain.
Yeah, but
179.
when
Yeah.
when you flatter,
Pretty cool to
and
go
then he's
deep in one of
squeezing,
these.
then
There's a
you
lot of
can't-
money up
yeah.
top, and I'm sure they're all very excited.
So you've played lots of poker tours at the Australian Poker. You've done a lot of tours at the Australian Poker Tour. Do you have a specialty game that you prefer to play, or is there a tournament that really stands close to your heart?
It's fun up in the minor,
I'd probably say the main event.
Yeah.
You know, I've had a couple of deep runs in multiple main events, and that one's always good because you get such a vast variety of players playing in the main, and it's always very enjoyable.
Yes. Second place wasn't the
I
main for you.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of people.
There we go. There's two second place main eventers sitting right here in the commentary box right now. I just put that together.
Hijack Perth boys, no chance, you bet.
We have both tasted defeat.
Yes, we have.
That's all right.
Do you remember the hand that you went out on?
I do. It was a pretty sick one. I raised the A70. Sorry, he completed in the small, and I 3.5x the A70 from the big blind.
Yeah.
And he whacked 35 bigs. And usually, we could probably find a fold there, but I just had a feeling he didn't have it, so I called.
Yeah.
And he had the queen 7 against the A7, and he hit the queen, so
Yeah.
that was GG's.
GG. And
For
you-
all the chips.
Yeah, I think I remember you were on a good run that year. 2 check raise back to back. I think you went as well, main events, and then you're second into that. So
Yeah, it was a pretty good year. I had a few deep runs and some mains, which I was pretty lucky with, but yeah, not too bad. It's a pretty bad turn for Thang. Not a bad flop for Ryan though.
yeah, Connor Jules has just come into the commentator. Great guy, Connor. Does know how to play ace queen. He thinks you're smooth. Got the voice of a commentator.
Thank you, Connor.
Yeah.
Good that you're tuning in, bro. Yeah, well played by Ryan. He knows that the ace is going to hit Thang's range. Checked it over.
He's open-ended too.
Just absolutely flops the joint. What a dream.
And look out, he's coming over the top.
Yeah, this is a pretty uncomfortable spot here.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about there for Thang. He's got kicker problems, and he's got to miss every draw on the board. Other than
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones
even
where
questionable if a diamond comes down.
I think it's one of those ones where, although he's hit top pair, it's one of those ones to keep your, your range protected, your check back range, your double checks on the turn. But he's gone for a bet, and now he's opened himself up.
Yeah, Ryan's got there. How do you get the best value here, Lockie?
Well, the SBR is just over 1 stack to pot ratio, so I wouldn't be surprised if he went for all of it. We'll see if he goes milky, but I think, especially with diamonds bricking, some draws, he might go for all of it. Like if he has a hand like King 9 suited, he'd probably jam, put an ace-X in a tough spot, so I think he might go for all of it.
Yeah. So for those at home who don't know how SDO works, the stack to pot ratio, could you give a little explanation?
Yeah, so it's just to do with how deep their stack sizes are and the size of the pot. So we could see that Thang's stack depth was 635.
Yep.
And I think there was 580 in the pot. So the stack to pot ratio was like 1.2 to 1.
Yeah, right.
So if it's 600 to 600, the stack to pot ratio is 1. So yeah, this is a pretty uncomfortable spot. Well played by Ryan so far.
That's a little bit of learning there for myself. I feel like I've always done that. I've just never known the fancy name of it being called SDO.
Yeah, there are a lot of terms in poker that are even new school terms that are coming in more and more.
Yeah.
That we know the concepts, we just don't have a name to it. So, yeah, SPR.
SBR.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan's definitely very capable of bluffing in this spot. A very tricky player, plays very well, so it's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, Ryan has moved all in,
You definitely have better hands to call here than the ace-4-0, but we'll see what he does.
Under the gun's about to do his thing. Dad jokes for days. Josh Barry's come into the comments as well. Crilly the man, well done yesterday, bruv.
Thank you, bro. I really appreciate it. Josh is a good man. Right in the local scene.
He is. Funny guy too, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always enjoyable having him around and on the table too.
Yeah. I think he's one of those guys who gets funnier the more drinks he has.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that one's pretty polar there. It can go both ways. Either they're hilarious or you don't want to be around them, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm unsure what Fang's going to do here. It's a pretty uncomfortable spot.
Yeah. It's those kicker problems. But this is the game of poker, and in my opinion, it's not about the pots you win. It's about the folds you can make that really stands out how good of a player you are. So well done there to Thang. He's laid that down. He has got kicker problems, and so much that can catch up to him.
Yeah, nicely done. It's not always easy folding top pair. It's hard to make a pair and hold them, so yep, he pushes on.
Show 8 of diamonds one time.
Yeah, Mirad thinks that he's tanking for 10 minutes with a smile and an obvious fold. Has nothing to do with making a decision. It's just being on cam and letting you at home know.
Well, it is always enjoyable getting camera time.
Yeah.
So you got to enjoy while you're up there.
So, does it affect you? You're like when you step on stage and you're playing under the lights. Does it? I guess to begin with, you're like,
I think
here I am.
I think at the start.
But then you kind of fade away.
I think. Not even that. I think it's more the more experience and the more times you're on camera, the more you get comfortable with it. You got to learn as well that everyone thinks about the game differently. We can be concerned of what other players think or what other better players think, and you just got to be comfortable in your own game. And you're going to make mistakes, and people are going to think about hands differently. But you just got to be confident in your own game.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people don't like to mix it up as a little bit loosely as they would because whole cards are shown.
Absolutely.
And some people really care about their reputation and they want to be seen as playing disciplined poker. But sometimes, yeah, you got to mix it up.
Yeah, it can definitely go both ways. I've seen it before. People want to come on stream and show the big bluff or make the big hero call, but just got to try and play as solid as you can.
Yeah. I do see in some particular tournaments, Mirad, that stream tables do run a clock because they want to keep the action.
Yeah, that's definitely something that's coming more and more into the game is shot clocks and time banks. So it's definitely an interesting conversation, that one. Something we see more on online, you get a time bank, whereas live it's a bit more purist. You get a lot of time to stare someone in the eyes. So yeah, very interesting. People have different opinions.
I like this point in the structure too, Lockie, when you get down to two tables. If you're anywhere to a mid to a little bit of an upper stack, I really like to open the floodgates and play a little bit more aggressive because, some people, it's like the bubble, right? Like, some people lock down.
Absolutely.
It's a really good place to make a lot of chips.
Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing, right? At the start of the tournament, people want to see hands, they want to see flops, they've paid their buy-in, they're ready to see cards, but, the deeper you get into the tournament, the more, money's involved, and, people can freeze up with that.
Goes check, check, and it lets the guy with the awesome name, Stylianos.
Sorry if we're butchering your name, Stylianos,
Yeah.
but it's a wicked name.
Yeah.
He'll take it down against the 210s.
Yeah, he got let in the door there, and the chip leader continues to lead.
10 second turn. This Queen took it.
So, any plans one day to go international, Lockie?
Well, funny you say that. So I'm selling my business at the end of the year, and we'll be traveling with some mates around the Asia circuit.
Yep.
Which will be pretty cool. We're heading over to Cambodia and Malaysia, and might be doing Philippines later in the year. So have a taste of the Asian circuit, which I know a lot of some of the Australian boys have done over this year, and it looks pretty fun.
Yeah,
it's a good series.
Yeah, it seems like they are the closest on the international circuit for us, I guess.
Yep.
There used to be a game on the French island just outside of Queensland. What's that called?
New Caledonia.
That's it, New Caledonia. Not sure after COVID that there's much poker there anymore. Have you met my mate Jack Ramsden at the moment?
I have.
Yeah,
he's a very good bloke. Had the pleasure of playing with him for a couple of days in the Goliath. We went deep together, and
he's based in the Manila, and he's won the APT main event.
It's unreal. Very good bloke. Very good bloke.
I'm sure you guys will meet up with him over in that part of the world.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him over there. He was talking about Vegas and talking about Asia as well.
Yeah.
So Min's found just over 3x with the 2 queens. Very nice to look down at a hand that strong.
I'm not entirely sure what Sadea has tried to say in the chat there, but my only assumption is perhaps she's face planted the keyboard.
Yeah, I don't have anything for that one.
Or it was an accident.
So Sal's limp called the King 4 suited, found top pair, and at this stage he's going to find himself a little bit in trouble.
Yeah, against the queens. Queens are going to feel good here. Aces, 3 aces and 4 5s.
A bit too big.
So he's found a lead.
I thought it was 3. Yeah. I was hoping he had ace jack. Ace jack had the call.
And then we see a shove.
Yeah, looks like he's, yeah, he might have led all in here, and I think...
Is that king, the King 4 is shoved.
And I think if I'm in here, you're licking your lips. You're liking that. This is just a bit of posturing, in my opinion, and he'll probably put his chips in as well.
Yeah, I'm snapping that straight off, and hope to God we don't see a 4 or a king, and we get a final table. But there is...
looks like he's...
risky defensive shove.
And it looks like he's put it in them in. And we're going to see all 5.
Yeah.
Looks like Sal's got there.
I feel it.
He's found the running hearts.
Oh, he has too.
That's a pretty brutal way for him in.
The back door.
Yeah, he's pretty disappointed.
Yeah.
But that's the game. We all cop some of those.
Yeah, I think I'm taking the queens there, pretty.
Yeah, I would have taken the queens in that spot too, but you know, that's why we play the game.
Yeah, and you got to feel happy there. That is the final table from, I think, that has eliminated him.
Yeah.
So you're C5.
Alrighty, I'm going to cross over to...
So you're going to be seat 9 and you are...
I'm just going to have a look at the action.
So if you come to 7, that's the easiest move so far.
And if you guys got any more questions for Crilly before we do go to the final table here, feel free to fire it in the chat. I'd love to see those questions come through.
Yeah, so I'll move this one.
First time going overseas, Lockie, now that you've got all that planned?
Not first time. I was actually over in America early in the year for a holiday. First time for poker, definitely. But yeah, been overseas a couple of times.
And have you played poker in America?
Yeah, so I was in Vegas for about a week. It was pretty cool. Was playing in the cash games over there, over in Vegas, and tell you what, they definitely play differently, but it's very enjoyable.
Yep. So I'm going to flick back to us here, Lockie, because earlier on in the week we had our reporter Lucy.
Yep.
Report on you and Liam, and she's done some fantastic commentating and around the scenes with all the stars and specialties and all that sort of stuff. And she's done a bit of a report with you. So we're going to show everybody at home before we go on a break, because I believe they're going to have 15 minutes and a final table, which we could bring you back down to some images and photos with the production team that I got out the back, because why not? We have the ability to do that here at the Australian Poker Tour. But yeah, stay tuned. And here we go, Lockie. This is Liam Juhu, Lachlan Crilly, and Lucy crossing live.
Joined here by Lockie Crilly and Liam Jehu, respectively 3rd and 7th in the Goliath event that is still running now, heads up. Firstly, Liam, congrats coming 7th. How did you find that final table? It's obviously quite difficult. We were just talking before of the standard. It's really awesome on that table. So how did you find it?
Yeah, it was actually probably one of the toughest final tables that I've seen in these sort of live Aussie circuit sort of FTs. Usually you get probably a little bit more recreational sort of players or fun players, as we say. So obviously having some really good pros like Lockie and Jared was quite difficult. At the end of the day, obviously card distribution is the most important thing. So it just wasn't my day, but nonetheless, still, we'll take the result every day. So
you obviously had a really good result though. Earlier, you won the Monster Freeze, and I just had you also in the commentary box with me just then.
Yeah.
And we commentated the last 5 or 6 players there, and so you got to commentate with your good mate Lockie. How'd you find that experience?
Yeah, it was fun. Obviously, it's so cool seeing really good players battle, and obviously seeing the whole cards is just so entertaining because you're always thinking about the next move and any sort of analytical sort of, I guess, stuff that I can sort of give to everyone or, express my thoughts and opinions. I'll, happy to do that. And yeah, it was great. Obviously supporting Lockie on the FT and seeing him do really well. It's been we were talking about it before. It's been a long time coming for Lockie, especially just to have a really big result in a big tournament because we've both done really well in the sort of 500 to 800 sort of region, and then getting to watch Lockie have his breakout sort of score in a 2.5K tournament is obviously really cool to see, and being first hand there as well was great. So
really nice words from you there, Liam, and of course you both are good mates like I touched on earlier, and you swapped action in this one, so you would have been really happy to see Lockie do so well. Lockie coming in at 3rd place, how did you find the final table experience there, and can you tell us a little bit about how you played the last few hands there?
Yeah, it was a pretty awesome experience. Obviously going deep in the tournament with a close mate, and we had another mate who was final 2 tables as well. But yeah, like Liam was saying, the level was very good. It was very strong. Good thinking players who've been doing well on the circuit like Jared, and young up and coming players like JP who just foot to the floor, balls to the floor.
Yeah,
but I think the level was very, very good. And the final few hands, it was good to get a double, which put me back in the game. Just feeling confident. Those 2 guys are very good mates and very good people. So, I knew it was going to be tough against both of them. But yeah, it would have been nice to win the flip. It puts you chip lead for obviously a lot of money, but you can never be upset with a score like this. You just kind of go into the next one.
That's it. Look, an amazing result nonetheless. I think you pocketed nearly 50K, which you'll be sharing with Liam, of course. Are you going to be entering, lastly, are you going to be entering any other events here at the APT National Champs? Yeah, so Liam and I are here for the rest of the week, so we're trying to play as much as we can. We just got a ticket into the vault, so no rest. straight back into it, and I'm
falling asleep at the table, but I'm going to be in there as well.
We've got a couple of Red Bulls. So
I thought you said you weren't going to enter anything else.
No, you're straight back in.
Has to be done. I got my arm twisted to get straight back into it. it's the tournament's literally called the grind, right? So it's about grinding it out. Like the series is only a week long. You just got to push through and play as many tournaments as you can to try and have as many deep runs as possible. So.
And of course, you both are such good players, professionals here in Australia. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it.
This house party is crazy. My crew is hella wavy. Yo, flip the cup, then say what's up, then slide out with your lady. No ifs or buts about it. My style is technotronic. Got grips and models, so spin the bottle, girl. I'm just getting started. Get up, get up, pump the volume, you feel the bass. Get up, get up, get up. Turn me on and let me do my thing. Get up, get up, get up. We in the house and we here to stay. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. We be raging round the clock. Feel that bass around the block. Feel that red cup to the top. Birthday shots. Doesn't matter who you are. Look around, we in the stars. Round the world, we party on. We go all night strong until we go. Pump the volume, you feel the bass. Turn me on and let me do my thing. We in the house and we here to stay. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. We ain't going home. It's 6 in the morning. This house is bumping. Grinding, get the fiction on. We ain't going home. Even when the lights come on. This house is bumping. Bang, it's still going.
guys. So there's no mobile phones while you're at the table. If you wish to use your phone, please hop up, just walk outside the cage area, and that's where you can use your phone. So don't watch the stream when you're at the table or on your phone. So if you want to use it, just hop up. Alrighty, so the button will start on seat 3. Good luck to you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Fold. Fold. Jack fold.
Is in the abyss, freeze out. Finish the hand you're on and take a 30-minute break. All players in the abyss, freeze out. Finish the hand you're on and take a 30-minute break, please.
Looks like we have an all-in situation here on the very first hand. Ace-Jack versus King-Jack. 2-5 Queen board. All flowers. Ace-Jack. Yes, looks like Ace-Jack gets there. Flushes up with the Jack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final table of the Absolute Prestige Cars Grind. I'm Aidan Glenn, and with me we still have Lachlan Crilly here for the call. Thanks for hanging around, Lockie.
My pleasure, Ado. It's good to be with you in the commentary booth.
Yep, no problem. We're going to shoot down to the action again. And Lockie, any particular player in the 9 that we have remaining that takes your fancy?
I think it's going to be hard to go past Ryan at the moment. He's a very good player, very experienced, got some good results, and yeah, he's very solid. So if I had to pick one player, I'd definitely pick Ryan Hong from here.
Ryan Hong from Sydney.
I wouldn't know where he. I'm not too sure where he's from, but yeah, if he was from Sydney, wouldn't be surprised. But I know he definitely knows how to play cards.
All right, going down to the action here.
Yeah, right.
Sal has pocket eights. Under the gun, raises to 80K. Thang puts those twos in the bin.
Yeah, I think that's very disciplined with ICM Dynamics.
Nikki Turner, I'm starting to see her more and more on feature tables. For the ladies of poker, well done to Nikki Turner making this grind final table.
Yeah, well done, Nikki. She had a very good run in the Goliath as well, and she's been getting some results recently too. She's been playing very well and been getting some good results.
Evan Cole, ace-jack off, he's shipped it, sailing it all into the middle with ace-jack off from the hijack.
Yeah, just sub 15. I think Sal's going to make the call here. It's definitely a close one. But there are a couple of hands, maybe. He might take sevens here. Evan, if he's taking the ace-jack O, he might be taking sevens. So I think Sal might make the call, but I wouldn't blame him for making the fold either. It's very close.
So, he has made the call, the pocket eights.
Yeah, we do know that Sal likes to get in the mixer. He likes to play hands, and yeah, we're going to see all five.
In the blender. All right, let's see if these eights can hold. So far, so good. Gut shot there for the ace-jack. And a redraw. Eights get there.
And eights will take it down. GG, Evan. Very nice run.
As that went on, he kept getting more and more outs.
Yeah, I don't love too many good cards, too many pocket shots. Money back. Too many.
Not a bad payday.
Money back, yeah. I'll lose the ace-jack. You can't.
It's a probability.
So the payouts, Lockie, 58K is not a bad payday for first place.
Yeah, that is a lot of bands, as they say, a lot of cheese. Definitely a very nice score.
All right,
if you are the last one standing.
Yeah, so how do you walk around with all that money?
Straight in the bank, brother. Not around Bankstown.
Wire me up. Yeah.
Not around Bankstown. There's no cash here.
You remind me of Chopper Reed. Cash? What cash? No cash here.
Absolutely not. Straight in the players' accounts.
Second place, 38,750. Third place, 26K. Neat. Fourth is 19,145. Fifth is 14,400. Sixth is 11,400. Seventh is 8,800. Eighth is 7,100. And ninth is 5,800. Yeah, welcome to Mike Maddox in the comments as well, barracking for Nikki Turner. Bring it home. I agree with Maddox. She's very strong.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see Nikki get up. She plays very well and she's very lovely too, so pretty good spot.
Is she one of your students, Mikey? Or would you love to have her on the books? Like.
Check. King high. No go.
Looks like the pair of tens will take it down.
Yeah, pretty standard.
Yeah, wasn't sure if he'd try and get some value with the tens, pair of tens, but just checks it down, takes the safe route.
There. Look, Maddox Mindset's chimed in on the business page. One of my best students, he said.
Yeah, very good marketing from Mike.
Look at the switch. He's a quick man.
Straight over to business hat. But nah, Nikki's very lovely and obviously doing great things with her. She's getting a lot of great results, Mike, so well done.
Yeah. Vivian Van Wyk says, don't know what's better, Krilly's poker abilities or his commentary.
Stop it, Div. You're a good man.
Yeah, we want you on the table more than being here, mate, but you are a good commentator.
Thank you, Ado. It's a pleasure being in here with you.
Jackson Byrne, Cowboys, raises to 100K.
The king and the king. It's a pretty good hand.
Jackson Byrne wearing the hijack poker. As to my belief, these guys are out of Western Australia.
Yeah, it seems like it's an up-and-coming tour. It's growing a lot. I have a couple of mates that play over there, and they said there's definitely some good tournaments over there.
I would love to visit Western Australia. I'm yet to go there.
You've yet to be there? I've been to Perth and Fremantle. It's pretty nice. I recommend you get out there sometime, Ado.
Yeah. You know, they wanted to be a separate country at one point.
Really? I did not know that. Not really too
stay with us
well
here.
Studied with my...
Stay with us here. We love our sunburnt country. Stay is a big one. Ace 3-4. It is wet.
Yep.
The kings are in trouble here.
Sal just finds the ace.
Don't you hate it when you get pocket kings and the ace pops?
It just always comes, Ado.
Yeah.
Check. Pretty standard.
It's going to slow right down.
Very good of you, Mike. Yeah, he's referring to when I had my hair out in the APL Million.
Yeah. You have to read it because the people at home can't see the comment.
Yeah, so Mike says, Lachlan Crilly belongs in the booth, but I prefer the wreck Crilly look. He's referring to, he just finds the king on the river. Yeah, I think Sal's going to lose a couple of chips here.
I think so, and this could be absolute fireworks. Look, Sal's got a little bit of hope here. If he's scared of the flush draw, if he's scared of the straight, there's a lot of hands that can beat him with this ace-jack.
Yeah, I like.
But Jackson is very much so going to try and find value here, and he has with a 400K bet.
Yeah, I like the sizing here. You know that Sal likes to get involved in pots, doesn't like to fold, so pretty nice to size up here. We'll see what Sal can do.
Yeah. And this is poker, ladies and gentlemen. We love getting those one-outers on the river. It's one of those oh my god moments in poker, and highlight hand coming up.
Yeah, we'll see if Sal can make the laydown, but I don't think he'll be able to, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't blame him for calling either.
No, we never do, but let's give it up if those cards go in the middle. Folds are better than pots. And this is one of those moments. And it's also one of those moments where the player needs time to think about it, and you're going to give him every second in a spot like this.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to think about with other stack dynamics, and a lot of money involved as well, so I'm sure a few things are going through his mind at the moment.
He's looking at his stack.
Yep, just checking out the stack, seeing how much, if he does make the call, how it's going to dent his stack. But it looks like he's going to make the fold.
He's shown the ace-jack nice. And made the fold. I don't know if everyone at home can hear this, but I'm playing it.
Yeah, it's a very nice fold. Very, very nice fold. Especially when the flop goes check.
Yeah, round of applause there.
Yeah, we're all very curious as humans, so it's definitely hard to click the fold button. So well done. Very nice fold.
What do you mean? I have the auto fold click button clicked. That's how I run deep.
Yeah, I guess it can go both ways. It's pretty polar. Either we're scared of monsters under the bed, or we never click the fold button.
Yeah, I got a cool story for you, Lockie. I remember playing in the World Series of Poker online on GD at one point, and I think I was in like I can't remember the event, like event 11 or something like that. 550 buy-in, I satellite in, and I was in the top 10. I was top 10 chip stack.
Yep.
And the day 2 got postponed, and it was like some stupid start, like 3:30 in the morning or something like that. And I woke up the first day, find out it was postponed, went back to bed, lived my regular life, took the kids to school, and then the next week they did it, and I woke up, started playing, fell asleep at the computer and blinded out.
Oh no!
The whole tournament. I made 770 USD or something like that.
I think we've all been there, where it's you know, an early morning being on US times, and we've fallen asleep at our laptop, and we've cost ourselves a bit of money, but you know, we've all been there.
Yeah.
I definitely have.
Yeah, I remember waking up and I just felt like, no, what have I done?
5 a.m. sessions on the PLO6 double ball bomb pots. That'll put you to sleep.
Seven King 5, spades up, top pair for Ryan.
Yep, so Ryan's going to open here the King 4 suited, and Sal's going to flap a button. Yeah, I like this. I really like this check by Ryan, just protecting his checking back range. His checking range, sorry. He knows he's going to be dominated at a frequency, and it's not a 3-street hand, so... Yep, I really like this play by Ryan. Yeah, very well played.
Yeah, Divian Van Wyk says, Nicky's about to turn on the washing machine. I can feel it. Spin cycle.
Yeah, shout out to Nikki. Hopefully she can put on the spin cycle.
Yeah. Nikki's got some backers in the comments. Fire in the chat for Nikki. Great stuff. River Maney says, go Wacko, my favorite freckly ranger. I believe everybody needs to have a ranger in their life. They're great people.
Absolutely. I've got a Ben Turner in my life. He's my ranger in my life. We all need one.
Probably not a bad bloke to have as well.
He goes all right.
He's got some skills, Ben Turner. Ryan Hong, King, Queen, offsuit.
You'll probably see Ryan open here. Yeah, but I've definitely played with John before. He definitely likes getting in the mix.
Yeah, re-raising from the looks of it in the hijack. 235k, little suited connector. Let's hope nobody wakes up here.
I mean, it's going to be hard with the sizing to get a lot of folds because he's basically min-raised here. So a lot of the range has to call, but also John covers Ryan, which will have some sort of dynamics. Usually you want to pick some hands. We'll see what Ryan does here. I think maybe all the options are on the table. Maybe not fold to this sizing, but it's definitely one you can definitely put in your 4-betting range. Yeah, expect to see the call, and yeah, we're going to see a flop. So we see the 8-3 deuce, 2 spades, 1 club. Not a bad flop here for John.
Okay.
Yep, definitely got the draws there, Lockie.
Yeah, I'd expect John to see bet here. He's definitely got the range advantage here.
Totally agree. If you're coming in with 7-6 offsuit in the hijack, you've got to see bet refire. Great question, Cameron. Chip denominations. The orange chip is 5k, the blue chip is 25k, and the pink chip is 100k.
Yeah, I definitely like the difference in color. It's very easy to determine which chip is what. Some of the sets can be a little tricky at times with certain colors looking the same, but this one is, you can definitely tell. So yeah, we see the check fold by Ryan. No backdoors, even though it's the 2 overs. I do like the size up there by John as well, just to deny some equity and some overs. being the chip leader, he's definitely going to try and put the pressure on, as we saw.
6 folds. 6, 7 folds. 8 folds.
Wow, Nikki just finds the ace in the ace 8-0.
Yeah, let's go in the chat. Nikki's got bullets, ladies and gentlemen.
No better feeling than looking down at aces on the button.
On the button. 100K, Nikki says, and I like that sizing.
Yeah, very nice here by Nikki.
Just the mean click.
Yeah, just a bit of a shame. No one wakes up with anything there for Nikki, but always nice to look at the American Airlines, as Div said in the chat.
I like that.
The American Airlines slick.
Yeah.
Definitely let us know who you're rooting for in the chat, who you're supporting today on the final table.
7 folds. 8 folds.
All right, Thang finds the King 9 suited in the hijack. Looks like he's going to open on 20 bigs. And Nikki finds the Ace Queen suited here. Yep, she's just sub 20. I'd expect Nikki to... Oh, I expected her to jam, but she's going to play a flat.
She's waking up with some hands. Time to go on a heater, Nikki.
Looks like Jackson might have some devious intentions here, looking at some stack depths. Yeah, I thought so. That did not look like a folding face 8-0.
No.
And he's going to walk into it here.
Good read, Lockie.
I expect Thang to fold, and I expect Nikki to probably wager all her chips.
Guy wearing the red tie to win. I hope he's referring to the dealer. Nice call, Jamie, in the comments.
Yeah, so Nikki...
Rip City from Nikki.
Yeah, as expected, Nikki all in. Jackson's weighing up his options, but just getting a count, thinking it through, but I'd probably expect him to fold here. Yeah, Nikki would take down a really nice pot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Lachlan Crilly in the commentary box. Lockie, would you be more than happy to hang another 20 minutes with us?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. And everyone at home has been loving the call here with us here at the final table on the grind. We do have another special guest coming in. The second place runner, Didier Aguirre from the 25K challenge is coming on, and he's going to do some live commentary with us as well. Mate, one of these high caliber players in Australia is it's going to be amazing to sit down to be able to pick his brain and just see how it all goes for players of that caliber. Great guy as well, and couldn't meet a nicer person, Lockie.
Yeah, Didier thinks about the game very well. Very, very, very smart guy, and plays extremely well. It was good to see him do well in the 25K, him and Yeeta. Yep, so Ryan's going to complete here. I expect him to play a pretty passive line against going into the chip leader. He's going to be flatting a lot. John now flops him here. Finds the 10. This is a pretty good range for John, so I expect him to bet.
Yeah, and Ryan's got a decent floating hand here if he gets the right price. 75k.
Yeah, I mean,
not so much. Not this time.
If he has the backdoor diamonds, because he's offsuit, it's kind of hard to continue on this board, especially in the chip leader. If you get barreled off, you can't do much. But if you had the 2 diamonds, you might have continued.
Yeah, more outs with the diamonds, only 6 outs with the 2 there. Perhaps you're right, and well, 100% Lock and Cooler is like, right. That's why he's come 3rd place in the Goliath, and I'm just chilling here watching TV. 6-2 for Thang.
And straight into the muck.
Nicky Turner.
Interesting to see what Ryan does here. He is got the chip leader to his direct left. I would have expected him to fold, but obviously he's taking the open. I think Sour will defend this one. Playing about 30 bigs effective.
Okay. 8 calls.
Five, Jack, 6. Couple of the ladies' best friends named Diamonds on the flop.
Yeah, Ryan's just going to continue small. I definitely think you can also check this one back, having middle pair, but he's gone with a small bet. Expect Ryan to probably check this one back.
He does.
We'll see what Sour does here. He thinks his 5's good. Take his showdown.
A lot of junk versus junk.
Yeah, it's going to go check here. And Ryan's going to take it down. Nice small pot for Ryan. When you're, a middling stack, those small pots are very important. So he'll like taking that one down.
Yeah, every small pot that you take in is so important and crucial to building stacks of high society. It's the little ones that count on consistent basis, and it's smart poker too.
Absolutely. Bit of love in the chat for Wacko Jacko. Declan there. Wacko Jacko all day, baby. Loving the support, Declan. So Sal's going to complete here with the Jack 7 of diamonds. And Thang's going to check back. Definitely some boards that we could see the tangling and coming together. Probably not that one though. Pretty nice flop for Thang.
Yeah, do your thing. It's a set of 10s.
Just the triples. Oh, this turn's gonna get Sour in trouble here.
Yeah, nice lead though from Thang.
Yeah,
Not
so
really knowing that he has caught anything there, but there is a flush draw. Now Sal's gone 2-pair with the jacks and sevens.
The Sal's checked here. I don't see him getting away from this one, but we'll see what sizing Thang makes it.
Yeah, I'd like to see
Very small. I think this is just going to get snapped off.
75 value bet.
Very, very milky.
But he gets everything. He's got every street. It's
yeah,
it's a good play.
Probably could have sized up a little bit more on that river.
You think he could go more? Yeah.
I think so, especially having the 8 of hearts. It's pretty nice blocking some backdoor flush draws, backdoor straights.
Very cheap, have to call. Sorry?
But
Very
making it cheap,
have to call.
giving it a good price for your opponent to call.
All right, why? Let's go Wacko Jacko. What do they call him, Wacko Jacko?
I have no idea. I've never played with Wacko Jacko before, but there's a lot of love for him.
Yeah, Bazza, let us know in the comments if you're the second person with Declan calling him Wacko Jacko.
Would absolutely love to know where the nickname Wacko Jacko comes from. If it's poker related or something else.
Yeah.
More love for Wacko Jacko in the chat from Cameron.
Has to be Jackson Byrne, right? Western Australians are coming in with force.
Yeah, looks like a raising face here from John. Looks like he's going to open the 7-8. A bit more freedom when you're chip leader to start opening a bit more hands, put some pressure on.
All players in the Abyss freeze out, please come and start taking your seats.
Wacko Jacko equals sexy boy.
He's going to love the love in the chat he's getting when he watches this back later tonight.
Yeah.
Looks like John's starting to creep away. He's got 2 times second, which is a pretty nice spot to be on an FT.
Got Michael Jackson stuck in my head now.
Yep, probably expect John to open this one. We're going to continue with the 2.2x, 110.
All players in the Abyss freeze out. Your blinds are 5,000, 10,000. 5,000, 10,000 with the 10,000 big blind.
Joined here by Lockie Crilly and Liam Jehu.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Transitioning back into the action.
Yep, expect Jackson to defend this one, and we're going to see a flop. Yeah, very nice flop here for John.
Yeah, Jack instant checks away his lead. Back to John. Free card.
Snap checks it back.
Gut shot there for Jackson.
Yeah, we'll see what Jackson does here. He's
We got John creating a trap. Hopefully, let's see if that check back works well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jackson's going to lead this one, or he might even check raise. Yeah, it's definitely a good card for his range. And he's going to lead. It's a pretty nice hand to do it with.
What didn't take long for John to be able to come in and make that call.
No,
it looks like he's raised.
Looks like he's snap put in the 300,000, and that'll be the end of the hand.
Yep. Check raise.
Yep, raking in another pot. The rich are getting richer at the moment, 8-0.
Yeah. Certainly are, mate. Certainly are. So, Lockie, this event is sponsored by the Absolute Prestige cars. You ever seen any of those beautiful cars that Nuno brings down to the events?
Yeah, I have seen a couple down in Brisbane. He's always got a display centre of some really nice cars that he has on display, and yeah, I know he does a really good job with it, and we're very, very privileged that he's sponsoring this event again.
Yeah. So Ryan, under the gun, opens up with a min click with Jack 10 off to 100k.
Am I going to see you driving one of those prestige cars anytime soon, Ado?
Yeah, look, you know, I'm going to have a chat with Nuno. Shouldn't be a problem, mate. Mate, I need a daily driver.
Those sort of mates rates on the cards.
Okay, all players in the middle lane.
So Ryan's top pair here.
Yeah, it's a good defensive board here for Ryan under the gun.
Please make your way back to
Just to see what he does. He might check this one back.
He has.
Yeah, just to protect his checking range again. Doesn't want to get bloated off. Doesn't want to bloat the pot, and he doesn't want to get raised off. Nice hand.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where his opening range isn't going to connect a ton with this board, and you want to protect your checking back range with some top pairs, and usually the weaker ones that can't do 3 streets of value. So definitely like this play by Ryan with the delay C-bet. And Stylianos is going to make the call. Oh, he's just going to drill it. This is pretty sick because Ryan's just ripped it straight as well.
Yeah.
He might just get snapped off. Yeah, well played by Ryan. Going to lose minimum.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic lesson of why you would check the top pair. In my mind, I probably would have played that a little bit defensively and found myself slowing down on the turn, but in this case, he's gone 2 streets to run a straight and gets paid for it quite well.
Yeah, well done by Ryan on the river, just snapping off the river, knowing that Stylianos is going to be defending a lot of suited combos, so he doesn't want to raise and then get 3-bet all in because he knows he won't have the best hand. Yeah, well played by Ryan, losing minimum. John's going to open the 9-6 suited under the gun here. You definitely have this freedom when you're chip leader to open up a few more hands. Nicky's looking interested, but it's kind of uncomfortable. I like the fold here. See if Ryan defends the 10-5 suited. And yeah. Don't blame him for folding here. Maybe a couple of pips high he might defend with the 10-7. He's got the ace-6 of clubs here. He's got about 30 bigs. Just going to open. So John's going to defend the ace-5 here and outflop Nicky with bottom pair. Looks like he's leading, which is pretty unconventional. Leading very small. We'll see what Nicky does here. Probably a bit surprised to see a lead on this sort of board texture. Does have backdoor straight, backdoor flush, and an over. These sort of ones would confuse me as well, Nicky. And she'll just fold.
Alrighty, Lockie, let's make this one an action hand, my man. Jackson with pocket 2s in the hijack. Interesting spot for a little baby pair.
Usually this is a sort of hand you want to fold from this position just because you're raising in, you know, into covering stacks and it doesn't play too well post flop, but he's gone with the open.
Yeah.
And Stylianos will flap the 2 9s.
And just for everybody at home, I want to see a board like 298 right now.
Well, we'll see what Ryan decides to do here if he decides to flat as well. He's playing about 25 bigs. He'll flat as well. Well, there's one 2 dead 8-0, so.
Yeah, that's.
Well, Sal will come along as well. So we're going 4-way to a flop.
1 out for Jackson. 9s and 8s.
There are some flops, and
8s set up.
That is a flop. We've got an overpair for Stylianos, we've got a set for Ryan, and we've got an open ender for Sal.
Sal is still in it.
Wow.
I see a bit of action happening here, but it has gone check, check. 9s have overs, 8s are.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a few fireworks here, 8-0.
Do you think Ryan repops here with everything out on that board, or he flats, maybe looking to get stronger with the house?
It's very interesting because you've got such a good hand, but you're also multi-way.
Yeah.
So I'd actually, and his stack depth is very uncomfortable as well. He's not so deep. I think he's doing a bit of posturing. I wouldn't be surprised to see him raise. You're going to have the best hand a lot here, but also you're multi-way, so you can definitely get called by worse. And when Stylianos leads, yeah, flat makes sense as well. Flat makes sense as well. When Stylianos leads into 3 people, I think he's showing strength, but also Ryan knows that he's got the board locked a lot, and he's definitely got it locked now.
Quad City.
Yeah.
Stylianos in trouble with top 2 going against quads.
It's pretty sick here,
It's
8-0, because
it's just about damage control now.
it's pretty sick here, 8-0, because Stylianos still has outs. And out.
He does. I didn't even see the straight flush draw.
He doesn't realize how much trouble he's in. And I definitely expect with the board locked, Ryan's just
350,000.
He's just gonna flat.
We did ask for an action hand, Lockie. Look what we've got.
You've definitely called this one in, 8-0.
6 of clubs, mate. Is it coming?
Yeah. If Ryan cops the 6 of clubs, yeah, that's going straight into every group chat he's in.
Yeah, and the current bad beat jackpot here at the APT is 0. So.
Yeah.
But it will be exciting.
Yeah, just a bit of posturing here by Ryan. I think he knows he's up against a decent hand.
Very lucky. Very lucky.
Yeah.
He knows he's up against a decent hand. You want to keep his bluffs in if he does have some, and he's got the board locked, so I expect him to flat. Yeah, putting some sauce on it, double checking the cards.
Big hand.
Now there's only one card in the deck for Stylianos.
Yeah, it is. Brick City. Unlucky. Would have been nice, though. But damage control still on for Stylianos.
Yeah, we'll see what he does here.
Look, Ryan's all in. He has to be, but will Stylianos
it'll be interesting
force
to
him
see.
in?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Stylianos puts him in.
Oh, that one,
Yeah, Snap City.
And
for
looks
Ryan.
like he does. And
Yeah.
Ryan's gonna get the
Yeah,
double.
he's like, oh, yeah, yep.
Nice hand.
Paid that man his money.
Yeah.
450.
So yeah, that's a good double for Ryan. Puts him back in the game. Gives him 50 bigs now, which is a lot to play with.
Yeah, 450. 450.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as Ryan Hong doubles up there, Lachlan, thank you so much for spending some time in the box. I don't know, are you still going out there to play the vault and you're going to get a bag?
I'm just about to jump in now. Hopefully we can spin up a stack to play day 2 tomorrow and see how we go.
Well, the reads are fresh. We love having you on the commentary. If you ever want to come back and have another one with me, feel free to reach out because we got a few more days here.
Absolute privilege, Ado.
I just hope I don't see you here because I'd rather be commentating you on the table rather than talking to you.
If I am here, though, it's always a pleasure being here with you, Ado.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the newest upcoming guns of the poker industry, Lachlan Crilly. Thank you for having us. We're going to go back down to the table soon. I do have a new guest coming on board. He is the second place runner in the 25K, Lord Didier Gurian. Soon we'll be having him in the box for the remainder of this final table, and that's going to be one to look out for. So jumping back to the table, again, thanks for having Lockie in the box.
Thank you.
14,000 big blind ante. That's the players as he freeze out. Your blinds are up, please. 7,000, 14,000, 14,000 big blind ante. Thank you.
7 calls.
Equal.
12. 8 call. 1 checks. Players. Check. 1 check. Bets 60,000 60. 8 4. One call. 3 players. That one. Okay. 8 check. 1 check. Seven bets. 155,000. 155. 8 faults.
Simon. Quýnh với thằng này cái bên đó.
Players in the vault, flight F, start making way to the table. This is your 2-minute call. That's all poker players in the vault, flight F.
One call.
Start making way back to the tables, please.
What's up? One check. Seven bets, 400,000. 4-0. One calls.
2 pair.
24, 2 pair.
King queen. King queen only. Maximum king queen. Send me to bed before.
Je m'appelle Aidan Glenn Didier.
Ah, bonjour mon ami, c'est très bien.
Yeah, exactly. That's about as much as I know. At this point, I just start making French sounds. Mate, welcome to the commentary team.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic coming in.
Yeah, it's great to be here. This is a nice setup.
Thank you, my man. Thank you. We've worked hard here, and we're currently got the Goliath on stream, and I'm sitting here with the second place getter of the 25K Lord tournament. What a feeling, mate.
Oh, yeah, dude, honestly, best day of my life.
Yeah.
Obviously, most people know by now that Yida and I did a deal heads up for ICM, and I'm so happy for him to take home the title, and I think he's equally happy for me to take home the money.
Yes.
So I think it worked out for both parties, you know? I don't know if everyone saw the the deal we did, but I got 412K and he got 363K. So I was just elated to have the best day of my career, I guess you could say.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I was looking at your Hendon Mob, and prior to this winnings, you are at $500,000 in dollars. You've just doubled it.
Yeah.
You're nearly about to hit the millionaire club.
Because it's in USD. It's hard in this country, right?
know,
You know,
right?
AUD's not that good in the Hendon Mob.
It is in USD. Yeah. It is in USD.
Yeah,
so,
tough, man.
But Yida's a great opponent too, wasn't he?
Oh, honestly, I would never for a second say that I'm a better tournament player than Yida. He's the #1 GPI player from last year, so he's the reigning one.
Yeah.
And I think when we got heads up, he was like, well, you're a much better cash player than I am. And I was like, okay, so this kind of evens out a little bit. And we have so much respect for each other as poker players, like in our games, that we also kind of just looked at each other. And the first thing we said was like, oh, so you want to play till sunrise? And we were like, oh, we could play the 10K tomorrow. You know? So we both knew we were going to just limp every button and make it a really long tournament. But yeah, thank you so much for asking about it. It's just the best day of my life. I do want to talk about the players here because this is their day today. It's great to talk about that, obviously, but I know there's lots of people watching out here today who are going to be looking at their loved ones. I've just experienced it. It's a great moment, so let's get into the play-by-play and do it.
Let's cross on. I'd love to hear some of the way that you look at poker.
Absolutely, man.
So John coming in, he's up top with 5.3 million and all the way down. So we've got, I think, Jackson in seat 4. He's from Hijack Poker in Western Australia.
Interesting.
We've got one of the ladies that is also in the chat. They're calling Jackson Taxi Boy at the moment in the chat. The Western Australians are going nuts. So if you do look to the right, if anybody's got any questions for Didier while I've got him in the box, please feel free to shout out. We will talk about it online. But we're going to go hand by hand, play by play here.
Yeah, awesome. So I'm looking around at the players. I know Ryan Hong extremely well. Most of the other players I don't think I've played here before, so I'll be coming into this fresh with the audience. Oh wow, we've got an interesting hand here. John Camilleri opening the hijack with a 10-8 offsuit as the chip leader. This makes a lot more sense. He's trying to bully the table. So Salmoy has woken up with the second the kings. And you know what? I'm going to put a guess out to the 3 bets coming. Oh no, he's gone for the trap.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
flat.
Wow, what have I come into, Hayden? They're trapping the king's free. Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Let's go. How do I
let's-
pronounce his name? Sorry, I don't want to.
Let's have a. Well, to be honest with you, there's a few people on here that I've been struggling with.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Sal because
Yeah.
I think it's Sal Mai.
Yeah.
So I apologize in advance if I'm butchering that because I'm going to be saying it a lot.
Yeah.
John and Sal taking a flop. Oh no! The one thing you don't want to see when you trap with kings. And honestly, like I love the flat if everyone's at a really similar chip stack here.
Yeah.
He's playing. I'm surprised not to see the c-bet with 10-8. You really need to be going with on an SI board. I'm surprised that John is attacking the 10-8 pre and now just playing passively on this kind of board.
Yeah.
Sal's just playing it brilliantly, honestly, the whole way through. But I was just going to say, I really like the pre-flop flat if he is aware of how wide John is clearly opening. But yeah, there's no real problem in actually getting no value here post because it looks like a lot of the stacks are really similar. So we need to remember in tournaments that we're not making that much money when we just win like, an extra river bet here as opposed to just taking the chips and clearing. Yeah, look at that, 1.4 million, 1.1, 1.1, 1.5. So you really need to be aware of like all the other stacks on the table here. Everyone's super close, and John and to a lesser extent Ryan should be kind of just in bully mode. John should be particularly bullying Ryan as well, knowing Ryan's just waiting for all of them to bust. But it's more of a case of just like everyone needs to play really tight while that guy is on 350k. That's what, 5-6 bigs.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so it's more of a waiting game for Thang right now.
Yeah. Not many big blinds. I think it is 25-50k to my knowledge. What have we got there? Blue chip, 30k, 60k. So not many bigs left for Thang. He's really got to find a hand, but he's 3 spots away from hitting the blinds. He's probably looking for the best double up he possibly can get here. Great having you in here, Didier. You've brought a bunch of energy with you, so this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's go.
To be fair, I've had the last 2 days off in bed since the 25k.
Yeah. How have you slept?
Oh, terribly, man. I stayed up till like 9 in the morning, like the night afterwards, and like I had a night out with some of the guys, but I didn't drink too much. I just was on so much adrenaline from winning, and I was just subsequently being unable to sleep until dawn.
It's the best feeling.
Yeah. So a few people are joking because I didn't play the 10k. Oh, hit and run, dids.
Hit and run.
So this is an interesting one. Sal's opening the 6s. John Camilleri makes the call. John probably the only person with the stack depth right now to actually flat 5s. Most people would be wanting to fold this with how tight they need to play right now.
Yep.
Tang, he's moving in with ace jack. Seems pretty reasonable. Depends what he thinks of Sal's opening range. It's going to be pretty close. You wonder how much fold equity you're getting with the stack. Ace jack off is kind of like on the cusp. You'd be pretty cheering to have ace queen over here. Ace jack's like, need to have a slight read on the player's opening ranges here.
Yeah. Wow.
Pretty tough spot for Sal. He might end up folding. We'll see John call with a worse hand behind. Yeah, there you go. I can understand it, to be honest.
Just because of the depth of his stack, right? That's why he's making that fold there.
Well, it's more about just having one player left. When Sal opens, he doesn't have a great idea of the jam or the flatting range behind him, whereas John only has to look at the jam once Sal is folded. Sal could be looking at like 7s behind him just as easily as 5s. So
Okay.
I think, honestly, these hands I've seen Sal play, he's played perfect. And it is funny to compare to how you'd normally play a couple of these hands, like in a what we call a chip EV scenario, where there's no like pay jump ladderings when you're on like say day 1, for example. Like you'd probably say Sal's playing too tight, but on the final table you kind of have to adjust to the circumstances. You know, John needs to be the loosest here. Sal and the other similar stacks need to be playing pretty similarly. And we're going to see Tang double up there with the ace jack, which is important to note. And I don't think anyone's going to really be cheering inside for him because they all just missed the pay jump ladder. It's one of those things when you're the short stack. No one's really cheering for you to double up. They're like, oh, well done. But we can root for him very genuinely because we're here for the entertainment.
So do you have a big schedule coming up for yourself this year?
Look, I've been going really hard all year. I went to the WSOP for the full schedule in Vegas. I've been going hard, and we've got a lot on the calendar coming up just in Sydney.
Sydney, the whole month.
Yeah, the whole month. There's
Yeah.
things on, and then there's a WSOP again in the Gold Coast,
Yeah.
where we've already been like 3 times this year. And then I'm going to the WPT in December for sure in Vegas. I've got my flights for that. So just figuring what I'll do in the Australian schedule until then, really.
Yeah, and I guess in the Australian schedule, it's becoming pretty much the state of origin for New South Wales and Queensland upon hosting events. Jam-packed, just left, right, and centre.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a favourite?
On this final table? Of the tournaments coming up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or
I mean,
that you're looking forward to?
Look, I think if I was to list all the things on my schedule, it's finishing this APT. I think there's a 5K tomorrow.
Yeah,
then,
Extreme High Roller.
Yep, Poker Palace has a tournament on Sunday as well. That's their Australian Poker Open that kicks off in January. There's a lot of flights for that.
Just about to fire up.
Yeah,
Yep.
the Sydney Millions looks pretty interesting. I know that's their first series ever, and I know Natan's a great game runner, but I haven't played them myself personally, so that'll be
Natan's a
interesting.
great guy
Seems
with
like, yeah.
Kings Poker.
Yeah.
Yep.
So good on them for really building themselves up from a pub poker brand to a pretty reputable schedule. It looks really cool.
100%.
All credit to them.
Yeah.
I'm not missing anyone now, but I think it's WSOP after that. If I'm not missing one, there could be like a WPT league I'm missing or something.
Yeah.
But, we better go back to this hand.
100%.
So Jason's raised. Oh, sorry. Sal, I think opened under the gun with King 6 of Diamonds. Jason called the button with Ace Queen, and Ryan's jammed 8s from the big blind. Jeez. I mean, as he covers them, I guess it's less of a risk in terms of ICM, so he's going to have reads on how loose the opener is. But everything I've seen from Sal would make me want to suggest that I would probably flat 8 here a decent amount. I'd be sweating hard when
I'd
when
be
you
sitting
see
in Jackson's seat. I wouldn't like Ace Cream. I've got a friend in Queensland. He always gets his hand in and he struggles to play it. This is one of those situations. It looks good.
I think Jackson probably at this stack
Ryan's
depth
in front.
Yeah, I think Jackson initially though probably would have benefited from a fold jam. As tight as that sounds, it's just hard to really navigate this hand if you miss. And Ace Queen's a hand that really wants to see 5 cards a lot. So good on him for making the call once he did flat. I would have been pretty close to a jam initially, or just a fold even against Sal's range, but I would have been wrong and seen King 6 suited fold on the stream too.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck.
Always dicey. Let's get into the blender.
It's never
here.
easy, is it?
No.
The gutter,
Gut
2
shot,
overs.
yeah.
How's your heart rate, Hongy?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the board's paired.
Yeah. And the money card on the
Oh,
river
he's
is
hit
the
the queen.
He gets there. Jackson doubles up. How you feeling, Western Australia? Fire up the chat. That's your sexy boy. He's got some chips.
And straight into second. That is actually a massive double. If you can think about how the prize jump there from, what are we, 1, 2, 3, 7 left, is it? Yeah, that's an amazing double for him.
Yeah.
He's sort of going to have to default to Hongy's strategy now. He'll want to be tight until some of the shorter stacks bust. And it'll be interesting to see how much aggression John's going to be applying as the chip leader.
Yeah, it must be a nickname, Sexy Boy, because that's what's in the chat. I also know a fellow commentator, Corey Ben J. He calls Pocket Jack Sexy Boys.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard Tom Bauer refer to that when I've done commentary with him as well, yes.
Yeah. Also a great line, in my opinion. I very much enjoy hearing that. They're all coming in. Good on these boys.
Big hand for him.
So, Didier, where do you hail from? Are you Adelaide, Melbourne?
I'm Sydney, actually.
You're
yeah.
Sydney.
I've been confused a lot over the years. Like when I went to the WSOP the first time, all of us were listed as Austrian. I've played the State of Origin teams event for New Zealand. I've been listed on Poker News from Canberra. It's been a hard. Poker's only half the battle with this name in this country. But no, I'm from Sydney, originally born here. My dad's French. That's where I have my name from.
Dang,
my
waking
French
up with
heritage.
Pocket Jacks. +1.
Wow, this is a big hand.
It is a big hand. Open shove.
A lot of Wacko Jacko fans in the chat. Love to see it.
They're firing up.
And a fan of Nikki Turner, Craig Abernathy, doing great things for the poker community at the moment, fighting the good fight for some players that have been inexplicably banned by our properties.
I do have I have heard of those stories going around at the moment, and for those particular players, I don't think I'll drop their names, but I hope they are allowed to come back to the action.
Yeah, me too. Or at least it would be nice to see evidence provided why they are not.
Yes. Yeah. Craig tends to have a voice for the community when it comes out to that sort of stuff, so all the best for Abernathy on that one. So John's got 7-6, makes the fold, and we're going to get a shuffle. I think the dealer's missing a card in front of him.
Oh, well, you might need that.
There it goes, into the deck.
Very, very close chip stacks here. Like, this is the art of tournament poker here. It's how do you navigate a final table when you're sitting with 5 people with similar stacks to you?
Yeah. I do like watching Nikki. She's coming up and getting some good results for the females of the Australian poker.
Oh, that's so good to see. We definitely want more females to make this game more diverse, and to see any female make a final table, they're usually, you know, around 8 other men. So, you know, they have a place in most of our hearts. You know, when you're a neutral, you're just like, all right, you know, I want her to do well.
Yeah, and we all love to see a minority stand up. So go, Nikki.
It's so good to see more women in poker. I think the WPT Ladies event was the biggest field recently. The WPT Ladies event was the biggest female field in Australia. I could be wrong, but if I'm right about that stat, I'm really happy to see that.
Yeah. I'm just going to be happy for you if you get the stat right. Like, I didn't know that.
Oh, man. Probably missed it by a mile. Yeah. I hope I'm right.
Taylor Pickles in the comments. Yeah, the girls.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Now, we have another massive hand here. Jackson's going to hate seeing a 3-bet if Sal does 3-bet.
Yeah, American Airlines.
What happened? He slow played the kings before, but now he's decided out of position. He's got to go for a 3-bet with pocket aces. Super interesting spot for Jackson because of all the stacks behind. He should be thinking about what the big blind 3-bet looks like from Sal. Yep, and that's a really good fold. I think so many people would be tempted to peel a hand as so pretty as 10-9 suited. Like, I'm sure he's vomiting inside. I'd be vomiting inside to not see it.
Yeah, well, I'd be vomiting to know that everybody else is just folding there. But it's at the same time, when you have everybody right behind them that you know that you're flatting into more danger and spewing off more chips unnecessarily, very difficult to play. Good fold.
Yeah. Always important to see where someone 3-bets from. And when we expect someone to be defending the big blind so often, big blind 3-bets at these stakes are usually very strong. Most players won't have any bluffs if they're like a recreational or just coming up in the game. It's actually been a feature of more high stakes poker lately that pros include big blind 3-bets because they know that. So pro against pro, you'll see big blind 3-bets, but generally recreationals will just call because they're getting such a good price in the big blind, and theoretically you're incentivized to just call. That's the correct thing to do. So you really need to make a read on someone and say, okay, are they able to take a hand that most people would call and bluff with it? You know, if you watched our final table, Andy Lee would 3-bet Jack 10 suited, for example, so that he doesn't go 3-way post flop, and he can maintain the reputation, say, of having like aces and kings in his hands as well. So he gives himself 2 ways to win the hand, and that's what makes him such a really, really tough player to play against.
Yeah, yeah. No, I did like watching Andy Lee, and it took me. We had Jeff Lissandro come into the box.
Good old Jeff. We play cash together, yeah.
Yeah, and he come in there, and I was calling Andy his Western name because it was on the screen, and then Jeff sort of corrected me, and we went through a few hands there, and.
Hayden, look at this. Sam has aces again. Oh my goodness, he's had kings, aces, and aces since I sat down.
Oh no, let's...
Dude, this is like less than 10 hands.
Bankstown, somebody please call the fire agency. This man is heating up.
Wow. All right. We've seen him play the call. We've seen him play the 3-bet.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any justification for a call this time.
Yeah.
Oh. He does.
He's called again.
No.
Sal loves a multi-way pot.
And he'll get in.
You got to be careful here. I don't know if I like multi-ways when it comes to aces.
Oh, I'm not seeing 2 of the cards. Nicky's very well protected here, even from the stream, I would say.
Yeah, and I just say, if it's not registering on the table, we play the game at home. What does Nicky have?
All right, this is what I'm here for, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is like an incredible flat with aces free. I can't get it. let's talk about that first, I suppose. John's made. Oh, did Nicky limp under the gun?
I think so, and she's ripped it all in. Okay, I've got Nicky.
Well, it's a pretty good board for Sal. I think we're just trying to clarify why the guy's not displaying. I'm hearing there was an RFID error and Sal does not actually have aces, so he did not fold top set. I think there's just been an error with the cards there.
We just got clarification because, come on, we thought there was real action.
Don't disrespect Sal, he did not fold top set.
And for those at home, Nicky's hand, she had ace-2 when she ripped. Not too sure what Sal had, but we just got clarification on that. And that's why you're seeing those chips going to Nicky's stack.
I love that comment, Craig. You know, just a quick word on Andy Lee. Like, you know, I think he's really the Phil Ivey of Australian poker. He's always been the guy playing the highest stakes PLO cash games, the highest stakes Miller and Holden cash games. And he just comes to tournaments and absolutely crushes. There's a thing that we used to use as online poker players, like more so last decade, called Shark Scope, where you could look up someone's results.
from
And he literally has the best one of anyone in the whole world, like better than anyone. And I promise you, you go and look it up. It's Hunwei, his name in Chinese. And it's just 2 tournaments played. The PokerStars Medium Scoop main event, first. The PokerStars High Roller High, like 10K buy-in, and it's like 4th. And there's no other tournaments played.
Wow.
He just comes, he rocks up, he does the business. And I just remember as a kid going into the Star Poker Room, seeing him handle chips that were like, when he went to raise, you know, like 3 times the size of the game I was even playing in. So I've grown up just looking up to him as a man and a player. And I'm so happy to see that he could come and play this, like Craig said. Because
how good is that?
He's not allowed
Didier has given him the accolade of the Australian Phil Ivey.
I'm very firm about
Andy
that.
Lee has been crowned, and Didier is, I guess it's become an achievement. Have you taken a lock of hair? Are we going to put it in a capsule and put it on the trophy cabinet?
I have to try and say some nice things about him because I 2-outed him for like 200K. So, you know, he's probably still hating me, but we'll get over it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess it's sportsmanship too. Like, there was a time there at the World Series of Poker where we had Michael Mizraki come second to, what is the Scotty Wynn? And, you know, Scotty knew he was dead by the turn. He stopped the whole tournament, grabbed the microphone and says, no matter what happens here, this man has deserved every accolade he deserves.
Wow.
And, you know, even though Scotty went on to the tournament, he stopped it and made a moment for Mizraki.
What a classy thing to do.
Yeah, I think it was classy. And I love it when the poker community really stands up and brings new people forward. So there you go. Didier on this call tonight has donned Andy Lee as the Phil Ivey of Australia.
I'm very firm on it.
So Andy Lee, we've just got Nuno in the chat. He says good luck to all the players on the final table. Who will be the winner? His money's on Nicky. Now, Nuno is the absolute prestige cars. He sponsors the event.
Oh, wow.
And, mate, now that if you want a supercar, mate, he has everything from it.
So you're saying I should make him my pick, you know, say hi on the break, be like, mate, you're my pick, you know, if you want to give me a car, like...
I'll give you his number, you know what I mean? Nuno.
Any free sports cars going around for the commentators.
Drive in style with absolute prestige cars right here at the grind. Nicky, dead man's hand in the small blind.
The ace-8-0 with the small blind. Mandatory play. It's about how we see it play. Interesting. Going with the limp.
Yeah, I think I would like to be attacking here, but we can...
Well, it's tricky because you don't want to play a bloated pot out of position but you wouldn't mind getting it all in pre either. So we don't really just want to like raise and be flattered in position, but I think she has about 20 big blinds. It's 1.3. It's fine as a jam, honestly, at 21 big blinds. It's close with the stacks behind her. I'd need to count them again in play. And if she's sitting something like 4 out of 7, I like the limp. If she's something more like 6 out of 7, I think we're preferring the jam.
Yeah. Do you think the play is a bit different in these $1,000 buy-ins to what you were playing the other day? Look, the quality of player is definitely higher of caliber. And one thing that I was watching as well, a lot of openings is your min click, sometimes 2.5, and it's with all ranges of hands too. Like you're not really necessarily seeing the 3x bet or anything anymore. It's very tight and playing the long range boards, trying to catch those bigger hands.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of like tournament professionals downsizing, like on the flop, for example, compared to like their 3-bet sizes.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is to do with how you leverage your stack. You know, if you're betting 20% in a 30% in a 3-bet pot with your bluffs and aces, it's a pretty good way of getting leverage and a really good price on your bluffs as well, particularly when most of the time people are going to struggle to have a good hand in the limit hold'em. It also encourages people to call when you have a strong hand. So that's kind of like an easy way to explain it for people at home when you see some of those smaller bets. And then traditionally, the turn is where we pump things up, you know? Definitely. You're going to see a lot bigger sizes on the turn and river because your bluffs are going to want to put pressure on people, but you're also going to get paid when you have value. So it's a good way to balance these things if you can sort of begin to understand how the sizes work getting to the river. And that it does come with experience, but I think people can also practice at home, just, you know, counting these things and seeing how, like, even if you do bet the flop small, you can usually get it in by the river in tournaments with, especially stack sizes like we're seeing right now with 20, 25 big blinds. You really don't need to, I mean, most of the pre-flop action can just be an all-in anyway. So really everyone is playing very short stacked. In cash games, so you're deeper, you'll see much bigger sizes.
So a question for you, Didier. How many hours do you think in your lifetime you've done at the table?
I'm really bad at predicting these things. I'm 32 now, and I've been playing since I was like 19. I probably went professional when I was towards the end of 20 or 21.
Yeah.
So, yeah. A lot? Is that a quantifiable number for you? A lot?
I'll take it. I'll take it. And I guess.
Sorry, we should probably go back to this for a second.
Hand, but I've got more questions.
Of course, yeah. So John's opened the 5-4-0, so he's going for it as chip leader.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it. And look, he's getting it done when the big blind has nothing. And he has a pair. There you go, man. 5-4-0. Beating him.
So yes, Didier, my question was like for the mid-stakes kind of players and those players, and I was just talking with somebody like Lachlan Crilly who, you know, really looks up to, you know, the bigger players, and I guess, you know, he's someone like yourself or anybody who's playing in the 25K is like your Andy Lee, right? So you kind of like there's going to be a new generation of poker player come through, and what steps did you take to be able to get yourself into the place that you are today? And where would you guide somebody wanting to take this path?
I think the environment's very different now to when I was growing up. Even though I say that like I'm an old man, I'm really 32. Like, I think it has like changed pretty dramatically. The absence of online poker in this country can't be ignored. We mainly had that to grow up and get a lot of experience on, but at the same time, we didn't have any of the training tools that are available online now. Like, when you were thinking about a hand after a tournament, it's like talking to your friend and being like, you reckon about this? He had a look on his face. And now it's like you can really study like the game theory optimal principles by just subscribing to a training site. And while that might not help your live reads, there's live reads courses. You know, there's so much content available now that I think if people really want to make an effort, they can access a lot of these resources online at like pretty accessible rates if they're trying to take the game seriously. Most of the time it's a pretty good justification to say, hey, I'm playing these stakes. Like if someone's playing, sorry, what's the buy-in of this tournament?
This buy-in is the grind, I think it's 1,500. I'd like to get a confirmation on that.
Regardless, if it's 1,500, 2K, 2,500, you can imagine how justifiable it would be to do like a $60 subscription a month to tailor your game if you're risking this much money to play poker one day, because you might instantly make several multiples of that $60 back just in one hand on a final table or more. So yeah, I highly recommend people, if they're interested in the game, whether they're a professional or not, they have the tools available to really learn. We didn't have that growing up, so I think it's very different. You can get better faster at this game very quickly. Now, better go back into this hand. John's raised King 10-0 under the gun, which is basically a premium hand for him after seeing the 5-4-0. Hongi has 3-bet the big blind with King 7 hearts, and I just talked about it. What a preview, Aiden! What a preview! I can't believe it. It's like he heard me.
Yeah.
We're on a delay, right?
Somebody go down and take that earpiece out of Hongi.
We just talked about the big blind usually defending with strong hands.
Yeah.
I would say, in addition to Hongi having the read on the chip leader opening, knowing that the small blind, I believe it was the small blind, who called behind, has not 3-bet, and probably has a fairly limited value range, he's just gone to attack that saying, well, I'm going to look really strong because I would normally just defend a hand like this here. And, you know, maybe unlike a hand like Jack 10 suited where you really do want to always see the board, or 10-9 suited, King 7 suited is kind of fine if John just happens to have a really good hand and 4-bet jams all in. You're like, oh, okay, I was bluffing with King 7 suited. It's not like I folded King Queen suited or something like that like really wants to see a flop and realize its value. So, like, I think that's a great hand by Hongi. And I'm not saying it just because I saw that. I have a long history with him. I think he's a fantastic sit-and-go player. He usually went to the WSOP in Vegas and would just grind them all summer. So I think that lends itself to having a really good understanding of final table kind of theory, because he's basically always playing one in a sit-and-go.
I love that you have backstories here.
Yeah, and he's one of the OG regs, you know, and now he's actually got a hand.
Yeah, he wakes up with ace jack suited of hearts.
Interesting how he proceeds here at this stack depth because of Jackson in position behind him. And Jackson's the opener as well. He knows that the button's going to be fairly limited again, which will make ace jack suited easier to play. But I think you can go, I think I'd like the call if he's just done that. So again, it's like what I just described King Queen suited, right? Ace Jack suited kind of fits more into that category where, like, yeah, we could 3-bet it for value, but we really just want to see a flop and realize.
Yeah.
And look, he actually does have hearts dominated with Jackson as well, so it is good to contain some of the hands that you're dominating.
He's actually in great shape. Both John and Stalangas have the kings taking those outs away.
Still has the best hand. Oh no, sorry, Jackson has flopped the 7 and taken the lead. There's a lot of backdoor action going on if we see a turn, and with Jackson checking, as I like it, by the way. Very hard to imagine someone doesn't have a queen.
There's the ace.
There it is. I would be surprised if Hongi ever actually led here. I think he wants to be aware that there could still be better ace-x in range for Jackson, but he's going to feel very comfortable getting to the river now once he sees it go to check all the way through. And just generally speaking, you want to be betting a little bit less or going, understanding that you have pretty strong ranges when you're betting against 3 other people in the hand.
You don't like to be like this in multi-way pots.
Exactly, yeah. Imagine just getting raised when you bet there. Like, it's kind of a disaster. We just want to get one straight of value with this hand. No need to be greedy. And if we fall behind, checking it back and seeing a river, that's okay. It's a good way to control the variance, and he's just going to get a single value bet in. Don't see anyone calling with these particular hands. Jackson might think about it, but I don't see him calling here on this board.
Yeah, into the bin there with those 2 cards.
King 10 diamonds must be absolutely tilted to see so much of a royal flush out there. Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. Oh, where was the jack of diamonds? Would have been bananas.
Yet to see any royal routines or straight flushes on this, but we did have quad 8s before, and Ryan Hong had that as well.
Big blind, please. Stack my finger.
Most players are all under 25% here with their pre-flop raises. I think most attacking is happening from the button, hijack, and cut off at the moment, and you're only finding your mid to stronger hands coming in the offsetter positions.
Unless you're John. John's going for it everywhere.
Yeah. Turner folds. Yeah, well, I appreciate you coming in, Didier. You have put the spotlight on John.
Well, man, he's got the spotlight on himself. He's got all the chips, you know.
He has. Yes, Tyler, this stream is on Twitch and it's also on YouTube, and you're watching it right here on Facebook. Australian Poker Tour.
Wow. Just the ace of diamonds and top pair. You know, what else do you want? And John's got John's got the open ender and a diamond. I don't see him folding.
Yeah, nut diamond. Now top pair.
Top two. And I don't think John's going to be able to continue against a bet here. Ooh, sneaky check by Sal. Now John's made a pair. He might have an inkling that it might be good. But I don't see a value bet. I could see him betting very small if he doesn't want to get raised off his hand. I see that happen sometimes.
Yeah, a bit of milk on the river.
Well, I don't think we should be betting with an 8 here. We should just generally be checking and get the showdown.
Yeah.
Sao is just going to make the call with top two.
Yeah, and it's the safest thing to do, making that call there. Take the pot down and...
Yep, just keep laddering away.
Yep.
Too many hours. Pick up one diamond, top pair, but a 2 bear. I can't call this one. Maybe you always I call. I check. Never folding. Yeah.
So Didier, do you do any self-preparation coming into these big games?
I'm usually running late. That's my self-preparation is getting 8 hours sleep, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think some of these tournaments really drain you over the 3 days, and you generally get a lot of adrenaline if you make a day 2, not even a day 3. So I think most of us are running on a little bit of lower sleep. Some of the restarts are earlier than the day before, so you're generally looking at maybe like 5, 6. My friend Tom Rafferty, he had his daughter come wake him up before day 2, and he told me he had 3.5 hours sleep. Still plays incredible anyway, as he always does.
Yeah.
So a lot of people come in with like very little sleep, and honestly, I don't complicate my routine. I just try and make sure I get good sleep. And lots of people have their own way of doing that, obviously, but it quite quickly deteriorates while I'm playing the tournament. So as long as I have energy in the bank to burn for a few days.
My day 2s, if I back, I struggle to sleep because and I guess once you do it more on a routinely thing, you can probably get that routine, but you become excited sort of thing.
Yeah, if you see the end.
And it's exactly the same when you make a final table and you have to go to bed and come back to like a day 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
That's even harder because then that's 2 days that you've missed sleep.
Yeah. I was running on about 5 hours for the day, day 3.
Yeah.
But I probably had something like 8 or 9 coming in, so it helps.
You ring home and be like, Mom, I did it!
They're on holiday, so they got the delayed story, but my mum understood, you know, obviously very happy with the money. I think like most people in poker understand when a deal like that is made, you know. Still need to sort of explain it to Dad, but hopefully we get there.
Yeah. So it's not
What's a chop? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I think for people who aren't in the poker industry, it's a little bit more difficult to understand. But yeah, the money helps.
So are you the only one in your family that plays poker?
Yeah, I'm an only child, so my parents.
Was it fun? Was it fun telling your family, "Hey, Mom and Dad, they don't understand poker. I'm going to do this full time."
I guess it wasn't fun dodging the variety of objects hurled at me, but you know, no, I am joking. But I think they were as resistant as any parents should be when their child tells them they're quitting law school after the first year to go in. Essentially, what would convert to their ears quite reasonably is just gambling. you know. They'd never heard of a professional poker player or what that even means. So to quit something that they understood was sort of leading to a career and security and a future like that, I don't blame them for being against it when I was 20, and I probably didn't have great arguments to justify it either when I was 20.
So let me get this clear. You quit law school, right? You didn't know. Did you play in a
Well,
judge's?
technically, I'm actually still deferred.
Did you play in a judge's game, or do you know any Russian
No,
mafia?
no.
Do you see where I'm going here?
The rounders.
Yes.
Nah, I wish it was that cool.
Yeah.
No, I got complete resistance from them, and the reason I did it initially was because I got to my contract law exam final, and my folder for contract law was like 1/3 of the size of my poker folder.
Yeah.
I'd subscribed to like a training website, and my folder was 3 times the size, so I said I'll give this a shot. And I never went back, but I'll just finish that story by saying that they're
Joined here by Lockie Crilly and Liam Jehu, respectively 3rd and 7th in the Goliath event that was still running now, heads up. Firstly, Liam, congrats to coming 7th. How did you find that final table? It's obviously quite difficult. We were just talking before of the standard. It's really awesome on that table. So
yeah,
how'd you find it?
Yeah, it was actually probably one of like the toughest final tables that I've seen like in these sort of live Aussie circuit.
Sorry about that for everyone at home. Actually, what we will do in the short time is I'll just cut to a quick break for our sponsors, and I'll load it up correctly. Hang with us, Didier.
Cool.
We won't be too long, and we're going to watch this little video. Will be 2 minutes.
Exciting.
Congratulations on making the heads up. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's kind of speechless. Obviously, I think you need to run like I did today to go deep in a tournament like this, regardless.
Joined here by Lockie Crilly and Liam Jehu, respectively 3rd and 7th in the Goliath event that was still running now, heads up. Firstly, Liam.
Congratulations on making the heads up. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's kind of speechless. Obviously, I think you need to run like I did today to go deep in a tournament like this, regardless of skill level. You know, hitting a 10 on the river isn't something you can exactly practice in those situations. But I think I was happy with how I played the hand, regardless. If I was going home 4th right now and Andy was taking all those chips, you know, I would have felt pretty good about the way I played the hand. Honestly, I don't think I can ever 4-bet fold there, which I would be tempted to do if he 5-bet jams, and he would have obviously with his hand. I would normally call against some other people, but Andy and I have had a long dynamic over 10 years, and he was 3-betting me with a lot of stuff today, which I'm sure you guys saw.
Yeah.
So I decided to take a little bit of a different line, and honestly, to his credit, he set up his image really well, and I have so much respect for him. I have so much respect for the people on this final table and just in this tournament in general. A few of them are like my poker heroes. I watched Martin Finger on PokerStars TV growing up, winning APTs and World Series of Bracelets, and then he beat me on an Aussie Millions final table. So yeah, I have a great relationship with him, and to make the final table with one of my best friends from school, Alex Trevelyan, was it would have been a big moment in my life, regardless of how this went. So yeah, just to have like a really lifelong friend, and just be able to have that experience together in such a big tournament was yeah, nice moment for me.
It's been such a journey, and do you have any strategies going heads up? Do you know what the chip counts are?
Yeah, I have 11.6 and Yuta has something like 7, so I think it's going to be a fast heads up, to be honest. Actually, we might shorten the blinds or something like that, because we both want to play the 10K tomorrow, and I think we both have a great mutual respect for each other's games and as people. So yeah, I also couldn't be more ecstatic to be heads up with someone who I love, and yeah.
That's great. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Jade. I appreciate
it. Congratulations on making the heads up. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's kind of speechless. Obviously, I think you need to run like I did today to go deep in a tournament like this. regardless of skill level. You know, hitting a 10 on the river isn't something you can exactly practice in those situations. But I think I was happy with how I played the hand.
All right, we're back on there, Didier, and mate, that was you. Appreciate that, Jade Mitchell filling in there, and for Lucy while she was doing some commentary. But we did want to catch you in the 25K. Emotional moment, mate. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I I thought it was a bit more obvious that I was crying, so I'm happy that I contained it a little bit well. But it was an emotional moment for me because. Admittedly, Yeater and I weren't really sure if we should tell the cameras that we'd done a deal. So, like, the tournament had really effectively already actually ended at that stage. And I think the emotion was hitting me because I was realizing what had kind of just happened. And the fact that we'd chopped this tournament together was, yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to say it's my life achievement to date. And
I think it's okay too, man. It really is.
Yeah, no, it was a really special moment to be on a final table with so many of those people. Like I've talked about Andy Lee on this stream already, and I would have said that if I had the words then about what I said about him today. I have so much respect for him. Something that a lot of people don't actually know is that when Full Tilt Poker went down in it must be like 10 years ago now, right?
Yeah, Black Friday.
Yeah, I was 22, and I had all my money online on Full Tilt. So when I woke up and I couldn't log into my account, I effectively had
nothing.
A couple $100 in my bank account. And that was obviously not the best bankroll management at the time, but it was just all I was doing. And
for a lot of us Australians, we thought it was a safe place.
Yeah, and Andy actually offered to stake me to play 1-2 cash games at the Star Casino.
Yeah.
So I owe him a lot. And just to add to everything that I've said about him as a competitor today, just to have that experience with him as a person, to make that final table with him was a particularly big moment in my life. And Alex is, I think, part of my inspiration. He was a year older than me. He did everything kind of before me, and not tennis and then sport, but then poker as well. And a lot of people don't know that he made a challenge on 2+2, which is like Poker Reddit for people who don't know.
Yeah, 2+2
He was playing 1-2 online on PokerStars, and he was like breaking even for like a year or two, maybe like a year and a half.
Yeah.
And he made himself a challenge to win $1 million in a year online, and he did it. And he went from 1-2 all the way through 3-6, 2-4, just pumping the stakes, pumping everyone, because he worked harder than everyone. And I've been really lucky to surround myself with people who have much better work ethics than I do, like Alex and Adrian Attenborough and Jonathan Karamalikas originally. And I think I give them all of the credit for who I am today and the poker player I've become.
Mate, I'm going to cross over. There is an interview there with Yeater as well. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, awesome.
Tell me when we're good, yeah? Congratulations on making the heads up. How are you feeling about it all?
Yeah, pretty good. I ran pretty good the whole day. Obviously, Didier ran a little bit better, but yeah. It's been a fun tournament, like really good structure, so can't complain about anything.
Do you have any strategies going into the heads up?
I don't know. I guess we just get it in and see what happens.
Yeah, that's it. It's poker.
Yeah,
all right.
Poker.
Well, congratulations again, and
Thanks.
Good luck in there.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Tell me when we're good, yeah? Congratulations on making the heads up. How are you feeling about it all?
Yeah, pretty good. I ran pretty good the whole day. Obviously, Didier ran a little bit better, but yeah. It's been a fun tournament, like really good structure, so can't complain about anything.
Do you have any strategies going into the heads up?
Yes, there it is. And then we are crossing back to the action. The players are back from their 10-minute break. You really filled that up well, Didier. Thanks very much, mate. We got a little bit happening in the background. We'll fix that. And let's go live back down to the table.
All right, back to the players here. Looks like Sal's opened the button and Nikki's jammed the big blind with sevens. Can't blame her. Sal's going to have that sickening feeling where he just has a hand that really wants to see a flop. And he's like, ugh. I can't see him ever calling this off.
I don't know. He's asking for a count.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Can she have 10-9 suited?
He did
That's
flat
the
aces
consideration.
twice.
Yeah, so it would be kind of a little bit out of character just based on what we've seen in the hands we've seen so far, where he's been a little bit more snug, you know, calling top 2 pair on the river.
165.
Sorry?
1,165,000.
Looks like
I
the
just
blinds
feel
have
the
kicked up
body
to
language
40,
is just
80k
saying
as
overly
well.
interested. There it goes, into the money.
Yeah, interesting. The blinds are up to 40, 80k as well. So Nikki a little bit shorter than she just was relative to the blinds.
Very good.
Take a nice one there. Would be a bit of a pain to get called when you see Stylianos, forgive me if I'm not saying that right, and Tang sitting just behind her.
Is it Tang? I've been saying Thang the whole time.
Oh really? I could be wrong. I wouldn't say confidently. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. Apologies.
Yeah, one of us has got it right. One of us has got it wrong. Yeah. I'll send my own.
Big day coming for someone here. Someone's going to be an APT champion.
Yeah, that's right. This is the grind right here at Bankstown Sports Club. Australian Poker Tour Nationals. If you've just tuned in with us, I'm Aiden Glenn and I'm with Didier, who comes second in the 25k grind. Look, I feel like it's hard to keep saying second because your opponent got the trophy, but yes, you made the ICM and got all the money.
We agreed to just say we chopped it, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think Yida or I would ever confidently say who would have won that heads up, to be honest. We just know one thing. It would have gone forever.
Yeah.
So I apologize to the audience of depriving them of that, because it probably would have been a pretty sick battle to watch. But, you know, as professionals, we've got to think about our hourly, and we were pretty exhausted and needed to get into another tournament the next day.
Mate, I'm so thankful. I was absolutely
The staff were very happy. The staff were very happy.
Yeah, we were cheering.
Ooh, interesting hand here, blind v blind. Well, it's going to be a case of who goes for it first, if anyone does.
Stab.
The aggressor is going to win this hand.
Maybe.
It might be Jackson now that it's been checked to him twice. He might feel with 7 high.
I think it might go check, 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 check.
Okay.
I just think that they're going to slow down. Straight draws, flush draws.
Oh, he did have the 7 of diamonds, forgive me. He had a flush draw, so that makes much more sense than just stabbing with 7 high. He's realized the diamond draw. Don't know if we're going to see a bet. Could see, as you said, just check, check quite a lot. I would imagine Nikki does check some better diamonds, but there's not many available. She might check call like the 9 of diamonds, the 8 of diamonds. We would expect her to be betting better than that. King of diamonds, Jack of diamonds, boats.
Yeah, and that's going over to Jackson. Pretty standard.
Yep.
Chips are yours, my man.
Well played, Jackson. Good hand. You can see he didn't really need to increase the variance there. Just played it snug in position, let his hand realize his equity. I would have been quite interested to see what he would have done if he didn't make the flush there. Same card, no diamond. Would have been quite interesting to see what would have happened on that river. Two of these stacks are about 11 big blinds now, so very interesting to see how everyone navigates around those.
So, Didier, on another topic, you've got cash game poker. Then you've got tournament poker. Do you think it's a sport?
Oh, I wasn't expecting that to be the question at the end of the tournament. I thought I was going to compare them. Do I think it's a sport?
Well,
I think
they're two
poker
different
needs
games.
to try and be classified as it in this country in particular, if we're going to move anywhere with opening up poker to people both online and in more venues such as the casino, because I think the problem for politicians on all sides, whatever you know, right, left, whatever, middle, you know, all politicians are generally trying to take an anti-gambling stance. They're pretty united on that, and in doing so, they're going to be anti-pokies. And in this country, having a game like poker so close to the word pokies is very detrimental for them because they can't easily sloganize in a sentence. Oh, but poker's okay, you know, while they're trying to say I'm anti-gambling. And I really respect them for being anti-gambling, trying to help people with pokies problems and stuff like that. I think that's a fantastic endeavor. Online poker is being caught up merely accidentally.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to be corrected now in Australia, unfortunately, in the position we're in. So I think there's two options. You make poker more of a mind game and a sport, get it out of the casinos.
Yeah.
Or we just really petition hard to have pokies rebranded as slots machines. And I think that would help a lot.
It would be. Rebrand the pokies, take care of the game that we love so much, and I like it. And look, maybe the casinos can just keep the cash game.
Yeah, you know, that'd be fair.
Yeah.
Well, you did just host the largest buy-in ever outside of a casino. I believe that was the stat.
Yep.
I think it's the second largest payout outside of a casino ever as well. The APL million this year just pipped you.
Yeah.
just pipped you guys.
Just pipped us.
Just pipped me. Sean Oy taking down 585k there earlier in Gold Coast. That's absolutely incredible.
He's another one of those up-and-coming players who are just continuously
I think I saw he has a stack in the 10k. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But I think, or maybe it was another tournament. I saw he had a stack somewhere here this week.
You could be right. You could be right.
So, you know, ride that heater, brah.
Wonder if my producer's listening right now. He might even bring up some stats for us. But yeah, it's the commentator is Logan Alexander. I'm here. My name is Aiden Glenn, and I am here with Didier. Did you say your last name again?
Guerin. Didier Guerin.
Didier, Didier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didier,
Yeah,
Didier
well done.
Guerin. Yeah. I remember. Probably never forget from this point. And if I see him at a poker table, just turn around from now on. And the Australian Phil Ivey, Andy Lee. Another person I'll probably just turn around from.
Hi, Logan. All right, Sal Moy with 10-8 suited. Nice playable hand. I suspect Ewan's comment, you look good, Spud, was me. I've recovered now, bro, sorry. Limelight on the players here.
We're going to get a multi-way pot.
Not what you want when you open the 10-8 suited under the gun. Oh, he did just limp. Okay, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I think we'd be better off just folding this if we're not raising.
Yeah, and Stylianos is woken up with the 3 queens. There's a bit of texture on the board for the 10-8 of clubs. Sal under the gun.
Worth noting that we probably don't see Ryan Hong playing 9-5 off unless he's completing the small blind.
Yes.
Interesting checks around. So Stylianos is going for the trap. He's going to be praying someone turn an ace.
Dangerous.
Of course, Sal with the flush draw. John with a deuce.
When he's got
roughly in his range.
When Stylianos has got 3 in front of him to be able to act, it's a very good position to see if somebody can catch up. And
Look at Ryan Hong here going for it with the 9-5-0. He's suspecting that everyone is devoid of probably both flush draws and Queen X when that flop doesn't get bet or called around, which is unfortunate for him. But he's just going to stab and give up, I would imagine, when he gets called and raised, respectively.
Do you think it's wise of Stylianos to take a bigger line here with the 2 calls, maybe coming in with a raise on the button?
I probably would have kicked up the. I probably would have bet the flop with the flush draw out there personally, but now that we've trapped here, I think we probably.
630.
Quite tricky actually with his stack size.
630.
You wonder, are both players devoid of ace X? What kind of aces can they have? What kind of aces are going to call? Because we're in a limped pot, so you would kind of expect a lot of good aces to raise.
Yeah,
pre-flop.
both of those two players. He is all in. So,
Yeah.
You know, both of these two players can make the call.
But just
it is a hit, but
just in Stylianos' decision, I mean, between calling this turn here to continue trapping once you've set it on the flop, could be an idea. But now he's going to probably end up betting these players off their hands.
Yeah.
This is a particularly interesting spot because if it had been a raised spot, I'd probably advocate for exactly what he's just done.
Yeah.
But being a limped pot, you need to consider that people are not going to have the ace as much, so you can probably trap another straight there and let people bluff it off.
Take the ace out of your range.
Yeah, if you're worried about the flush draw, then really it's more of an incentive to try and get it at least heads up on the flop by betting the. But the man's got the chips, all right? The man has the chips.
We have a new deal up. Bradley is coming in to do some...
He's a great dealer.
He is a great dealer. Just recently moved to Queensland too.
80-80, please, mate.
Oh, I can hear some love in the background. Somebody's got there with something nice.
Alright guys, it's just me. So John has limped the nines as a trap. Sal's very reasonably jammed ace queen suited. John's making the call. Pretty much exactly as the hands would be expected to play. We could occasionally see nines just jam pre. Limp is fine. You don't really want to raise and just be flattered with a hand like nines though. It'll be difficult to play it on several boards out of position. Let's see who gets there. Oh, never easy. Gutter. And the board's paired. A 10 will do as well. Oh, and he does. Ace high takes it down with jacks and tens. Not the way you probably expected him to get there, but he'll take it. Sal doubles.
Money back.
All the other shorter stacks will not be cheering. I'm sure all his friends at home will be.
$1,385,000.
Aiden just has stepped out for a little while, so it's just going to be me for a couple of minutes.
Thank you. Double up, chú xì đầm đây mà nó đôi 9 với cô mà ra đôi 10 đôi bồi chú xì cho anh luôn. Thêm đi mày. Hả? Đây.
Suited for Nicky under the gun. Could raise 2x here, could jam. Just don't fold. I quite like the just raise. I'd probably go 160 here with ace jack suited. It's got a little bit more playability post flop. An ace jack offsuit obviously, which might prefer to just see 5 cards more often and just go all in. Whoa. Sour's jam, the queen 9-0. Did I hear that correctly from the small blind? That's an interesting one. Not an easy call for Nicky. imagining that Sow has had the goods most of the nights. I'm wondering if there's an RFID error here. It seems particularly wide. Maybe he thought that he was just in the small blind jamming on the big blind. That's very possible. I wonder what he's thinking now if that's the case. Seems like a very loose jam if he does indeed have Queen 9 offsuit. He's ended up putting Nikki in a tricky situation. She's going to be thinking that she's under the gun and it looks strong. So I do not blame her for thinking here. Tough spot, to be honest. But you got to ask yourself, does he have 8s? Does he have 9s? Does he have 10s? Sure, you can be dominated a little bit by Ace Queen and Ace King, but those aren't the only hands he has. Wow. We did see Sow's seat show him fold top set of aces earlier, which was obviously an RFID error, so it's not out of the question that was his exact hand. Might be an error with that seat. Or he just thought he was jamming into the big blind, which would have been a completely normal play with the tank so short.
You're too scary. You limp and they just fall. You could have checked that. Yeah, he didn't raise.
It would have been a cool answer.
Yeah, it's probably a blessing. Yeah. Probably a blessing. Save just that.
Ryan Hong opening the ace-5-0. He's going to feel the players overfolding to be opening a hand this wide, and they are if they're holding king-queen off, I suppose. So he's got a good feel for the table. Otherwise, would generally be recommending a fold. Jackson's got a very nice hand to defend the big blind with.
And we're back to the he's been holding the fort for me as I've been on the floor looking for a very special guest. And ladies and gentlemen, I have found one. Landon Blackhole from Poker Media Australia is coming to take your spot.
That's awesome. I'm so happy he's here.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
I couldn't believe it. I walked straight out and he was like, Aiden! And I was like, Landon!
I'm so happy to see him here. I saw him post on Facebook earlier, I think this year or towards the end of last year, that he had some health issues. So to see him here, I'm going to give him a big hug. I'm very excited.
Yes. He's a very soft-hearted, genuine guy, and a credit to the poker community.
All right, so Ryan is going to continue being fairly aggressive with his hand. He continues with the c-bet. Jackson defends the gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, and he's turned the double gutter. A fake open ender, as we like to call it sometimes. 5 of the 9 gets him there. Interesting to see how this play proceeds now. Ryan has the ace of hearts. Seeing a second heart might make him feel like he has a hand that can triple barrel now.
All players and dealers in the National Champs Flight B.
Size is he going to take?
Now just over 1 hour of late registration remaining for this flight. If you do miss out on getting into this one, there are 2 more flights tomorrow. So flight C and D will take part tomorrow on Saturday.
Tricky decision here for Jackson, to be honest. Going somewhere like 75% pot. Not easy to react to this bet size. Kind of a spot where you feel like you could do all 3, right? Could fold, could call, could jam. But I think jam would be a little suicidal with the short stacks behind. So maybe I'll take that option out. Like the call. Interesting to see what he does on the river he misses. And he does. I was curious how Jackson would play earlier when he had the 7-5 with the 7 of diamonds if he hadn't made the flush draw. This is basically an indication of what he might do in these kinds of spots. I don't think he can do much against Hongi's range. Ryan probably going to find the triple barrel with the ace. He might be looking to make an 8-fold. He might be looking to make a 10-fold. Being under the gun, he might feel like he can represent an overpair. I would be very surprised if Ryan Hong gives up here. Does he think a 10 will fold will be the big question in his mind right now. But it's quite funny because in this instance, he can give up and win, which I think he's going to be very happy to see, and Jackson will not be so happy to see.
Hoping at that.
Yeah, Ryan, that's that's running good, my friend.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to say au revoir to Giddy A. You've been amazing, man.
Thank you so much. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, no, honestly, this was really fun to do. I hope people enjoyed it for the time I was here. Sorry if I talked too much or I didn't talk about your favorite player enough, but good luck to everyone on this stream today. I know it's a big moment for everyone watching. I just experienced it myself, and I know everyone's friends and family will be buzzing who are watching and in the chat and all that. So thanks for having me.
I still promise I'll send you that video.
Oh, please do, yeah.
and you're very welcome to have both. I know I held off for a long time, but I just thought it'd be a perfect moment to see your
I think it was.
first experience of what
Now I'm
it
going to have
was.
to ask you for this video as well.
Oh, yeah. APT Live.
APT Live, baby. All right. Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than Landon Blackhole from Poker Media Australia. We haven't seen him on air for a while, but he's right here at the Bankstown Sports Club, and he's going to have plenty of stories because he is now doing the DPA poker tournament. We're going to cut back to him, and we're just going to cross back to the action. Didier, again, legend. Take care, brother.
Fuck off.
Hopefully. $550.
All right, we got a hand for underway here. Thang has got all in for 550K with the walking sticks. Ladies and gentlemen, just walking into the commentary box, none other, the one and only Landon Blackall from Poker Media Australia. Thank you for joining me.
Aidan, an absolute pleasure to be back in the booth. Thank you so much, and hope you're enjoying the coverage there. I tell you what, looking at this broadcast over the last week and a bit, the standard is just unbelievably good. But let's just focus on this because we've got an all-in call.
Thank you, Landon. And yes, the Jacks are currently holding here against a 10-high board.
Queen on the turn, though. And the 4 on the river to complete. So Sal will take down that pot, and we lose one.
Unlucky, matey. Oh,
All right, look at that, Landon. They're straight in the comments. Taylor Pickles is yelling out, Landon!
Hello, Taylor. Hello, everyone. And from wherever you're watching in Australia, New Zealand, and around the world, a pleasure to have your company as always. Aidan, look, it's been a very busy day for you guys.
It has. It's been non-stop, and we're running through the grind. To the left of us, we're down to 2 tables of the 10K. Talking to Didier is absolutely phenomenal. It just blows my mind speaking to poker players of this caliber. And, mate, now we get to see your face. Australia wants to know where you've been, how you've been.
I've been okay. Look, as I did, it's not often that I talk about my personal life, but there have been some health issues that I've been dealing with over the last few months. And so I've had to take a real step back in terms of work, especially when it comes to the media side. But I'm so pleased that we are seeing, the caliber of poker media coverage in general just improving in leaps and bounds. And it's a full credit to yourselves, but also, of course, with our collaboration with Poker Media Australia, Alison Lee Ruby doing some amazing work behind the lens there with the official photography.
Yes, absolute champion Alison is. She's been working with Jessica Burns, and they've been keeping the media coverage up to date there with the APT Live and on the website and with you guys, Poker Media Australia.
Absolutely, but
all in here from Salmount, ace jack off, and John doesn't want to play that one. That's in the market. We've got a reshuffle. So while they are doing that, Lando, look, just have to keep coming back to you because Australia still needs to see this gentleman. Like even in the commentary box and as a presenter, I have to say you've been around long enough. Your voice is ingrained in part of Poker Media.
Well, thank you. It's those sentiments. You're too kind, sir. Look, it's been an absolute pleasure being part of this industry for so long. It's almost coming up 20 years now. I still recall back to my very early days when I first started as a blackjack dealer at Crown, and there's definitely some stories to share there. But I'll share one quickly because my first exposure to poker was really what got me into it in the first place, and that was whilst I was working at Crown. So at the time, it was the first of the WPT broadcasts that were on television. We were all in the break room, dealers, pit bosses, area managers, everyone just watching poker on TV, and many for the first time. And I still remember one of the first things that one of my colleagues said to me as we were walking back out of the break room to head back to deal with the pits, and he said, "This is going to be the start of something big." And now what you're looking at almost 20 years later is poker still going incredibly strong in this country. Of course, all buoyed from the first poker boom with Chris Moneymaker, and then of course Joe Hashim in 2005. And without any of that happening, you and I would not be sitting here right now.
100%. Totally agree with it. And I was having a drink with Joe the other night, and he said it to me. He said it to everybody at the table. He goes, "How passionate are people in poker today?" And I said to him, "As passionate as they'll ever be." Everybody wants to run and play poker, and to be honest, it's from the iconic moments of Joe Hashim holding that Australian flag, and it's because of the media coverage that he's got, and we've just pushed and pushed and pushed, and kudos to everybody who provides media to and shoots media to for everybody across Australia, and that's no bars hold, and that genuinely goes out to everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And again, the feeling is indeed mutual. I know how much you've put in the hard yards, especially getting this set up as well with your team as well. It's been absolutely fantastic to see. Poker media is certainly not an easy job. It really isn't. I've been privileged to have worked, along many of the world's best in this industry, sitting down and talking to them in person and learning from them. And that's one of the key things. No matter what facet of the industry that you're in, everyone is still learning.
Yeah.
The game is constantly changing and evolving, and so too with it, the industry changes and evolves. And if you can't accept that from the get-go, then it's pretty much a case of adapt or die. And so, it has been a challenge, and certainly for myself in the last 6 to 12 months or so, there have been some challenges there on a personal level, particularly on a health level. But I'm so pleased to see everything's still going strong.
Yeah.
And it's so beautiful to see the messages of support coming in. So thank you so much to everyone. I know Nuno's out there watching.
Yeah.
Craig Abernathy as well. My
Good to
esteemed
see you
colleague
back,
there
Lando, from both of those gentlemen.
No, absolutely. And Craig as well, doing some amazing work there with the Australian poker schedule. Look, we find ourselves in a position where the industry now is still very, very strong, but there's certainly going to be a lot of conversations to be had in the future as to where do we go from here? And it's interesting because my esteemed colleague, great friend, and of course the original PMA protege, Josh Emerton, if you are watching, hello sir, I do see you in the City of Churches there.
Hello, Joshy.
He bumped into one John Stark, who of course has recently released his book, Poker World, for which yours truly wrote the foreword for. And there were a lot of questions, there were several questions I raised in that, and talking about what the future holds there for the poker industry in Australia. Talking about the necessity for major operators to come together and to potentially work more harmoniously in order to to ensure that schedules don't necessarily clash too much. I know that that's been a bit of an ongoing concern, especially as we start coming out of the pandemic years. Over these last 3 years, it has been a challenge for everybody to, for example, to really find that balance for certain events. But again, this is certainly a conversation for another time. But with that being said, what we are seeing is so much more strength and more innovation from the industry as well. I mean, this broadcast with APT is a prime example of that. But also, with so many other major events being announced coming into 2024 and beyond, it's really good to see that again. The industry is trying to find ways to continue to adapt, and it's a credit to everybody that we work with, alongside with, and. Yeah, there's really not much more I can say about that. It's truly something special.
Lando, I'm going to have to say that I totally agree with everything that you said. I need to read this book from John Stark.
Oh, you certainly do. It's a great read.
Where can I pick it up?
So, John, you'll be able to contact John Stark Poker Shark on Facebook. Look up his Facebook page there. You can also, if he happens to be at an event, which is usually on the South Australian circuit, you can also pick it up from him directly. But Poker World is the book that you're looking for, and it's absolutely worth a read. It gives some great insight and history into even before the modern Australian poker era, the pre-Hashem days, as we call them. So. It's an incredible set of stories, and of course APT's own GG Fab is in there. You've got contributions from many of the Australian Poker Hall of Famers, industry greats who have worked with the major casinos, and look, it is just a snippet of what's to come for this industry. It's so many incredible stories to be told, still yet to be told.
And for me, just listening to this, Lando says, at one point there, you asked me, where are we going next? I would love to see an independent body come between all of the providers we have, and we need to start an excellence awards and have ceremony nights about who's put on this, congratulate those who run the biggest tournaments. And, competition is healthy. We need to celebrate that. In some way, shape, or form, we may be competitors, but we can perhaps come together in a way to show our craft.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I think in in that sense, we also need to consider re-establishing the Australian Poker Hall of Fame. It has been a while since we've had someone inducted into the Australian Poker Hall of Fame, I should say, sorry. I know that I think it was 2019 or 2020 the last time we had someone inducted, correct me if I'm wrong. But we need to be able to, as you say, we need to be able to recognise, the best people in the industry, not just as players, but those who've contributed as dealers, as floor staff, as media. We have started to see that at a state level. I know that South Australia in particular has been doing some great work in this. They've made strides with establishing the South Australian Poker Awards. But we definitely need to see that at a national level. I think it's extremely important, and certainly incorporating the Australia Poker Hall of Fame as part of that is something that needs to definitely be considered. I know that there are discussions in relation to this. It is happening slowly but surely, but it's certainly one of the first steps that we can certainly take. And as we did touch on earlier, like one of the other things is to ensure that there is perhaps a summit organised to be able to get all the major operators together in the same room to be able to discuss, the planning and logistics of major events. It is always a challenge when it comes to things. There's always going to be schedule clashes and things of that nature. But ultimately, as you say, competition has to be healthy.
Yes,
100%.
100%.
And so ultimately, if the competition isn't healthy, everyone in this industry suffers. That's just the bottom line.
Yep. Yeah. Not a truer word has been spoken, Lando. And look, if that doesn't sound like a healthy direction for the game that we love, somebody tell me a better option, because that's I feel that's the same way. We need to take our egos aside, even though it is a game. We have an all-in situation here. Nikki Turner all-in with ace-5, with Ryan Hong, king-queen, with option to call. Has made the call.
How much is it? 725.
Sal, Doyle Brunson. Probably going in the bin.
Indeed, disposed of. So we go to showdown. Ryan Hong with King Queen of Spades versus Nikki Turner at risk with Ace 5-0.
Oh, there's the 5 there for the ace.
In the window there for...
Still got the 5 overs to come. And a river. We get a double up there for Nikki Turner. A lot of support in the chat there for Nikki Turner from Queensland. So yeah, mate, have you been keeping up with everything poker related while you've been on the mend, or it's just been taking a bit of Lando time, family time?
It's been a bit of both, really. But no, I tell you what, we talk about the nature of the industry, the health of the industry. The World Series of Poker, main event in particular, breaking the 10K barrier for the first time in history. I mean, that just goes to show just how popular poker is, and especially after the lockdown pandemic years, it's incredible to see.
Yeah.
Many people didn't think it was ever going to happen. We were getting 8,500 on average for these last 5 years or so. But to see it break 10K is just unbelievable. So it's again just a true reflection, or just a small reflection, I should say, as to how strong the industry globally actually is.
Please keep that thought, Lando. Style Engels here, pocket tens has moved all in. Nikki Turner has woken up on the big blind with ace-2, but does have to put majority of her stack at risk. Not sure if she's asked for a count. Yeah, didn't think that she was going to come along with that one, mate. So yes, please continue, Lando.
No, of course. But look, of course, the World Poker Tour Australia Series, another great success there once again. We're still seeing fantastic numbers there at the Star Gold Coast, and we also do have the WSOP circuit coming up towards the end of the year, and that is before the World Poker Tour World Championship happening at the Wynn Las Vegas once again. Very pleased to give our friends watching the inside word. PMA will be returning to provide coverage of tracking all the Australian players in action during the course of the main event in late November, early December. So it's great to watch it, of course. Plenty more coverage coming your way. There'll be a new relaunch of more of our regular content. The PMO podcast will be coming back. I know that speaking with the affable Didier Guerin just a short time ago, he's very keen on getting on to have a chat with us. So that will be coming your way. Just
how good is talking with Didier? He brings just an energy that
Didier is indeed one of the top commentators there in the country, and of course we've got so many amazing analytical minds in the booth right now.
Yeah,
we talk about the likes of Didier Guerin. We also talk about Corey van Jaarsveld, Jordan Bromley.
Of course,
it's just there's so much incredible talent, and my personal and professional approach to the media side of the game is to be able to try and find and nurture and support that wherever I can. I mean, let's face it, we're not getting any younger. I'm almost 40, and so.
Not far behind you, mate. Believe me.
I'm always happy to help and support wherever I can, but we are very much in the search of new talent. We are obviously unearthing more of that as we go. If you really want to get involved in the media side of things, I definitely encourage you to do it. Again, I can tell you it is indeed a challenge, but ultimately it is rewarding, and the opportunities that it gives you, particularly when it comes to travelling so much in the state and potentially overseas as well. It's, for anyone that's aspiring, particularly if they want to get into sports commentary or things of that nature, I definitely recommend that you get into it if you can.
Yeah, so is PMA looking for any staff at the moment?
We certainly are. So if you are interested, I would recommend reaching out. If you happen to see me on the floor, I'll be here all day tomorrow. We'll talk about more of that in just a moment.
Yeah.
But you can also reach out to our amazing managing editor, Ben Blashke. Ben at pokermedia.com.au. If you think you've got what it takes, send in your cover letter and CV.
Yeah, mate, I'd just like to shout out to Ben Blashke as well. He's been an incredible support jumping in the chats. As I've been managing multiple teams, Ben has been putting in assistance there. Alison's doing a fantastic job. All of PMA upon this event has been fantastic, and you can't expect anything less from these blokes, mate. So yes, shout out to Ben and the help that he's done as well.
Thank you very much indeed. Got a little bit of action here perhaps, but I guess, here we go. We've got a limp in from Jackson Boone on small blind with Queen 6-0.
Yep, defence there with a 10-3. Hits the bottom pair. Not much there.
Jackson checks, and this does Stylianos. Turn cards, 7 of diamonds.
Check. Bit of garbage versus a bit of garbage. It might be first to stab the pot. Lando, we'll see who takes it down, but I feel like it's just going to be safety to the river.
Indeed it is. Stylianos there with the best of it. No, just turns up his hand. He knows he's got it though.
So another thing that is kept close to your heart, Lando, is the Deaf Poker Association, and that's why you're here today?
Deaf Poker Australia, yes.
Sorry, Australia?
No, that's all right. It's yes, it is indeed close to my heart, and so if you, I was just going to bring the commentary screen back at the moment. So people might have seen me wearing this this piece of greenstone. Now, this was actually given to me in 2013 by the New Zealand deaf community when I went over to support one of their events and to help run of those. I'll tell you that story in just a moment. But Deaf Poker Australia, DPA, has been around since 2008, and I've been privileged enough as a hearing person to be able to be involved in supporting and running those events. We are so pleased to be able to partner up with the Australian Poker Tour this year to run 2 tournaments. So currently we have the APT DPA Pineapple, so it's a co-branded event which is currently running. I believe they've just locked it out. They'll be announcing the prize pool for that very shortly. But then tomorrow is the Deaf Poker Australia Championship main event. So it's a $250 buy-in tournament exclusive to deaf and hard of hearing players. It comes off the back of the revival of that tournament last year, also held in Sydney at the Star. For the first time we had that event broadcast on a live stream. it was fantastic to see so many players back in support for that, and we expect nothing less this year as well.
Yeah, Leonard Blackwell always in support, raising it up for the Deaf Poker Australia. You like that?
Good effort, sir. Good effort indeed. But no, getting back to the Greenstone. So this was just an incredible moment for me personally. You know, I was just a 20-something-year-old kid, just volunteering to run poker tournaments, but I didn't realise, how much Deaf Poker meant to the community, to be able to bring them together, to be able to have that opportunity to compete on a level playing field, as it were, alongside hearing people, but still, wanting to make sure that they have that space where they can feel comfortable playing amongst their peers.
Yeah.
But they did the presentations at the end of the night, awarding all their players the prize money up on stage, and then they called me up on stage, and I noticed that they had this piece hanging in this beautiful custom wooden box. So the Greenstone piece was actually carved by a deaf Maori person.
Yep.
Blessed by deaf Maori leaders, and it was actually presented to me with a haka. Yep.
And that's the piece that Landon has around his neck right now.
So when I say the DPA is close to my heart, it is literally close to my heart. It's like the opportunities that Deaf Poker has been able to present me, and to be able to give back, in a way to encourage accessibility for poker, because poker is one of those games that doesn't discriminate, Lato.
100%.
It does not discriminate. The thing is that poker is a visual game, so anyone can sit down and play it. I mean, look, we've even had one of our players, Damon Jessman, who's deaf-blind, who plays regularly in APT events, and in fact won the Queensland Deaf Poker Championship last year on the Gold Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So, you see players at the World Series that don't have arms. They literally manipulate the chips and the cards with their feet. And blind players, it's just, poker is one of the few things in life where, irrespective of age, race, gender, orientation, ability, when you sit down at the table, everyone is equal, and that has been something that I've always pushed ever since I've come into the industry.
All walks of life.
All walks of life, Ado. You're absolutely right. And it's and although again I've taken that step back from the game, and really trying to encourage more to ensure that the future of Deaf Poker Australia is indeed in deaf hands. Taking more of an opportunity to really educate on the technical aspects of the game, which has always been my forte.
Mm-hmm.
I still relish and cherish the opportunity to be able to give back to the game wherever I can. So by doing that through media, by doing that through that with my support work with Deaf Poker Australia, that's just opened up those opportunities. And I'm truly grateful for that, and I really thank everyone who is tuning in, listening to this commentary, to be able for letting me share my story. And we certainly encourage you, if you are around here at Bankstown Sports, come along and support us. Even tomorrow, if you just want to come and rail the action, you are absolutely most welcome to do so. And it's our hope that we get a huge turnout once again, and we're certainly looking forward to seeing who the next Australian Deaf Poker champion will be.
So Pineapple tonight, if you want to come down to the Bankstown Sports Club, and another event which was...
So the other event tomorrow is the DPA Championship main event. So the Championship main event, which starts at 12 p.m. tomorrow, is exclusive to deaf and hard of hearing players. So if you do know of someone that is deaf or hard of hearing, has not played before, we definitely encourage you to have them come down.
I have played in one of these events a long time ago in Brisbane.
The Auslan Open, which the APT has hosted on a couple of occasions there.
Yeah.
So we always try to encourage inclusion as well with the wider poker community. So through our Auslan Open events, and also with the Pineapple event that we've hosted tonight, we have had some of the APT's finest come and join us. Chris Skinner, I know, was in the action there earlier.
Yep.
Zoe Charters, Tim DePater as well, who's been absolutely crushing the WPT League circuit.
Lovely
He's been seen there. Jamie Hunter as well. So anyone that jumps into to help DPA, no matter in which way, if you think it's only a small way, believe me, it's anything that anyone can contribute in order to provide that platform for deaf players is always truly something that we really show your appreciation for. So again, our sincere thanks to the APT once again for not only hosting the Open Pineapple event, but indeed, you know, the one of the most prestigious deaf tournaments in the world. Like, and in comparison, and I may be biased in saying this, but in comparison to other deaf events that have been hosted worldwide, like I don't think there's been as much in terms of coverage, particularly when it comes to the media aspect. And certainly when it comes to you know, the level of professionalism, I would dare say that the one organisation that comes close, or is definitely on par, is the Deaf Poker Tour in the United States. States, I should say. They are absolutely amazing. You know, we are seeing deaf poker starting to grow as well. Canada. Shout out to Darren Chow and all the amazing deaf Canadian poker community. They're doing amazing work. It's Europe as well. I can think UK Deaf Poker in particular, Stephen Draper, he's doing some wonderful work here as well.
Mate, you were just rattling off names worldwide.
I am naming, dropping a bit, but these guys...
I have to admit, though, the passion that you have for this is very, very clear of how close this is. And I know that you want to give the accolades. And Lando, I want to keep letting you go on because please tell us more about the Deaf Association with these people. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but I just feel it the way that you're talking about it. And if it's just a little gesture, sometimes that gesture is buy in.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, with deaf poker, it's realistically it's the same game. The only difference between deaf poker and mainstream poker is the ability to use sign language at the tables. And so in that aspect, from the TDA side, is that you only need to allow the use of sign language at the tables, and that's basically it.
Yeah.
The game is played, adjudicated, dealt exactly the same way. And so for our team tomorrow, who will be managing and helping out with the DPA Championship main event, what we'll do is we'll get together with the dealers and floor staff to be able to get them the access and teach them the signs that they'll need to look out for, you know, when it comes to communicating action. But otherwise, once you actually see them in action, it's just like any other poker game.
Yeah,
it really is.
It really is, and I also enjoyed it. Nick as well from Ausland, is it?
Nicholas Lee, our CEO of Deaf Poker Australia, regretfully can't be with us this weekend as he has other commitments. But a huge shout out to Nicholas Lee. He's been such a great ambassador for our organisation.
Now, Lando, I just want to run through the comments here. Neil Dillon in the chat has asked what the prize pool is. I'll give the full stats to him here from AustralianPokerTour.com.au. This is the grind. We are at $233,595 in the prize pool. We currently have...
Yeah. 1,235.
That is incorrect. I am going to reload that and get an absolute update. We're down to the last 8 players. I think on the table it might be 6 players from what I can see up in the screen there. So yes, thanks for asking for that. Jason and Anders there for you as well. Lando, welcome back, mate. You know, another bloke of
Jason Anand,
the Goliath Master himself.
The Goliath Master, the bin day extraordinary. Oh, it just absolutely fantastic to see you there, Jason. And Jet Stacks asking, is Jackson Burns single? Now, we don't at Poker Media Australia. We don't like to dally in the personal side of players' lives. You know, it's obviously very important that from a media aspect that we are doing our best to cover the most important stories. But I'll see if we can try and get a little bit of an inside word, and we'll let you know. I'm only kidding. No, but look, no, Jackson certainly in fine form, and not just because of his looks, but he's doing some great things there over west there, especially through the hijack poker. Absolutely, no, and they've got some big plans. Big plans. We obviously won't go into those too much, Ado, but hijack poker really setting their sights on trying to get the future of Western Australian poker going. But let's get back to the action. We've got a northern call.
Oh, the ace spikes for both the players there. Kicker problems for the 5.
He Turner ahead there with the ace jack. Turn card to repeat 6.
2 pair, anything? Get a double down.
So another double up there for Nikki Turner.
Yeah, so much fire in the chat there before Lando for Nikki Turner. There was a lot of support. It's actually Nuno from Absolute Prestige Cars. That's his selection of the champion today. A little favouritism for a Queenslander, I must say. Jackson is playing good. Didier, has he come into before? He is going for Hong, I think it is.
Ryan Hong, yes.
Yes, Ryan Hong. Thank you.
But no, look, if I have to make a commentator's pick here, I will have to go with Jackson Byrne. He's certainly helping to really champion the game there in WA.
Yeah, he has been playing some very strong poker, Lando.
Nikki Turner, though, certainly one to watch as well. She has also been very, very good over these last few years.
Mike's Maddox come into the comments and said, oh, he's just come in again. Would you believe it?
Let's go, Nikki Turner. I understand the mindset maven, Mr. Maddox, is currently holidaying overseas.
Yeah, he was.
Shout out to him and his lovely partner watching on.
John Camarilaro here, King Queen offsuit, 2 million in his stack from the cutoff.
Just limps in there.
Let's see what the blinds wake up with. 8-7 off for Jackson Byrne.
Yeah, John Camilleri there with King Queen 8. So we're going to be 3-handed to the flop.
Yeah, and Jet Stacks, we just went through our selection of picks. Lando likes the Western Australian, Jackson Byrne. Mike Maddox is on with Nikki Turner.
Players check the flop at 4-4-3 with 2 diamonds. Turn card is the 8 of clubs. Jackson reaching for chips. 250,000 is the bet. And that will be enough to take it down.
And Didier, who was on the commentary with us before, he likes Ryan Hon. He is currently the smallest stack, sitting at 1.5, 15 big blinds. But as he said, he considers him to be one of the best sit-and-go players. And that time with Didier in the box here, just listening to his analysis, was exceptional. I love it. I'm learning every day, and hopefully I can pick up from the guests that I continuously bring into the commentary. My guest right now is Landon Blackhole. He's been here right now promoting himself, Australian Poker, the Australian Deaf
Poker Australia. Oh, that's okay.
And Poker Media Australia. I've got the two mixed up. And Ryan right now raising it to 200k with pocket 5s under the gun.
We're going to see some action here though. Camilleri in the hijack with pocket queens.
Interesting. Here comes a 3-bet possibly. All in shove.
3-bet jam from Camilleri there.
Shoves 19 bigs. Nikki with the decision, or ace-5 of diamonds. In the bin.
In the bin. Not risking 2/3 of the stack there. And a very disciplined fold there from Ryan there with Presto. Tight at the top there. Yeah. 3 million for both Sal Mai and Nikki Turner, Jackson Byrne and John Camilleri on roughly 2.4 million each. It's all happening here at the APT National Poker Championships, coming to you from Bankstown Sports Club. Thanks to our friends here at the Australian Poker Tour. A special shout out to our sponsors, Absolute Prestige Cars and PokerShop.com.au.
And I've also just got another update here as well. The vault is 4 entries from being a 500k prize pool.
That's amazing.
That is amazing. And sorry, Lando, I still feel that that bracelet is becoming one of the most prestigious prizes in Australian poker. It is like, we don't have a bracelet that is so encrusted like that is. We do have bigger prize pools, don't get me wrong. We do have nicer trophies in other states, but when it comes to jewellery, Nick Drakakis, you're exceptional.
Drakakis Jewelers always doing a stellar job when it comes to bringing the bling. And of course the Vault bracelet is no exception to that. I think, if I wasn't mistaken, Nick Drakakis was in fact in action there during that pineapple event. So if he was indeed, thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Yeah, not a problem. Yes, and Nick's son is also Paul. Paul's been in action as well. So, I want to give an update as well for the Lord Poker Tour International 10K Challenge. They're down to 13 runners. It's a 500k guarantee there with 90 entrants. 2 tables remain. Got the likes of Sean Oy, Najim Ajaz, yeah.
Andreas Vasquez back in the mix there as well. But we've got some action all in call here. Stylianos is called off with ace-7-0 against Ryan Hong, who has moved all in with Queen Deuce of Hearts. Flop is ace-10-5. Stylianos surges further ahead. 4 of Hearts on the turn, but no heart on the river. And with that, Ryan Hong is eliminated from the grind.
Yeah, well played to Ryan Hong. Yeah, round of applause to you, Ryan. It has been a grind for you, sir, and nobody likes to walk to the cage, but at least there's money.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Big one on your own.
A big one?
Yeah, big one. Only on you.
Hey, Lando, I know you love poker.
Yes,
I don't know if you've been listening or watching all week. And I know you just watched me hit a little sound effect or whatever it is.
I do like the sound effect.
But thank you very much. Would you recognise this one?
Oh, we certainly do.
Oh, do we?
We certainly do. No prizes for guessing what that one would be.
What year?
Ooh, now that's got me thinking.
Because it doesn't exist anymore.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that particular sound effect may have been used up until, I would say 2022. Probably a little bit earlier. Very interesting. But no, of course, one of the most iconic sound effects in the history of broadcast poker.
Yeah, I'm going to give it away, Lando. You were too good. It's not 2022, 2019. That is the World Series of Poker.
Yes.
It is the first 5 seconds. And then it starts going.
I can't think of any other famous slide guitar riffs than that one.
It's been good. Thanks for coming in, mate. It's nice to have you. It's, as always, Landon gets a warm welcome. And this is the grind, ladies and gentlemen.
This is indeed the grind. And may I say, it is nice to be back on it. I'm sure we'll certainly be crossing paths again in the not too distant future. But if you do happen to be in the Bankstown area, come on down and support the Australian Poker Tour. The National Championships absolutely going off tonight, and we're expecting a huge weekend as we begin to close things out. We are, of course, here for the DPA events, of course, the main event happening tomorrow. So deafpoker.com.au if you want to see more information on that. But indeed, if you would like more info on everything that's happening on and around the felt here at Bankstown Sports, head to australianpokertour.com.au and follow the action on the APT Live Facebook page. And of course, you've got the broadcast streams on there as well, with also social media coverage from our amazing team at Poker Media Australia.
I'd just like to say, Lando, I'm glad you're back. You're still kicking it like you were before you even left. I'm just going to leave with you, mate. Good night, everybody. I'm knocking off.
I expect the checks in the mail. Well, Ado, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. I have to jump on back to help out our friends out at the Pineapple event and indeed for the main event tomorrow. But it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much to everyone. And please continue to follow along with PMA and APT from wherever you may be. Until then, it's bye for now.
There it is again. That's the lovely knockoff. Landon Blackhole, everybody. Thank you for coming in, mate. Awesome.
Thanks, Ado.
Take
Absolute
care.
pleasure.
We're going back to the action now, and mate, thank you.
Didn't know want to go in. Yeah. Yeah.
Six is all in.
Yeah.
Fold. 6, 7 fold. 6, 8 fold.
Did it? Oh, did it.
One down.
Thank you. Something else here though too.
Just have a bolt.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, don't worry about the card.
Don't worry about it.
Carried that probably into about 10. Probably into about 10 borrowing. Probably into about 10 borrowing. I'm pretty sure he came
Okay.
Maybe 7 coming, you know. Yeah. I'm up to 7.
So I had kicker issues.
I don't have the I replay or easy. I don't have
King's alright though.
Yeah. Lim. But only one on that.
Well, g'day. Dennis Huntley here.
Yeah, and
filling
Zig-
in.
and
I've got my good mate Zig here, giving me a bit of a chop out for a bit of a chin wag out there. Hope you've all been enjoying the broadcast and the poker. What have you been up to, Zig?
Just running not very well at the moment, Dennis. So I've got this other gig.
Oh, yeah. I think saw you out there playing the main event earlier, were you?
Yes, ran into a bad hand, as again.
Well, that's why we're both doing this now, mate, because we're not playing today. But I was lucky enough to bag up for tomorrow in the vault. So I'll be back at 11 a.m. for that one.
And what'd you bag?
Yeah, just under 250.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah, should be all right. Just watching the poker here. The whole series has been fantastic. I think it's fast becoming a bit of an international event, this APT.
Yeah, there's some
national champs.
Big numbers coming in, Dennis.
Yeah, I think the amount of overseas players that have turned up in some of the big high rollers from around the world, and locally, of course. And they've had some pretty big events. Very, very successful.
We've got an all-in there, Dennis.
Jackson, pocket 7. 4-4.
Very good. King 10. King 4. No two. King 10, no good. King Queen.
Equal rate 200,000. 2-5 balls.
Nice little race from Jackson there, and now we've got it all in. And so am I. You can let that go, of course. Can load it down, so they should.
Minimum. Man. Only one? I don't know. Minimum. I don't know. Minimum. Only look one.
The 5-handed play on this table is pretty interesting because the blinds go around very, very quickly, as you know, when you get a bit short-handed.
Yeah. Two short stack, man. Dennis, I haven't really picked it up.
So you'll see on the graphics there, 3.9 million under the gun.
There you go.
Just folded, that gives you a bit of an idea. 2.4 for John. And Camilleri, King 2 diamonds. Little raise coming there, I think.
What's the history of these guys?
Oh, I don't know all of them, mate. Yeah. Nicky's a very, very good local player for Queensland.
Alrighty, all players and dealers in the National Champs Flight B, please finish the current head draw. You are now on a 10-minute break. This is also the last 10 minutes of late registration for this flight. If you haven't done
going on at the moment, a lot of events this week.
and you have lessons
At the moment they've got the grind on and the
however, you must make it
main event playing. With, I think it's the last flight of the vault tonight. So I think there's 40 or 50 odd people got through so far to the vault, so or perhaps there's 60.
Yeah, exactly. What sort of numbers with the main event break is it?
I'm not sure, there's only flight 2 of the main tonight, so I think they've got 100 odd yesterday, or 90. So it will steadily increase each time, so I'm expecting somewhere around about the 350, 400 mark.
That's the usual sort of number they have in the main?
It's hard to pick a favourite to win. Jeff Jackson.
5100 for this one.
Is it?
Neckhand, 60. There's no one really that short at the moment either.
So one hit with one.
No, not particularly, but it's a good deep stack tournament. Past the parcel at the moment, mate. Not much action.
No, no action at all, really.
On the blinds here.
Yeah, John's got a nice flush draw there.
Yeah, he's hit the 6 as well, so he's got the bottom pair. Takes it down with a bet.
Alright, 160, 120, 120.
I think one of the sentimental crowd favourites would be Nicky Turner for sure. Very, very popular poker player.
Seems to run very well.
Oh, he's had some good success. He's tough opposition sometimes, mate. Tough person to beat. Very good player.
Now, I've never played against him, so I really can't comment there.
Yeah.
Players run around the cup for a while too. Obviously all these players have got a reasonable amount of skill to get to the level that they're at the moment, so...
Oh, this will be interesting. They both got the hearts.
Oh, okay. Usually if the hearts come out, but it's going to be strife if they do.
Yes.
Oh, he's let it go. Good fold.
Oh, I had king 6 of hearts.
Not really. Had me crushed.
The 3.9, 3.4, 3.1,
Thought I'd look at
1.7 million all up, so
You
not
could
a
have.
lot of
If it's
difference
going to cost you
really.
300,000.
Million chips between.
Way too much.
But
You had a hand to do
players,
that.
it only takes one good hand to bring them back into the four, so to speak. Go from 0 to hero pretty quick, or a couple of good hands in a row, you can become the chip leader. As I said, one of the crowd favourites is Nicky.
This will be interesting. It's only little connectors basically. In the market.
Let them go. No, it's pretty solid. 5 hand, I would have thought there'd be a little bit more argy-bargy.
Yeah, it's nothing really. We haven't really seen a flop, have we, for a while?
No, they're pretty much just plain ABC poker at the moment, I'd say. Just blind, small blind, big blind, comes as a sound.
Nothing for anyone here?
Nah, like most flops, most players, don't they?
Yes. Well, 3's going to be interesting.
Yeah. I had a hand the other day, I was a player and he flopped a set of 5.
He's got the 2 pair.
Yep. Against my jacks, and I turned to jack. I had to find out that the other players folded the jack and a 5, so we both had our 1-outers. In the same hand, which is sort of unusual.
Very unusual. Yeah.
See the chips counts there now, 3.5 again, 3 to 1.7, so there's still not a lot of it. So it's going to take a couple of coolers to get things moving, I'd say. It's a nice looking table though, but the setup's all pretty good, very professional, nice and clear. Camera angles are pretty good. Definitely one of the better broadcast systems that I've seen for quite a while.
Fold. 7 fold. 6 fold.
This is going to be interesting. The all in here.
ace from John Camilleri for Jack 9 of hearts. Assume they...
You get a call there, I think, of the pocket
I don't know, I think he might go a bit harder because in some countries the pocket eights are known as Asian aces, but they're very big in Macau. And they're very, very powerful hand. You're right.
It's only a call, as I said, Dennis.
Oh, you're right. You got one right there, thank you. You're on to him.
Nicky went out.
Nicky's gone.
For the national champs. Please come back and
Bill
take
went
your
off there.
seats.
It's probably a bit
This
short
race
at the
will
moment.
restart in 90 seconds. As all players ready for flight B of the national champs. Please come take your seats.
Gonna make or break one of those players, I've got a feeling.
That's right. He's got 2 overs, John has.
Well, he's pretty good pocket eights.
Yes. I think one bet will get it of John. Unless he's going to come out. What do you think, Dennis?
I don't know, he's going to come out firing, I reckon.
Oh, yes, here we go.
Yeah, he has. He went out.
T7 bets
He
325.
initially bet, didn't he? And
I was thinking he might bet about 350, so he's there about 325. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he put a little raise in to find out where he is in the hand.
Yeah, that's what I know.
He could even go all in here. Raise to see where he's at. Only the 110 there, I think.
Alrighty, all the players return to your seats for national champs flight B.
He folded
If you
that
just
one.
received already with your entry, please come and see me.
Anyway, as they say, it's better to make a bad fold than a bad call. So.
John's up to 3.6.
What? No, you hit the tech. Yeah, just in front.
Alright, all players and dealers for the national champs flights are recommencing at 600, 1200. For the 1200, people identified at 6, 12, 12. Sharp line and dealer.
I'll be gone.
We just need something to liven it all up, a little bit of blind on blind action, so hopefully we'll get a couple of hands in this one.
We haven't seen a river yet for quite a while.
No.
Jack 9, short stack. What's she going to do? Going to put it all in?
I was just about to say, because she's feeling a bit frisky with that one, so she's put it all in.
Oh, this is
and
not
there's a big
looking
chance
good.
to get 12 of Queen Jack of clubs. Jackson Burn.
With any stack, he hasn't got much above her. No,
only
put it away.
1.7. There would have been for nearly all his chips, so he's done that. And Nicky's done well. She's gone up a spot now to 4th in chips. Still not much in it. So one double up for any of these shorter stacks.
They're either
and they're right
in
back
or
in.
out.
Yeah, that's right. Well spotted, mate. I'm starting to feel like Zig and Zag here. Eh?
Or Dennis with the menace.
Yeah.
Big one, please.
Comes around quick, doesn't it?
King with 5-handed.
We haven't really seen any decent hands come out though, Dennis. You know,
they
like no
take a-
big pockets or anything to...
Take a while, mate. This is the joy of live broadcasting, mate. You don't get to see all the edited stuff in a condensed
Oh,
version.
here we go. Speak of the devil, what do
Yeah,
you
you've
got?
got
The
to
old
sit there and go through the pains. Here comes Jackson.
pocket jacks.
What's he
What
gonna
he's going
do
to do
here?
here? 1.7. Put it all in, or what do you reckon?
See, on the button. I don't think he will.
They might think he's just doing
I
a
think he'll
button.
I think he'll just put a little raise there, try and get a bit of action, and hope to get re-raised and shoved. That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
I think he's just playing the button.
Yep. 240, ace gone.
Ace
Another
six.
ace. Now up to a one offer, yep.
Yeah.
Pretty good stack. More than double his stack.
Come along as well, come on. Oh, you got no cards?
Ở New York à?
Fill one off.
Happy no one.
Coming out of the current chip player.
Oh, that'll stop a bit of action in both parties.
I don't know. I think Jackson's going to have to put a bet out just to test the water. Find out where he is in the hand. It's at about one.
John will fold that.
Probably find a fold after a little tank, I'd say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
He's got a gutty.
20 minutes of late registration remaining for the last flight of the vault tournaments.
Oh, there's 4 cars and he hit the ace as well. So it's a new leader down there with John Camilleri coming along there.
Let's say
Guaranteed
Jason.
$50K first prize, first place prize, along with the
Any more chips?
$25,000 Drakakis Jewelers.
Go bet 5 now, I reckon.
I do believe the prize pool is approaching 400,000 and change. Once we be over that, we'll get an update for you on that as soon as we can.
$600.
You think the 4-card flush would
No,
instantly...
he's going to have to fold.
He's got to
He's
fold.
got no choice. The only chance was to jam early, and I think he just he'll work this one out. Good player. Should better figure this through. And should think this through and find a fold, I should say. 4-card flush there.
Plus the ace.
It's a straight draw there.
The straight
and
is
the
a flush.
ace.
Yeah,
It's
got
not
everything.
looking good for his jacks. He might think he's been bullied by the big stacker a little bit, but missed an opportunity earlier in the hand to find out exactly where he was, but had he put a big bet out earlier, they
would have run away. That's right.
Yeah, good fold. He's done well. He's done well. He's not here just for his good looks. He knows how to play poker. And there's been plenty of poker going on this last week here. Bankstown Sports Club. I can assure you it's been one of the best poker events on the circuit this year. There's a couple of likely lads there. So there's been many events all week for all levels of play. You know, from some small $60 tournaments to satellites and some self-dealt event all the way up to the $25,000 buy-ins, which has brought the likes of people like Jungle Man and many Chinese players and some incredibly good Australian players that have made up some big fields and pretty big numbers with those big buy-in events. There's still a 10K event going on at the moment.
Jack 10, is he going to play it? No.
I'm surprised with that, because it's a bit of a nutcracker hand, the old 10 Jack. I suppose any ace 5-handed, you've got to be looking at raise involved. I'm surprised a few of them folded earlier, but you've got to go with your flow, go with the flow and your feelings.
Oh, here we go. We've got a flop coming out.
Pretty good flop.
So both got a bit of the flop. A lot of the flop.
Good score. Something for everyone there.
Yes.
Now Ryan's got the worst, but he needs a bit of help. He needs to catch up here.
Not looking good.
Really help him, so he
Yeah,
might be
5%.
a bit here now. So take it down.
You're flushing. I had the eye.
You showed him. Showed the two pair.
Nothing. Get a hit there, Jace. That's an error with the 4 on the end of there.
Nothing.
Brand new RFID table has been made, so everything should be working very well.
He's got the same hand again. He's going to put it all in this time.
He has.
He has. This is not looking good.
Run into aces, and that's you want a bit of action. I have a feeling you're going to get some.
I said before we were looking for the big hands, and we've got them.
Ace 5 suited. It's gone in the bent. Nicky's out as well. So here we go. Needs a bit of help, Jackson. Flush straight or the old Jack 10 working hard. Here we go. Let's see a flop. Let's give him an opportunity. He can't get a much better flop than that one with the 10 Jack hard.
That's right. He's got the flush or the straight.
He was fun for a little while. Now he's down to one card.
80. Oh,
And
bad.
unlucky.
He's out.
We've lost Jackson.
Jackson's out.
Out in fourth. Played very well. Congratulations.
But he had the same hand, 2 hands in a row.
I have a heart for you already. Huh? I have to keep a heart. I want to keep a heart. Yeah? You win? No. I keep 1 heart for you, but rather run no hit the plus. Good for you. Yeah.
Straight away with King 4.
Oh, the Jack
Nicky
8.
short stack, she's got Jack 8, she's folded. Very good fold.
Okay, I'm going to see a flop. Oh, flops the flush.
Not a bad flop, that one.
Yes.
Get a bit of action here. It's almost 60-40 on the percentages.
I checked already. Sorry. You're right.
Big flush draw. Not much happening with the 9-5. Unless he makes a move, it's, you know, that'd be an instant fold here, I'd say.
I need calls this.
You showed the flush.
Waiting for a jack, that's all. Nothing else crazy.
You wanted a jack with the straight.
Only 125 for you.
But you always want someone with the ace.
Action should start holding up a bit more now, being 4-handed, because the blinds being what they are, there's still plenty of play. At the same token, the bigger stacks are starting to pull away slightly from the short stack, which is Nicky, I think, at the moment. She'll be desperately waiting for
a good hand to actually put it all in.
Half a hand to stick it in there, that's right. What she got this time?
That isn't the hand.
I don't know. We're getting good at folding those small
that was
connectors.
Hello, we got the Kings.
King Kong here.
Okay.
What have we got? Just a small raise?
Yeah. The 9-7.
You can have a look. He's got a big stack. He's right up there, so he'll probably pearl one off. In there for the big blind. Small versus big again. See how we go this time. The Kings are 80%. Picked up a bit of equity with the 3, 4, 6, 7. Have a double gutter there.
315.
That's what it look like. Not quite, but it's almost a double gutter.
Yeah, no, looking for a 4.
What's a 5?
Interesting. He wants to take another card.
Yeah. An 8 would make things interesting. And if John hit a 9 or a 7, it'll cost him a few more chips.
Cool, that'll be interesting.
Bit of a straight draw.
Still needs a 5, that's right.
Get 5 bets, 420,000.
Quick bet there. To be honest, it's a very quick bet. Can't see him still chasing this gun. Unless he's going to try and represent something better and try and go over the top a bit. Which could be fraught with danger if that's what he's thinking.
I'll give you a fold. It's good enough play to fold that.
Yeah, it should be, but they've got to make a move sometimes, and he looks like he's probably thinking about making a move to me.
Well, he's got 3.3 mil. You know, you'd think he'd hang off for a little bit yet. You know, go for a gut shot.
He can represent a lot here with that on that board. If you've got the king looking at that board, what do you think he's calling you with? Do you think he's already hit his straight? Do you think he's got his straight? And here comes the big bluff, I think, over the top here. So, there's no way we're going to call. We'll try and push him off his hand, which is going to be hard to do, we know. As I was suspecting,
there we go.
Come over with the bluff.
I need 5 camel.
5 more?
Yeah, 5 camel.
I've got 1.7 in the pot now.
Many quick now.
Last one was 315.
Okay.
Okay,
Go
well.
check.
So you giving up? I don't know why you're chasing me down. I'm not chasing you down.
Can't see how the river card was.
A little bit of verbal between them.
The 4 was it? I thought he raised. My apologies.
I don't think it's full house.
That last one. There on the river.
4 flush.
He's going to have to fold now. I can't see him trying to put like a big bluff on top of this now. The player's capable. Depends what he's putting him on.
King.
There we go.
What was a 4?
Not a nice hand. Was a 4, wasn't it? Yeah. Feel.
Yeah.
I'm just having a change of deal now, obviously. So this might mix things up a bit. Quite often, a change of deal will change the pace of the game. So
What are you doing about
players
isn't it?
have lucky
Then I'll be
deals.
tanking for a long time. Missed it?
One mate's Craig Emmett, if you got
Oh, no, I thought you said
a
missed
shirt
it.
made up with all his lucky dealers. There's quite a few on there. Definitely every one he knows, actually.
Now,
Straight away,
there
Nicky's
she
a bit
goes.
happier.
Good all
She's
in.
gone all in
Got
with
an
Ace
ace.
5 straight away.
7 fold.
A few years ago, Ace 5 was the flavour of the month. Is the new Ace King.
Yep.
But, Ace 5, any
Well,
ace
she's got
at
enough
this
chips
stage of the game, any ace you've got to shove four-handed, I think. I think she's done the right thing. She's played very well to get this far. And
14.95. So, sorry. 1,495,000.
still a fairly good size stack to make her contemplate whether they need to risk that many chips to call. King Jack quite reasonable, but it is half his stack after all. So the prudent thing is to fold, which is what he did.
Eight fold below.
A6?
A draw?
You probably won't. You won't probably pick my hand, to be honest.
Oh, I'll eventually see because I'm very curious.
You will eventually see it.
That's right. You should tell me.
I was holding the set.
I don't know, mate. Not my department. I think
Pocket
it was
queens.
Zig anyway, not Zag.
Yeah.
Pocket queens, here we go. Stick a little rose out here. See what... there they are.
That's right.
That's a couple of Muppets commentating. Here we are.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
us.
That's you on the left, isn't it?
Hello, Australia. We
Yeah.
love you all. Yeah, that's it. I think it's a pretty good... Oh, I hope that was me slapping
Oh, well,
you.
we've got queens against queens.
Oh, we can see what's going to happen here, folks.
Yes, it's all going to go in. And we just...
The two Muppets in the commentary booth are going to be very impressed when they both shove it in there now. It's going to be a shove and a snap call. Feeder into the pot.
That's it.
Bar any disasters of four-card flushes.
Four-card, exactly right, Dennis.
Really?
It should just be a happy day's chop. But occasionally, it's
someone
one
goes
of the
out
Muppets
crying.
I'm this one.
Oh, the clubs.
Oh, I think it's still choppy.
Oh, no,
Nicky.
Oh,
Nicky!
no.
Nicky's got there. And she got the big double.
Now, she's up in the lead now.
I just can't believe his luck there. Unbelievable. What can I say, folks?
We just
Called
said
it
about
ear-
the four-card flush.
Call it early, and unfortunately, that's the way it happens sometimes. The old poker gods, they get up there and they have a laugh and a giggle. And somebody's happy and someone's not, and someone gets smacked. We all get our turn. Everyone gets their turn of hitting the river. Everyone gets their turn of getting lucky.
Not including that?
All we can do is just try your very best. And do the best you can. There's a lot of Muppet fans out there, mate. We might get asked back one day. You never know.
Oh, that's right. I'm waiting for the extra $200 here.
Oh, well, I didn't know you were paying them that much. Here they are.
That's
Hello.
right. Yeah, put them back on
Oh,
again.
slap him. Go on, slap him. What can I say? I've been called a Muppet for a long, long time, but that's... I'm getting old enough to look like one of those blokes now, so you're lucky. Catching up to you, mate. I know I'm a little bit older, but you look more like one of those Muppets than me with the snow on the rooftop. Hey.
On the beard.
And the beard. Oh,
I respect you, Dennis, because you're about 4 months older than me.
Say you should, mate. Yeah, exactly right. That's good to know. Getting back with the poker, getting sorted out after Nick's wonderful victory there.
She's right up there from now.
And now she's right back in the mix of things now. She's going to be right up to the chip load. And she's suddenly become a...
bit of a threat there to the boys.
Well, force to be reckoned with, mate. You can't underestimate Nikki's prowess as a poker player, I can assure you. Just when you think you might have her beat, boom, she'll come back and say, see you in the next one, right? Oh, 10 for Captain Cook here. Ah, she'll let that go. She's had a win, she's going to enjoy the last one.
Right. Don't push your luck.
No, it's going. Oh, Nikki. Oh.
We got the Queen 8 as well. That'll be interesting.
There we go.
3 to the flop.
Jack. Line flop.
Ooh,
No.
this is
Oh,
nasty.
the Queen's come. Of course the Queen's come. Nikki's flop 2 pair, is she? Got him
Yes,
again.
she has.
I tell you what, mate. I told you.
Well, if you're thinking the Queen 8
You know, she just sneaks up here and smacks you, mate, like happens to a lot of us naughty boys. We've been smacked all our lives and we're still getting smacked on the poker table. Nicky's got a hammerlock on this hand now, mate. And how much should she bet here? How much should she raise? Should she raise? Should she just flat it? I think she should just flat it. If she put the raise in, well, that's okay. It's three-handed.
Raise the 5, right?
And why not get a bit of air? Because there is a bit of a club. There's a club draw there, so it's fair enough to put the raise in. You want to give them a free card with in case someone's got the club draws. And they certainly you've got one club. That's a big fold for the other Queen. And the table could turn a bit chipwise now. Nicky's got more chips than Sal's got now, so he's probably going to let this go.
Let it go.
Yep.
That's it.
8 folds, 2 takes.
Folded a queen to you. Folded a queen to you.
Well, Nicky's in front. Yeah, I know they're equal. 4 million each.
Blood draw. I have a queen.
Yeah, well,
I have
that's right.
queen
She's
8,
gone
yeah.
from the penthouse pretty quick with pretty much one hand. Went from 1.5 to 4 million.
I have blood draw, but too much.
Like I said, every player deserves to be there. They've all played very well to get where they are.
Big one.
There's some good money at stake. I can't remember the price off the top of my head, but there's big dollars.
Is it different? 400 to go. The ace 3.
Raise it down yourself.
Cool.
Ace to call. Oh, lucky with bigger ace.
I don't know what we'll do for the ratings, mate, but we're not quite many percentages and things, but all the young fellas are all good at that. All the youngsters are good at their dirty hour percentages and things, so went a bit more old school. Just have to listen to us dribble for a while, mate.
You notice you don't see the young blokes on there at the moment on the final table.
5 folds, 7 folds.
There's something.
360.
Oh, that's true. Nicky's here again, she'll put the raise in.
Yes.
I reckon he'll come back over the top and so try and find out where he is with this suited hand. I don't know, you know. 2.5 million. Got to be thinking it's pretty good suited ace. Four-handed, remember, folks.
That's all right.
So,
any ace on the final table?
Wouldn't surprise me if he made a move here with this. Pump it up a bit. Or, well, there you go. What do I know? Just call. That's why I'm one of the Muppets.
Queen again.
Queen again. There now, one diamond. Top and bottom with his ace 3. I think he's just got to let it go. Time to smile and fold. Well, he's not going to smile. He's not happy. He showed the ace again. He shows a lot of cards. Queen. Far too many. He's given away too much information, I reckon. It's very big point.
You don't like showing cards, do you?
Oh, I do occasionally, especially if I'm playing script poker.
What do I do?
That's another story, right?
That's right.
sometimes showing cards like you're doing. I'll do that sometimes myself to show people that you've always got it, so to speak.
And you're respecting their bet?
Yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Different when you show cards to people when you've made a big fold and they make them feel that they've made the right fold. So you've got to play it by ear. Sometimes showing is good. Some people never show. And they're tougher components because of it. It takes all kinds of people from all walks of life.
Soft tuck. You'll miss every my check.
Fantastic game, the best game of poker. Very sociable. There's a lot of friends all over the world playing this game. What's happening on this board?
King will take it down.
Put a bet in. Put a bet out. Always going to get the job done.
No good.
No big lies, you know. I have a big lie. Yeah. I don't care.
Australian Poker Tour National Poker Championships have been run in conjunction with the Lord Poker Tour emissaries from China, and it's been a huge success with the Australian Poker Tour helping them out in Australia, helping to promote their brand, and their players have been very well looked after. They've enjoyed some fantastic poker, making new friends, of course, and meet lots of people. And now they get to travel outside China and start to travel the world to play poker. So it's good that the Australian Poker Tour have sort of teamed up with these guys. And it gives it a true international feel and flavour to all the events. And you see many people from all walks of life. We've had some great celebrity events. Jackson Moore here the other day, Stevie Baker and numerous others. Jeff Fennick. You get to sit down and mingle with those sort of wonderful people. It just helps the experience for everybody.
So John's in front with the 4.
Okay.
Bit of there.
7 bets, 175,000.
Jack 7's not going to do much. Jack 9, and it's going to be much earlier. I'll take it down.
I think he's 4.4 in front there.
Yeah, just under 4 million for Theanos.
And we got the short stick on
Yeah,
break or
just about ready for a break. If we get one more hand in. They're going to get another hand in before the break, or they're going to stop? They're having a break now. We nearly got one more hand, so we'll enjoy the pleasure of the company next time, if we ever get another Guernsey, and if Dick can afford to keep paying them $200 every time we come in here. All right, well, that's it from this Muppet.
Thank you, Dennis. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Dick, and I'll see you next time.
Okay.
Have fun, folks.
160.
And 160.
Commentators back in position here for you guys on the stream. We've got 4 players left in the grind. Harvey Silver here, and I've got a special guest with me, Hangel Gullion. Have I got it correct? Is it close?
That was very close.
Pretty close.
Very close.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining me, Angel. All of you listening out there would know who Angel is. How has the week been for you so far?
It's been exciting. The fact that we have both 25K and a 10K for this series has been really nice, obviously, and exciting just to play those 2 tournaments. Having the chance to play both. They were both great fields, meaning you have a combination of professionals and recreational players as well. So it was like a very fun vibe in general. Had the chance to play against Jungleman.
Yeah, Jungleman.
Yeah,
we know him as Jungle Man, but
yeah, pretty much a full day, and that
Yeah.
was fun. That was
Yeah.
fun to play with him. He's a character, and yeah, I enjoyed playing the stream table with him. Yeah, just happy to see these bigger buy-ins happening in Australia, you know?
Yeah. So you've been standing out there watching the 10K buy-in, and we're down to 12, I think, out there at the moment.
Yeah.
We're going to stop that one tonight when it gets to final table, and then we'll be broadcasting the final table of that one tomorrow. And we're going to stay on the broadcast here till the end of this one, where we had 170 something entries, 179 I think entries at 1,500 buy-in. Another great prize pool.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. So 4 players remaining. 2 big stacks, 2 like on the smaller side. Let's see what the big one is. I just joined you guys.
5.2 I think it was.
Yeah. And what is the big one right now?
No, the blinds.
Yeah.
You'll see all the stats that come up on the screen. Yeah, 160.
160 big one. Okay. The chip leader has 35 big ones, and the short stack has around 15 big ones, if I'm not mistaken.
So, all in with the 9s, John, on the button.
And the small blind, even though it looks like, okay, we only have Jack High here, we should be folding always, right? That's what we could potentially expect. But Jack suited is a hand that plays really well. And the problem is that the range on the bottom versus, for example, being on the big blind with Jack 10 suited versus the range from the small blind going all in. And having Jack 10 suited there is pretty much a monster. And it's not very intuitive to call with Jack 10 suited if we were on the big blind versus the small blind. But mathematically, it makes a lot of sense. You know, we have a hand that has lots of equity against pretty much any holding that our opponent has. In this situation, is the bottom going all in? So it's very different because he's going all in against 2 players. So the Jack 10 suited loses some of the properties that it has when it's only against 1 player, right? We still have another player behind us. If we decide to call with Jack 10 suited, we can still, you know, get called by another player and then 3-way all in, and then our Jack 10 is not doing as good as it is when it's only against 1 player. So that changes the properties of the hand, and yeah, the fold makes sense. But also to recognize that the bottom is going all in with potentially a wide range, given the stack is, you know, not huge as we're seeing now. Small dealer goes all in, king 9 suited, and big one should be calling here.
But we do get a fold.
Yeah, the range the player with the short stack goes all in with is just being crushed by A6 most of the time. So I think we should take that spot. There's also considerations always done. Is there someone else that is shorter? The pay jumps are really, really important to take into consideration when making these decisions. But in this particular spot, I think when the shortest stack is going all in, we have a hand that is crushing his range. We have to just take it. Not that we love it, but we just have to go for it.
Yeah, and going back to previous hand, don't get caught up in pretty hands is what you're saying. I mean, obviously the Jack 10 suit is a very pretty hand. You look down on that normally on the table, and it can make so many hands for you.
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to say there is that even though you are not supposed to be calling there with Jack high, small blind versus big blind, for example, if small blind goes all in and we have Jack 10 suited in the big blind, for those same stack sizes, we can make the call.
Sure.
And and it wouldn't be, like, you're not gambling, you're actually making a correct call. It's the properties of Jack 10 suited against just one player. It's actually pretty good, That's if the small one is going all in with the hands that he should be going all in, which is very wide range.
So Nicky's hit the 7 here on the flop.
Yeah, he's gonna continue with a c-bet. King 9 has nothing. Easy fold. I like the aggression from Nicky there in this flop, even though, it makes it easy when we have a pair, but in general, that texture it's hard to continue with when we don't have a heart, for example.
Yeah, sure.
And our opponent is just going to fold a lot. So, yeah, betting small makes a lot of sense. We don't have to reach too much.
So tell me about your life at the moment, Angel. Things have changed, obviously. You're a family man now.
Yes.
It's the biggest change. Your first child, I'll tell anyone who wants to hear, your first child is the biggest change in your life ever. Have you found that?
It is. It is. I'm a new man. I'm a dad. It's been amazing. I love it. I love the new sense of purpose that life has given me now. And in every aspect of my life, just, being a father has really pushed the envelope for me in a good way. And we are enjoying it so much. And our son is 2 years and 3 months old. And it's a fantastic age, even though people call it the terrible twos. Hasn't been terrible at all for us. He's quite a character, little Bodhi. Yeah, it's been a ride. No sleeping at the beginning, but now we're sleeping a bit more, so that's good news.
I'm going to come back to it. Let's just follow the action here with a couple of hands and a call from the big blind just for another 190.
Keep going. Nope. All good. Keep going. You have a blue.
350? Yeah.
Okay, so under the opens, Nicky opens. Ilinianos, I don't think I'm saying his name right. Maybe you know how to pronounce it.
It's
you can.
Stelianos. I always thought that solmai was a type of dim sim. Is it solmai? Is that the pork and prawn dim sim? Is that right?
What is happening here with the 5 blue suited? Okay. We had a flop, which I missed. Okay, I'll be paying more attention. Yeah, he had an open-ended that went over.
That's right.
He did right. Okay. It was just like thinking, is this pre-flop?
Yeah, we get distracted with stuff in here. Probably telling no one out there something they don't know, but your partner, obviously, Lynn Gilmartin, who everyone would know from the World Poker Tour, and I've actually known Lynn forever. I knew Lynn all the way back when she worked for Tennis Australia, so that's how long I've known Lynn for. And then Crown, and actually done a fair bit of work with her.
Were you part of the production of the Aussie Millions for ESPN? I think
way back, I
I
was, but I actually met her. I was doing all the production for Tennis Australia at that stage for the Australian Open when she was working there. She's a young girl.
She was around 20, I think.
Yep. It's a long time ago. And
So you met her before me?
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
I did, and we've spent a lot of good times together, and you know, you two are one of the great poker stories to have met on the poker tour, and
yeah.
And you must have incredible patience with each other because there is so much travelling involved, and I've got to assume a lot of travelling not with each other.
Yeah, luckily we haven't done much traveling not together, except it was funny because when she was living in Australia and I was in Mexico mostly, but we were traveling together to all the stops that Poker Stars back then was doing. She was working for Poker News, so she was covering all the events that I was playing. I was a sponsored poker player for Poker Stars, right? So we, travel all South America and some Europe stops as well together, and we always did together. So we didn't have much of a long distance thing going until she started with World Poker Tour. Ironically, she moved to Los Angeles, and in Los Angeles, I was in Mexico City, so we were closer, right? We would have to travel to see each other pretty much every weekend, and then do some travel together. But she will do some on her own as well. But no, in general, we've been, maybe have 2 years where we will see each other every 2 weeks. But we've been together for what, 13 years?
Yeah, it's a long time.
So most of the time we've been together locally. And she just gets me, and I get her. I support her career, she supports mine, so we're a pretty good team.
She's fantastic talent.
For sure.
Sort of watched her grow into that role as well, and she did a little bit of that at Crown down in Melbourne to start with. A little bit. She was. I remember she came over in marketing. She wasn't actually even, working in that camera, front of camera space at all. She was in marketing, and poker became so big, particularly through Joe, when you won the World Series and Crown Poker took off, and Lynn started presenting poker for Crown, and
it's amazing that she was part of the boom here in Australia. When Joe wins, it grew so much. Right? Wish I was there back then.
Yeah. I have to tell you, when you're on the table here playing, I can't even remember a few days ago you were playing something here on this feature table, and
25k.
The 25k, and I was on the microphone, and Lynn actually came on the chat and said, "Harvey, you're commentating," and I said, "Get over here, he's going to do well. This is a big tournament." She said, "No, I just got out of the pool in Palm Cove. I think I'm pretty happy." So
I travel solo, which is not something that I do often. Yeah. And then she and our boy went to visit my parents-in-law.
Yeah.
And you're having a blast there.
It's a nice part of the world, isn't it, up there, North Queensland?
Very chill, very chill. Bit too humid for me, I must say.
I think it's too humid for everyone, to be honest, but you put up with it for the lifestyle that you get up there. Very chilled, as you say.
Okay, so just going back quickly to this hand.
Of course, we should be commentating the
yes. hand. I'm enjoying the chat.
Too much, probably.
Small blind completed. Big blind check. On the flop, small blind left, and big blind calls with, backdoor flush and a gut shot, which was good enough to make the call, obviously. Turn went check. Correct? Yep. And then the river decision, I think John is going to win.
He's pushed in here.
Yeah. And I like
it's over about 400,000.
Check the turn, which is, makes sense to check the turn because the turn helps our opponent. But then when the queen comes, our opponent didn't bet the turn, it tells us that our opponent doesn't have the jack, right? Yeah. Or he might have a 5 or a 7. He doesn't have a 10, most likely. And the queen is kind of like a scare card, right? So I think John did really well. Betting the river, trying to scare his opponent that didn't have anything, but it was, a matter of who bet who have won the hand. Probably if he checks, he would have faced the bet and lost the hand. It's about aggression. He was the one that was aggressive and took down the points.
And Angel, I have no doubt that most of our viewers are very keen poker players, and you know they'll understand a lot of what you're saying. I'm sure there's people out there who are more beginners and are interested in the game. And one thing you're talking about there, which would make their ears prick up, is the story. That the story makes sense. That's what you're saying. Sometimes, you know, a bet will get called, and you're surprised that the bet does get called. And that's because the player's sitting there thinking, this story doesn't make sense that they would bet here. So you're trying to create not just the image on the table, and you're not only playing, obviously, the cards that are in front of you, but the story of each hand is very important, isn't it?
Yeah, like at the very first level, poker is a game as you just described of stories, right? Even though we can be beginners, we can be, you know, like have no knowledge about the math of the game itself, and like we're not experts, let's call it, when we start playing the game, right? But we are humans, and we can recognize when someone is saying the truth, when someone is lying to us, right? And often lies come from things that don't make sense. You know, when you're hearing someone tell you something that doesn't make sense, you can probably say, this sounds like bullshit to me. You know? Sounds like something doesn't make sense. And in poker, we're gonna have situations that will arise where the story, as you just said, doesn't make sense. And we, as humans, recognize it at the most fundamental level in, you know, using our humanity to recognize that fact. And when we do that, you know, we can have pretty good educated guesses. Even though the math might not be part of our game yet, or the strategy is not very strong when it comes to the game theory of the game, we can still recognize the human side, you know, of the place. And here we have an interesting decision for Nikki that has pocket threes. It's a lot of chips, 2.8 million. He has 5.2. She doesn't have to take the risk with pocket threes, and I like her fold. On the other hand, Stylianos has a hand that will very well call. He's thinking about it. This is a hand that he needs also, to be in contention. It's a little bit too much as well. He decides to fold, and I think I agree with his fold as well. It's a bit too much, 20 big blinds. The ace
Been asked about the payouts. They did just come up there before, but we're getting so involved in our chat here, it didn't take much notice. 48K was the winner, and that's what they're playing for up top. Instead of seeing the payouts, you'll see us instead. Here we are. Good-looking man married to a good-looking woman, and with a very lovely little 2-year-old boy who's a very pretty boy too. So it's all running in the family for you.
Thank you.
Lynn will be furious that I haven't messaged her that you're on.
Yeah, we should.
I'm sure she'd love to.
Yeah,
I'm sure she's asleep.
Yeah, it's midnight.
But I'm sure she'd love
to
hear your voice.
Can she watch it later?
It's on our Facebook site, so you know, once play finishes, you can go and watch all of this back. We're also on Twitch and on YouTube at the moment. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. This is the grind, has been a grind. This has been going for a long time, and we're finally down to 4. It'll finish tonight, hopefully not too late. And on the outside tables, we have the 10K buy-in tournament happening at the moment as well, and that is going to play down to a final table tonight, so we'll come back with the broadcast tomorrow.
Nice.
I
like to join that, because I have some friends on the final table.
Yeah, I saw you were very interested. You have a stake in someone there, or just friends?
I have pieces, but you know, nothing major. You know, I'm happy for a friend specifically, Andres Vasquez from Colombia.
Okay,
we're good friends, and I hope he wins, even though he's not Australian. You know, and he won't have all the support that Australians will have, for example. But I think he's a very loved poker player. I think he has good friends, and most people that know him will be somehow rooting for him. You know.
Okay. I did see there was someone out there at a pack of chips
Yeah.
that I'd never seen someone create I mean, we've seen a lot of different patterns of what you do with the chips, but this guy had done. He had a lot of chips to be able to play.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to describe it. It was like it made like this canister, this round canister using all these chips. It was very pretty, but probably more pretty is just the number of chips he had in it.
He has a lot, and that player that you mentioned is Nash, which is an Australian legend, someone that, you know, everyone also likes a lot. He has a lot of friends, a lot of support. He's very outspoken, funny guy to play with, and yeah, he's someone also that I will be rooting for. Alon Andres. There's a few players that, I mean, there's so many nice guys in Australia. I don't know, you know this, you should know, or I'm going to tell you right now. But the Australian community, compared to, you know, any other country really, is one of the most friendliest and enduring poker communities that there are in the world. You know, I've been playing for many years in many countries, and yeah, Australia, I must say, it is my favorite. Very friendly, and just enjoy it so much. And check this hand.
So Nicky's gone all in here.
Yeah, dealer open. So John opened 400k, and Nicky very aggressive, goes all in with king queen suited. I like it. I like it for sure. Nicky has shown a few moves that have been, you know, right on point. I haven't been following anything else besides the join here, but so far liking how she's taking control of the table. She has a bigger stack, so that obviously helps, but she's using it well.
If you're on full screen mode, you're probably not seeing those payouts there, thanks to the boys out the back answering the questions coming up on the chat. So the payouts are 58,000 for first, 38,750 for second, 26,000 for third, and our fourth place getter here. Left with 4 on this table. 19,145. Nice payouts there, and we've had some nice big fields, haven't we? Pretty much for every event that we've had here.
Very nice, like great turnouts, I must say, and yeah, it's just great. See how there's poker series all year, and, you know, good numbers. Yeah, I think it's growing. I think Australian poker is growing, and hopefully it doesn't stop. Keep seeing more of this, and you guys are doing an excellent work with this series. I must say as well, the stream has been great, and following along, and yeah, the run, the way that you guys are running the events, is really nice.
Well, it's a big change. I'm sure you see it. There's a new management here of the Australian Poker Tour with the Hashem management group, and you know, obviously the Hashems are the flag bearers of poker in Australia, and Tony's and his team have put in a hell of a lot of work, and just had some drinks downstairs with Joe and Daniel Hashem and Anthony Hashem. I felt like an honorary Hashem tonight, having some drinks with them, and they were all just raving about, you know, how this has been going along. I think Joe was cautious. I wouldn't say skeptical, but he was cautious. I think, you know, coming here, Joe, and he's been incredibly impressed. And you know, I'm sure that you'd never been here before to the Bankstown Sports Club, and I walked in and I was like, wow, this place is like, it feels like Vegas.
I need to say, I had very low expectations, because, you know, a friend told me, oh, it's kind of like in the middle of nowhere, and then, oh, I don't think it's the middle of nowhere. But then I came here and I saw the venue, you know, regardless of the fact that the room where the tables are, and like everything's just fantastic. The place itself, it's very cool. Like, I like the way it's distributed, you know, the many food options, and yeah, I think it's a spot where more poker should be happening.
Players have loved it. A lot of players staying at the hotel that's attached to it, so you don't have to go anywhere. It's a Mercure hotel, right? Well, it's part of this complex. 11 different restaurants. There's bars everywhere. There's probably 1,000 poker machines here. It's certainly seen a few of the poker players leave the table and head down to the machines. dumping their winnings into there, but
Yep.
or their losses,
Yep.
and
That's what happens.
and it's a pretty amazing place. Like you, I was really shocked when I walked in here. I was expecting a big barn, big open barn where we'd be playing poker, but it's nothing like that at all. Very, very lively down there tonight, being a Friday night, and I'm sure that we'll be back here with the Australian Poker Tour in 2024.
Amazing. We'll be here, 14. John is in the bottom, that has shown also a lot of aggression. Folds crash hand, and Sao Mai goes all in with ace 10 suited, pretty standard, given his stack. Nicky lets it.
There's good payouts here. It's hard to get into the players' mindsets, but do you think there's players on this table who are, just hoping to hang on and push up in the pay list, or are they all looking to win, do you think?
Well, it should definitely be in their minds, but if we look at the payouts, right? So first prize is 58,000, second is 38,000, third 26,000, and fourth 19,000. So the difference between, relatively speaking, obviously, between fourth and third is not really massive, right? It really goes to a point where all the money is in the top two, it seems to be, right? And I think because that's the case, the fight for the third spot shouldn't be a thing in their mind right now. They should be fighting for first, second. That's it. So, given that, I think the small stacks should be playing very, very aggressive, trying to get it in and trying to double up and trying to have a chance to win the tournament. If you just wait in, given the payout structure that we just mentioned, you sacrifice your chance of giving you a chance to actually win the whole thing for just a page of $6,000 in this case, $7,000, almost $7,000, which is obviously a lot of money, but in comparison to the jump to the first or the second place, it's double when you go from fourth to second, and then it goes almost 3x, actually 3x when you go to first place. So that's actually very significant, right? So yeah, you don't want to finish third. You don't want to you are not content to just lather one spot in this particular layout structure. You want to go for the first or the second, that's it. So I'm liking that, both Mai and I think John, is the other player that is pushing the action, are going for it, trying to double up. Pretty much that's what you need. When you are a short stack, you try to give you a shot.
And if you're Nicky, where you're holding twice as many chips as second, do you go aggressive?
Yeah, you should be going aggressive. Here, Mai goes for limb. He has, let's just look at his stack, right? He has 1.2 million and calls 160k with 7-8 all, which is not a great hand. He's out of position and he will be facing this aggression from Nicky. She's going all in. She's trying to put max pressure on Mai, probably understanding that Sao Mai doesn't necessarily have a strong hand here. She has probably seen him play before, or they've been sharing the table for hours, right? So she probably knows what he's up to, right? And she recognizes that and puts max pressure with a hand that is not necessarily a good hand, King 8-0, but yeah, I like that she's being aggressive using her stack. I didn't like the link from Mai, to be honest. It's just too many chips for the stack. It's almost 20% of his stack size.
Yes.
He didn't need to do that. He just needed to fold, I think. Well, hey, it's sometimes hard. It's very easy to make small mistakes that can become big mistakes when you're playing around the table and all the pressure is on you. It's not easy to always be right.
She goes again here. She's really putting the hammer down, isn't she, Nikki?
Yeah, and I like it because here, for example, look at this. She goes all in. John folded a very strong hand, king queen off, because Sao Mai has a very short stack, so he has 700k. What John is doing is trying to get the pay jump, right? He wants Sao Mai to get eliminated or lose, his big line and his ante, and then he has more chances to be the next one eliminated because his stack keeps getting smaller and smaller. So Nikki, using that advantage of her stack against the other two players that cannot call except if they have a very, very, very strong hand, which is unlikely. It's mathematically unlikely that they're going to have a super strong hand, right? So I like it. I like it a lot.
Pretty much looking at the moment that if Nikki has the opportunity to bet first, she's pushing no matter what she's got in her hand, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that she should be going crazy with eight loose off. No.
Sure.
But, pretty much any holding that can make straights or flushes or any ace or even like most kings, like a lot of the queen X, a lot of, hands like jack 9, jack 8, jack 7 suited. That makes sense as well. Can make straights. It has decent equity against potential hands that can call us.
So it's not just a matter of putting the pressure on, it's putting the pressure on but still having a hand that you're happy with.
Yeah, you don't want to do it with 9 loose off. There are situations where you can go all in with 9 loose off. Let's say, for example, you are on the small blind. And not in this particular tournament, because as I said, the pay jump is not necessarily huge, but imagine you're in the bubble, right, of any tournament, and there's a guy next to you with 2 big blinds, right? And you're in the big blind with, let's say, 15 big blinds, and the small blind covers you and goes all in. And like the guy next to you is going to bust most of the time. He only has 2 big blinds, right? So you're going to have to call very, very tight there to make them up, right? So there's situations where the small blind can go in with any 2 cards, really, because the big blind has to fold in much everything in situations where, for example, the satellites, that's a very obvious and it can be not necessarily intuitive. For example, what do you do if the guy next to you has 1 big blind, right? And there's the bubble for doing a seat for a big tournament, let's say, and you have 15 big blinds on the big blind. The small blind covers you, goes all in, and you have pocket aces. Yeah. What do you have to do?
Yeah.
You have to fold.
You have to fold,
You have to fold because the 20% chance or, whatever.
It's just not worth it. Yeah, it's just not worth it.
Maybe you have a combined equity of 88% or whatever, but 1 in 10 you're going to lose, right?
Do you know, even in this time that we've been sitting here talking about this, Nikki's now not just got twice as many chips as the second place. She's covered all the players now.
Because she's stealing all the blinds.
Yeah, she's taking everything. And as Craig says up there in the chat, she's putting the guys in the bin. And this is what you do, isn't it, when you're the chip leader? You've got to use that. These guys don't want to get knocked out here because the pay jump, as you say, between 4th to 3rd is not huge, but 3rd to 2nd is. And if it's worse, they can get into the top 2, even if they're coming up against a massive chip leader. They know that they're still making a lot of money.
Yeah, and here John decides to call with the king 5-0. He's ahead versus Sao Mai that's very short. He goes all in for 4 big blinds, right? So John calls another 3 big blinds. And we'll see a flop. Wow. Good flop for Sao. It has an open-ended. He needs 7, a queen, or 8, or a jack.
And he gets none of it. So our small blind hung on, a small stack, I should say, hung on, as they often do. But in the end, we're back down to 3 players now. And as you say, the pay jump is the real big one now. You want to at least finish second here if you can.
Yeah, and I think now the strategy from the other 2 guys that have, very equal stacks has to be pure aggression. They just have, for example, if Nikki goes all in and they just have a hand that has like for example, the King Queen O is no longer a fold, you know, because the difference in stack sizes between the second and the third is very equal, right? We want to catch up with the chip leader. We want to give us a chance of winning the tournament. So King Queen O is not longer it's not going to the bin anymore. We have to go with it. Let's see if these two players realize that, and you know, if Nikki keeps the aggression as she has, they have to fight back.
Is there a temptation here as the big stack just to sit back now and let them fight it out?
Not really. Not really. It's the opposite, right? Because you kind of like want to see where your pressure is going to take them. You don't know how they're going to react to the pressure, right? So you just keep it there, hope they make mistakes, or you know, play a bit conservative because they don't want to be the next one. I think Nikki should keep her strategy, just being very aggressive here.
Well, this is a good flop for both of them, isn't it? Because we've got a flush draw for John and an open-ended straight for Nikki. So
yeah,
I think it's all going in, and it is. So there you go.
Yeah, this is what John needs. John needs to like win, like go for it here, because you know he has a lot of equity. Nikki is gonna fold sometimes on the flop, and when she calls,
but she hits the straight.
This can happen.
Oh, and the flush too. Sorry. So there you go. I was only looking at the straight cards. So John got his flush.
Yeah, and now John gives himself a chance to go for first prize or second.
Yeah.
Now look at the stack sizes. Very equal between Nikki and John. And Stelianos. Now
I'm lucky you hit it straight. I mean,
2 million, 2.1, 2.4, 2.495. 2,400,000.
5 million chip spot going to John's way.
Are you planning on playing anything else in this series? You staying for the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'm gonna play the 5K tomorrow, I think it is. Probably that might be my last one. I haven't checked fully the schedule of what is after that.
Yeah, just the main after that, I suppose, would be the potentially the one you play, but the 5K would interest you. I mean, on the basis of the 25K and the 10K buy-ins, we'll have a nice, decent field for the 5K, I would have thought.
You've been running the table for the last hour. I mean,
hopefully it's gets
and playing very well, you know, doing the right things. To, you know.
I think so, and I'd hope so, being the weekend. People still work. We get in a little bubble here in our poker community. People out there have still got jobs, and the Saturday and Sunday give them an opportunity to play when they otherwise may not have been able to.
Very true. It's so bad as poker players, often we lose track of which day of the week.
I was asked 3 times today in here, what day is it today? I actually was.
Unless if you play online poker, and then you know when Sundays or Mondays in Australia are.
So, looks like we have a push from the big blind with the pair of 5s.
And this is interesting because here John has very bad ace, right? And he has to call 2 million. And I think he probably it's hard. It's hard because if he calls and loses, then he's gonna be the short stack. But if he wins, then he's in a very high chance to go for first and definitely second, right? So a lot of money on the line here. Ace deuce is, as I said, very bad ace. Our opponent is gonna have a lot of, you know, bigger aces, some Broadway cards, and pairs, and our equity, our combined equity against that range is not great.
So potentially thinking that he may push here with a king queen, a king jack, and he's maybe ahead.
Which he would, but you know, he's also pushing.
I'm sure this is what he's thinking. You know, it's that's why he's taking so long.
Yeah.
Either way,
I think he needs to fold here. It's a bit too much, you know.
It's the first time I've seen him chatty too. Obviously, just seeing if he can get a bit of a read here.
Yeah, which is important. Our opponent could potentially give us information unaware of how confident I think he looks, or how he's reacting to our chatting. I think John makes a good fold.
And he gets shown the hand too, so he knows it was a good fold.
I think both players play it right. Now our short stack has 16 big blinds.
Not so short anymore.
There's a lot of fold equity, meaning when, like someone like just John did races, he's gonna have more chances of them folding if he goes clean, right? So that helps a lot.
So Nikki gets the ace jack.
Very good hand. The bottom with her image was, or at least the image that I've been, you know, observing. She's been playing very aggressive. Goes all in directly, which is an okay approach. I think it just makes it very easy for her to just go in and accumulate the chips. She can also raise and hope for someone to go all in. But I think given ICM considerations, meaning the pay jumps and so on, going all in makes a lot of sense. Even though it's a bit on the large side, I understand why she's doing it. I personally will have race and hope for any of my two opponents to go all in. Try to bust them. They go all in with ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, ace 5, king jack, hands like that. It's great for us.
And here's we get to see another way of playing. So John's just called here out of the small blind. We haven't seen that for a long time.
And I like it. I like it too, because he has a hand that can. Wow, this is going to be interesting because Nikki has a straight on the turn, and John has an opening straight. See how John reacts to this. He bets half pot, 300k. John is going to
7 raise 1 million.
Okay. She's gone all in.
And here, John is guilty live because he had a strong hand, like an open and potentially good outs.
So Nikki's pushed all in there because why? The two hearts, perhaps.
Yeah, two hearts and two clubs. So there's two flushers, right?
Yeah.
And if, for example, John has any two pairs, he's gonna call. So that's great.
This is the 10K outside, Angel, which you were watching. We've got 13 players left.
Oh, 11 now, because I think they're already running. Yeah, a friend just texted me that they're running, so it should be 11 now.
You do understand that we're half an hour behind. So there's 11 left now in real time.
Spoiler alert. I didn't say who was it.
No, which is good, but so that is a reminder to you too. So this is really different, because normally we would sit in here and commentate this live, and it would be going out on delay. But we're actually commentating the delay. And the reason that we're doing that is because of security here. No one has seen the whole cards in real time anywhere in this complex. So we're, it's really important. But look, let's talk about this one because...
Yeah, all in call. 9-10 suited goes all in.
It's a 9.
Very pretty hand. And he's going to win. He's going to double up.
He's going to double up with the 9. So so they're back outside now just to show you all the action that's going on. So again, just to clarify that for everyone watching, we are seeing this at the same time as you on the stream.
You've
We're
been
watching
shoving
this on a half-hour
all
delay,
night.
so
You've been shoving all night.
the security around that is, you know, the heightened.
Unlucky.
Because no one in the complex is seeing hole cards in real time. So you know, even no one from the production team, for instance, you know, could be messaging anybody, or and we've done it this way because we want to keep the integrity of this event to
it's very
its
important.
absolute maximum. So that was the 10K outside. This is our little bunker that we're sitting in behind this feature table.
I think we
And-
saw 2 tournaments. We saw the 10K.
Yes.
And we saw the national championship, I think it's called.
Yeah, so that's so there's multiple events going
it's
on
great. It's
around
great.
here.
For all the buy-ins, you know, people can come and give it a shot to the satellites. Small buy-ins even.
Yeah.
And
There's a $120 buy-in event going on at the moment to get in to satellite your way
That's how
into
you
the
need to
main.
start playing poker.
Yeah.
You know, like when you see these and you see these guys playing for, in this case, you know, a lot of money, $58,000, or the 10K fighting for $250,000. Sounds very cool and inspiring, but a way to start, it's playing the satellites, playing the small tournaments and ladder up and like going up in stakes organically.
I got say 3.2, 3.3. UB 5-ish, yeah?
Okay, I think.
I got about.
So from what I'm hearing is that they might be discussing
What's the
a
workout?
deal.
Oh, they'll have to tell us. If we're all happy to do it, they'll go.
This is for the 10K, is it?
No, this is for.
Oh, for this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
For the grinder.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the grind. Yeah, you know that this happens a lot.
Okay, I understand why the delay now, because I was a little bit unsure why the cards weren't being dealt. So
Yeah, I'm happy to do. I'm happy to
here
do
we go.
35 each.
Let's just turn up the table and
then
hear what
play
they're
for the
saying.
rest. Because there's 120 something. I already worked it out. There's 120 something in the pot. So 35 each and 15,000 difference. Yeah.
I'm happy with that. If that's, I'm happy
So
to put that
35
for
each.
Yeah, so they are considering the option of splitting all the money remaining, which is around $105,000, if what I'm hearing is correct. So
I'm
they're
happy
trying
with-
to
I'm
divide
happy with that anyway.
$35,000 three ways. Sorry, no, the 105 three ways, so that's equal to.
Or
35,000.
perhaps just a little bit less, so they play it out for a small amount of money,
Yeah.
and the trophy, of course. And there's a ring for this, so
Oh,
you know we
cool, yeah.
still want to have a champion, of course.
Right.
So we saw again earlier in the week on one of the tournaments, 2 very good friends finished up on the table together. They decided to do a deal, and then they just went all in, all in, all in, all in for
Yeah.
the championship. One of the boys finished up with the trophy, of course, but usually when a deal is done, they'll still play it out for a small amount of money and the prestige of being the champion.
Yeah, one time I did that, where we just flipped for a ring, actually during Aussie Millions, and I regretted it so much. Because, you know, trophies, rings, bracelets, all that, it's so cool to have, you know, it's like a token of something that you
Yeah.
accomplish. And it's like a reminder of what was happening in your life back then when you
Yeah.
won it, and then the stories that come along it, you know. So I will never do that again. I will never flip for a ring or a bracelet or anything or a trophy. I want a trophy, you know. I want to tell the story.
And it's okay to do a deal to you know,
Yeah.
guarantee
Yeah, the
yourself
money-
a certain amount of money.
The money, it's
yeah.
a different thing
Yeah.
for sure. But, you know, I want to win the trophy. I want to have it in my home,
Yeah.
you know, next to other trophies.
So we're just getting a bit of an update. So just going to wait and see what they do with playing this out. They've clearly come to the financial deal that they're going to make. And whether they're, as you say, going to flip. And,
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be that upset if they flipped. It's been a long day. It'd be nice to wrap it up. But you would like to see a winner as well on some sort of merit.
Yeah.
So
This kind of makes sense. Like the stacks are similar in size. It's been a long day for them, mostly. So they want to secure pretty much almost the equivalent second place finish by doing a deal. That's what's happening right now.
So it's going to be just a little bit of a delay while they figure this out. Can I ask you, perhaps, your favourite place to play poker? Don't say Vegas, but no, is there somewhere maybe a little bit more exotic that you've played, that you've enjoyed?
Well, depending on what we're talking about. If it's tournaments, I do have to say Vegas.
Yeah, playing for about 17 something.
At the win.
Yeah, it's just the best experience as a poker player. We're going to have the WPT Championship over there, $40 million guarantee. It's going to be great in December. So that one probably will be my favorite as far as tournaments. But cash games, I'm going to say definitely Mexico, which is where I'm from. So I'm a little bit biased, but these games are so fun. They're very crazy. They're very loud. If you like that type of vibe, you will love it. If you like noise and like people going crazy and like just people laughing and like, as private games are in general. But yeah, the best games that I have experienced in my life have always been in Mexico City. We have a certain candor and ways to, experience poker, and yeah, that would be probably my favorite. But as far as tournaments outside Vegas, I must say I really like the Gold Coast. I really like, being next to the beach. Obviously, I used to love Melbourne for those millions. I'm so sad that
it's a shame, isn't it? It was such a great event.
The best stop for me was always Aussie Millions.
No, I think
the tennis attached to it. You lose the tournament.
It's going to be a chub fest
You still have Federer, Nadal, all the legends to go watch.
So if you haven't played the Aussie Millions or know it too well, it ran at the same time as the Australian Open tennis, and you actually got out to the tennis a bit, but also saw the guys wandering around because they were all staying at Crown.
Yeah. Well, it was the best. Like the vibe was so fun during the summer. I really enjoyed the chances that I had to come here before leaving Australia. Come and play the Aussie Millions.
Have you ever done the poker cruise?
I've done WPT a couple of times actually. Cruise.
How do you find that?
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm kind of like a baby before I get dizzy, like with movements. I have to take Dramamine or like these pills to not get, so I'm not necessarily
the poker cruise aren't great if you get seasick.
Yeah, I get a little bit of that, but then you have remedies for it, so it's fine. But it's fun. They're great fun. Sure.
Tyler's come on the chat and said his favourite place to play is the Kingdom at Newcastle, which a few of the boys here are very close to. And we broadcast some of our warm-up events from there.
1 million.
Okay.
The setup, the broadcast setup was tested at the Kingdom Poker Room for a couple of weeks before we got here for this one. So thanks to the guys down there as well.
I have a friend from Newcastle. Well, he grew up in Newcastle. It's a famous Australian actor called Lassans, which appeared in Home and Away for many years. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
I know who Todd is.
Yeah, he's one of our close friends in the Gold Coast. And he likes poker, so we're soon going to be playing poker with him and some actor friends that are starting in the game. So we can televise it, Celebrity, we need a little bit of that, celebrity games.
I know, and look, one of the things, again, I don't want to give away too much of where we're heading with all of this, but one of the things we really do want to do is, we now have 2 RFID tables, and, we want to be able to create a bit of a side interest, a side business, if you like, of televising events like this, so you can see the whole cards and you can have a a setup not as extravagant as this here, obviously, but that you can still watch it and really feel that you're part of a big event. So, yeah, celebrity events will be great. Let's get some celebrities in who love to play poker and
I
televise
know a
those.
few because Lynn is friends with, because she's acting now, right?
Yes.
So she has now actor and active friends. It's great. And yeah, they also like poker a lot.
So we're just going to clarify what's happened here. The 3 remaining players in the grind have done a deal. They've done a cash deal. We understand that they've agreed to take $35,000 each. And they're now playing it out for the prestige of being named the champion.
So no money was set aside?
Again, we'll wait for some clarification. I don't think it'll be much because it was, well, we can probably do some calculations in our head, can't we? It was 58 at the top.
Oh, wow, look at that. That's me.
Ah, hang on, we're going to see you. There you are. He's found it. So our producer, Matt, is pretty keen out the back there. It might have been Aiden, who knows, but they've found a bit of you here. Have a look at this.
How old was I? I think it was like 26 there. Yeah, good memories. The LAPT, such a great tour. When you ask what was my favorite places to play, it was South America. I forgot about how fun it was to go to like Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Panama, Colombia. It was great. See friends, and South Americans and Latin people in general were fun. We like to have fun.
Yeah, young you were there. So yeah, I was saying that we could, without the help of the boys out the back, we could probably do a bit of a calculation to see how much they're actually playing for here, with 58 at the top, and then there was another 37.
I think it's 58, 38 and 19.
No, 24.
Oh. Oh yeah, 26.
26. Anyway,
38
they'll let us know. It's not much. It's not much that's been left over there. So we've had a 350 bet here from John out of the small blind. Nikki in the big with a 5-2. Has pushed all in, hitting her 5. John hit the jack, so he's clearly going to call that bet, and he has. So is it 20? Is it that much? Okay. Yeah, your maths is going to be way better than mine. It's not my strong suit.
58 plus 38 plus 26.
Nikki needs to hit a 4 or 5. In fact, it's another jack. Nikki says goodbye after being the big stack for so long on this table.
Yeah, I'm sorry to see Nikki go. She was playing really well, putting a lot of pressure. I mean, all these players deserve it, but she was definitely putting the most action from what I saw.
So 2 left now. And
Did we re-deal? Did we re-deal the 20?
We're thinking that there's about 17k left over after the deal for the winner, in addition to the beautiful glass trophy. Gee, the trophies are nice. I don't know if you've had a chance to have a look at them, but beautiful glass trophies for these events. And there's a ring, of course, as well, which you'll be able to proudly wear.
I'll just ask you.
That's great. I love trophies, I love rings, I love all that. And,
For 5,000 extra.
I really appreciate when organizers make a good job.
Take it off the top.
Very beautiful.
You want to do that? Or,
And revealing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, 10%.
And like you say, you've
I think we just
regret that you
Yeah.
coin flip because you
Never
you
again.
don't finish up with that memorabilia. Or even if you get it, it's a little bit empty.
More paperwork. Just leave it. It's a good deal.
We're talking another deal here.
I'm going to move you to
Okay, yeah, heads up.
and rings in the safe, I believe. Well, I assume there's a ring for the grind.
We're going to see a trophy now.
Yep.
I'll find out. Pull me off. Oh.
I don't know if you got a chance to meet or play poker with Shane Warne over your journey. I know Lynn obviously was very close with Shane, and we had the Shane Warne Bounty event
adjust the
first up here on Monday.
And
Yeah, I did play with Sean several times actually in tournaments, private cash games, and you know, everything that people have commented about him and how he was and how humble, fun, just friendly is not even the word. He was beyond friendly and just very enjoyable human to be around. And so sad when I learned about it. It was a very sad day, very sad year, I must say. Obviously for the people that, you know, knew him better than me, even more so, but it was a great loss. I have to say for obviously the world, for the poker world, for cricket world. And
We'll do it 40. Can we change that deal to 40 each?
Going sideways to that, the experience of playing with him was very, very fun. And I have good memories of him for sure.
Yeah.
And the event that you guys did, it was great. The video that you presented before the tournament was amazing. You know, just revealing a little bit of the intimate moments and how he was with his friends and family.
Yeah.
And, how much love
he
put into
brought so
poker.
many people together. You know, I mean, I was part of his little poker group, and he brought so many people from diverse backgrounds together to play poker and then to become such good friends.
10% of the total there, is that what we're talking?
Confirming here that these guys have now done a heads-up deal. So there was an original deal for 35 each, and then they're going to play for the remaining 17,750 in the trophy. Now we've got a heads-up deal happening, so they're 40k each.
Yeah.
They're playing for 7,750 and the trophy.
So first prize will be $47,750.
We'll leave the 10% and the trophy to play for, and whatever's remaining.
Pretty good. I think these guys did a good job.
It's going to be it's going to be like 4 and a.
So why I
it's
brought
going to be
up
like 39 and a half.
Shane just there was with that trophy coming out. I got a good look at the Shane Warne Bounty Trophy, which was very similar to that, beautiful glass trophy like that, but it had a lovely silhouette of Shane bowling in the background of it. It was these guys have done a great job here with all the detail.
We'll just leave.
It's
going to be about 39 and a half, so it's not so much.
And
so
of
whatever
course
it is.
we had his son here, Jackson, for that event. And
he's a legend as well. Yeah. I really like Jackson, and you know, he also has a lot of love for the game of poker.
Roughly what, you got 4 and a half?
Very enthusiastic about it, and I'm sure we want to see him racing some of these trophies.
Might be under 5, yeah, that'd be about right.
And I do know how close Lynn was with Shane and how much he helped her when she was at Crown.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if you know this story, but I'm pretty sure Shane Warne was the first ever interview that Lynn did back at Crown.
Right.
You know, and obviously, I mean, Shane as the legend he is, he was so nice to her and really helped her being confident and, you know, show her pretty much how, you know, easy the job can be when you have the right person on the other side, and Shane was that big, right? He was, you know, like the biggest legend in Australia, but at the same time he was very, very humble and very, very friendly with her and helped her, you know, like develop that confidence very, very quickly. And definitely that story is something that she says a lot and she shares that story as something that really pushed her in her career very early.
If you have joined us late, we're talking about Lynn Gilmartin from the WPT Tour, and Angel with me here is her partner and father of little Bodhi, their kid, and he's too scared to message Lynn and say that we're on at the moment because it's too late. Let's not wake her up.
It is a bit late, yes.
But she's up in North Queensland at the moment with her family. Angel has played a few events here. Unfortunately, it hasn't been terribly successful from a financial point of view, but you've had a great time.
Yeah, great time. Good. Like, the tournaments were just so good. Both of the tournaments I played, both the 25 and the 10K were just great. And it almost doesn't feel like, you know, when you lose a tournament, it feels yucky. It feels like it will be even devastating, frustrating, all the negative emotions, right? But I haven't felt that this way. I haven't been sad about it. Enjoying the fact that they have good structures, that I had a good shot at them. Obviously, variance, as it happens in tournament poker, it's huge. So you gotta run well to win tournaments, right? That's what you can only play your best, but still the variance will sometimes punish you, sometimes reward you, and you know, sometimes it's not for you and for someone else. But you know, if you keep going at it and if you prepare yourself for the spot where you have to take the decision to win, you increase your chances, right? And that's what it's all about. Making good decisions and hope work meets preparation.
Okay,
and we get lucky.
It all is important, isn't it? Never forget that little bit of luck that you need. Both players have had a good look at that ring, Angel, which has come out of the safe as well, and it's sitting next to the trophy. These guys are now playing heads up for a 40K deal that they've made.
For you,
an extra $7,750 will go to the winner.
Right.
And of course the beautiful trophy and ring. So
very cool.
I would have let you go a lot earlier than this, but we might as well see this one out. Hey, it's nearly finished.
Sure, and I'm probably going to be a little bit more wide, given now that the financial pressure has a little, you know, it hasn't fully disappeared because they're still playing for $7,000, a bit more than almost $8,000, but they already made 40, right? So
yeah.
Obviously, they both want to win, but I think they care a bit more about the trophy and the ring, even if they don't know that they care more about that than the money. You know, when you actually have the trophy with you, and then you show your family and you know their wives or their partners, whatever it is, yeah, it just feels good.
That extra 7,000 will go pretty quickly, potentially into an entry into the 5,000 tomorrow, but the ring and the trophy last forever, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. 7 raises to 700,000.
A raise and a fold. Just lost our graphics for the moment. Hopefully they come back soon. Otherwise, we're going to challenge you
I'm using this box.
Tell us how they're playing without any hole cards, which is always fun too. And Quick Smart, our producers, put the graphics back up for us. John with the 8-4 suited.
He raises to 700K.
And Ilianos with king 5-0. Walls. Better flop for John. 300k was a bet from John.
He's
Call
first to speak, yeah.
from Ilianos.
Yes.
We see
I
a
think that, yeah.
queen of hearts, which
Now I'm looking at the button there.
improves
Yeah.
the hand from John. Flush draw tagging along, and he gets it. Unlucky for him.
Got a 5.
Ilianos doesn't have much. Checks back. I think the graphs there were a bit
Yeah, I
off-random.
don't think that was quite how that would have played out, hey,
Yeah,
with the flush.
Right. I think Eliana was in position, so John was waiting for him to bet out, trapping him with flush. Didn't happen. Once he saw his king 5.
It's the only way it makes any sense, isn't it?
Ace 4 for John. Now he's the dealer bottom on a race. 500k is the race.
That's enough. I suppose we're just waiting for two decent hands to clash against each other here, and maybe a flop where they all both get a piece of it, perhaps.
Yeah, that could happen for sure, but also heads-up poker, it's very, by nature, is super aggressive. Why? Because you're forced to play every hand. You know, when you're playing 8-handed, 9-handed, you can see it back and just pick your hands much better, right? But when you're playing against only one person, you're forced to be in it. If you're not in it, especially as the short stack, you can get blind out very easily, right? So here in this case, Lianos, which is the short stack, 2, has to be trying to fight John, you know, in pretty much every single hand, right? So we're gonna see very marginal homes, you know, like the 9-7, the 6-5, you know, hands that are not necessarily strong, but they have to be battling. Cannot just sit back. Have to be very alert.
So we actually got to rabbit the river card there, and he would have hit a straight if he called that. He would have hit his gut shot. Would have been fun because John would have had 2 pair, and I probably would have been over right there.
He
So
was just putting the pressure on, you know.
Couldn't get anywhere near her.
Yeah.
Okay, both hit the jack. The kicker from Stylianos a bit better. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's gonna win the hand because they can chop, especially with that queen of hearts.
3 checks.
Another part bigger. John needs big cards. Oh, actually, oh wow. Okay, so John bet.
Close?
Yeah, with pure aggression, he takes down the pot.
Yeah, close. So probably chopping.
You're right, they probably were chopping.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, John was right. He read the situation correctly.
So we're getting right down to the pointy end here of the grind. Has been a grind, very well named tournament. Our last 2, there was a deal made with 3 left on the table. These guys have revised that deal a little. They're taking 40,000 each. They're playing for 7,500 for the winner, 7,750 I think it is for the winner, as well as a trophy and a beautiful ring. So they're still playing this out as hard as they can. Still a lot to play for, but they both sit there in the comfort of knowing they're taking $40,000, which is pretty comfortable.
And as you can see, they are both playing very fast. They're not taking too much time in every decision. Obviously, the fact that the financial stress has moved away a little bit by them chopping. So they're playing their hands very, very fast. Usually in a heads-up,
And you know, when you're playing for a lot of money, you are kind of like slowing down the action, thinking your decisions very carefully. And these guys don't have that stress. You know, obviously they both want to win, but there's not the same stress when there's big money on the line.
I'm not sure if Nico from Absolute Prestige Cars is still up watching, but we want to thank you again for your sponsorship of this event. The Absolute logo there, just up on the left of the hole cards on the table. Thanks again, guys. Beautiful McLaren on the poster behind. Maybe we'll get to a stage at some point, Angel, where one of those beautiful McLarens is actually a prize in a poker tournament, huh?
I will be playing that tournament for sure.
If you win the pot, you're about to be a big winner.
The only bad thing is in Australia you cannot drive it very fast. It's always, you know, we drive a, you know, like a mama van, call them in Mexico.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense here in Australia, but you know, have an SUV and you cannot go over 60 in most streets around where we live, around 80. So I just always picture, what do people with like fast cars do? Like, what do they drive?
Well, you drive your Lamborghini in second gear and it just sounds like that the whole time.
Yeah, I already got 2 tickets from going, you know, 5Ks above.
In your van.
In a van. in
This
a
could
mama
be
van.
it. Do you think we might see a call here?
I think so. I think so. Cool. Also, John, cool. I mean, we don't know Estelianos how wide he's going all in with, so John is the one that knows, and he decided to let it go. Good fall, as we see. Ace 10 from Estelianos, and John is not in a hurry. That's important. And he probably feels that he can battle his opponent and win a lot of small pots rather than, you know, going for the kill with a big pot. And when you have a big stack, often you wanna like grind your opponent little by little.
So the big stack has Big Slick.
Great, 500,000.
Okay,
It's an all-in call.
This is a very easy call for John. Much better ace, the best ace. Ace king versus queen 9. 66% chance for ace king. 34 for queen 9.
So it comes down to this. The queen 9 is at risk. John Camilleri is on the verge of winning the Absolute Prestige Cars grind, and there's a king that's going to make him a 97% favourite. And still a little sweat.
Nope.
But the 2 on the river, that never helps anyone, ever. A 2 on the river, and well done, John. Takes out the grind after grinding down all his 170 odd opponents. Takes a beautiful glass trophy, the ring, an extra $7,750. And that was fun watching wasn't it?
It was. Great job by John. I really like how Nikki was playing as well. So, you know, a shout out to her because she was doing a great job, and I think it was a matter of luck at the end. But yeah, happy to see the aggressive guys win, you know, like with the ones that are proposing the dynamic of the table. And I think both John and, from what I saw, didn't see much, both him and Nikki were pushing the action a lot. So yeah,
It's great. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, of course.
And we might get you back tomorrow, hopefully. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully you're
for
too
10K.
busy playing the 5K and we can't get you in, but
I can come for a couple of hours or something. Yeah, that'll be fun to.
It's been wonderful having you and having your insights. So
Thank you,
thanks
likewise.
everyone. We've really enjoyed streaming this to you, and
Yeah. This house party is crazy. My crew is hella wavy. Yo, flip the cup, then say what's up, then slide out with your lady. No ifs or buts about it. My style is technotronic. Got grips and models, so spin the bottle, girl. I'm just getting started. Get up, get up. Pump the volume, you feel the bass. Get up, get up, get up. Turn me on and let me do my thing. Get up, get up, get up. We in the house and we here to stay. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. We be raging round the clock. Feel that bass around the block. Feel that red cup to the top. Birthday shots. Doesn't matter who you are. Look around, we in the stars. Round the world, we party on. We go all night strong until we gone. Pump the volume, you feel the bass. Turn me on and let me do my thing. We in the house and we here to stay. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. We ain't going home. It's 6 in the morning. This house is bumping. Grinding, get the fiction on. We ain't going home.